Yes, welcome back. Happy Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Big up to you. Welcome to Ian Lubo. I used to look forward to match days. I'm not so sure I am anymore. Good morning to you.
Morning.
Another couple of fun-filled days of news and injuries and arguing in the Tottenham Hotspur world. How are you? And how are Spurs?
Well, I'm fine. It's match day, which I always look forward to. I can't, once I lose that enthusiasm, then I'm sort of gone as a fan, I think. But I still look forward, still enjoy that. You wake up, it's Spurs today. Even though it's been absolute rubbish for a long, long time, with a few little bits of, oasis within the desert of despair. What do I think? Jesus, I think it'll be a draw today. It's got draw written all over it. Two poor sides that won't want to lose, basically. And who knows? It'll either be a 0-0 or 3-0. Who knows? But
yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, look, if we look at Everton for 1 second, and by the way, the number of people that WhatsApp me whenever anything happens in the world of Spurs, my, you know, when a picture saves automatically to your phone, like because somebody's WhatsApped it over. When I look at my gallery every night, I'm like, who sent this? Like, there's just pictures of this person said this on Instagram and on X and officially at the club. And Everton are in a mess and sacked their manager because they were in a mess and have brought back the guy who, for me, was their best manager of the last 25 years, David Moyes. I thought he did a fantastic job there. If I'm not wrong, I think I saw a stat that said for 10 years in a row, he might have had them in the top half of the table, something like that. It was a really good stat. He's gone back there. He's had one game, which I actually saw the highlights of the game, and it looked like they actually played quite well, even though they lost to Aston Villa. Is he going to lose his first 2 games in a row? New club, second time at home, or is this David Moyes going to get a win and Spurs just fall deeper and deeper into this dark hole that we've dug for ourselves?
Well, you got 2 teams in poor form at the moment. I mean, Everton scored 15 goals in 20 league games this season, which is horrendous. Sorry,
have you not heard of Dr. Tottenham? Where have you been living, Ian? You know we're going to help them with that today, right? Let's have a look, right? If we look at the form table, Ian, right? Let's have a look at the Premier League form table. So over the last 5 games, we'll start with 5 games. Everton are 17th with 2 points from 5. So they've managed 2 draws from the last 5. Tottenham are 18th. We've managed 1 draw from our last 5. We've got 1 point. If we push that a little bit further.
Who's apart from Southampton, who's the other team that's below us?
Who's below us right now?
In terms of the last 5 games, who was the 19th?
The last 5 games. Okay, here we go. So the last 5, Everton 17th, Spurs 18th, Southampton 19th, Leicester City, no points.
Leicester, yes.
And we've got them next week, if I'm not wrong.
We do.
We can't write this. Right, so that's over 5 games. Over 5 games, we're bottom 3. Let's see if it's any better over the last 10. Okay. All right, over the last 10 games, we're 16th. Okay, we're moving up the table. We're 16th. And again, Everton, by the way, in the last 10, Everton have the exact same amount of points as us, Ian. They've got 8 points from their last 10. Okay. We've got, so both clubs have got 8 points from 30. And then if we push that on to the last 15 games, Tottenham are 17th and Everton are 15th. So there's nothing really to pick between these 2 clubs, is there? I mean, I know everyone's going to go, oh, Everton are crap, look at their players, but they're in the same form as us over the last 15 games.
That's why I've gone for a draw.
Oh, brilliant. Let's just not watch the game. Ian said it's going to be a draw. We're going for the draw.
There you go. 1 apiece I've gone.
Oh, mate, I've seen everything over the last week. I've seen fans like me are the problem. I've seen that fans that want Anjin are the problem. I've seen somebody saying that the real problem at Tottenham is the fans jinx the club. I'm seeing that now. Look, let's talk seriously about this now. You've supported Spurs for a very long time. I like to think I've supported them for a very long time. Do you remember the last time you felt like this? Can you think what season it was the last time where you went, oh my God, if Everton beat us, we are 15th in the table and like 3 or 4 points above the relegation candidates? Like, can you remember the last time?
This far into a season has got to be the year possibly Klinsmann scored 4 against Wimbledon at Palace, and that pulled us out of the cards. I think it was probably that year, which was what, 97, 98? I think.
It definitely was.
Correctly, I think it was 97, 98, because 98, 99 was the year we won the League Cup, and Klinsmann wasn't playing then. So I think it was it was that year.
Just to let you know how long ago that was, Ian. Okay, bearing in mind I'm 42 now, old, married, house.
You were 15. You were 15.
I was just in my last year at school, about to go to college.
Mm-hmm.
I was about 6 stone lighter than I am now. Trying to sneak into nightclubs and pubs, and that was the last time. But on a serious note, we laugh about it, Ian, but I mean, I don't think. Look, I like to think that me and you are somewhat level-headed. We disagree on a lot, but I think we're somewhat level-headed about this club. I never thought it was going to be this bad. I genuinely, I didn't think we'd do well this year. I didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Well, Levy's a poor chairman. Probably, I would say, bearing in mind what he can spend, I'd say he's probably the worst chairman I can ever remember at any football club. And he got out of trouble with people like Martin Yole, Harry Redknapp, Pochettino, and latterly, who carried him through the sea, carried him was Harry Kane. That's all gone. That's all gone now. That's all gone now. There is no safety. There is no safety valve anymore. There's no safety mat for Levy. He's brought in Scott Munn, whose skill set does not lie in football, lies in other areas. Scott Munn has picked Ange. So you got the blind leading the blind, leading the blinds, and this is what you've ended up with. So it had to come sooner or later. Levy's got out of trouble so many times that you can stay lucky for so long, but sooner or later your luck runs out, and his luck has run out. And the fact that he has sat there and with his hands under his backside and done nothing while form has slumped, while we have picked up injury after injury, surely he speaks to the medical team, surely, and gets feedback from them as to why we are getting so many players. He must be, if I was a boss, if I was an owner and I was paying these guys big wages, I would want to know why they're in the medical room and not out on the pitch. Because I'm paying them big money to do their stuff on the pitch. And this has just got worse and worse and worse. And the longer this training goes on, the more fatigued players become. And because fatigue normally leads to injury. And this is what's been happening. I mean, how long till Porro breaks down? You've had Udogie breaking down. Solanke's now gone with his knee. I've been told that could be a season-ending injury. We're just waiting to hear.
And this is a guy, by the way, that was never injured in his previous club. Like he was never injured. He was never injured, and then comes to Tottenham Hotspur. I mean, look, can I just say, look, we'll get deeper into this. And by the way, Stel will be joining us in the next 15 minutes. But again, listen, Ian, I completely agree with you on the Levy take. I do also think that when we're talking about running players into the ground, that's down to the management. I'm not saying there's another striker out and out per se as good as Solanke at the club, but the manager's had options to do other things. There's been games where you could have said, right, why don't I go with Brennan Johnson through the middle today? Why don't I put Son through the middle today and let Solanke have a rest? And then, for example, you just said there, and that I'm really glad you did. Porro's the other one. We're all sitting there waiting for him to break down, really. Porro's the one where you go, well, Jed Spencer's been available all year. Jed Spencer's shown us that he's not a bad footballer. He can defend. He's not been played all year in right back. Just a few things I thought very funny, Ian. Big up to Chloe. How you doing? Good friend of mine. I said, how are we above you? We've been shite all season. Crystal Palace fans, by the way, right? Ian, this is where we're at. Crystal Palace fans. Now, I remember about 2 months ago, Crystal Palace fans, Crystal Palace and West Ham, right? 2 months ago, people were coming here going, Savva, you said that you thought West Ham had a good window. You said you thought Glasner was a good manager, right? Look at them. Both those clubs are above Tottenham Hotspur, right? I mean, that surely shows you just how bad we've been, right?
Yeah.
No offense to Palace, Chloe, but like we shouldn't be below Crystal Palace or West Ham, should we?
No. That's where we are. That's where we are.
Madness.
It's a shit show from top to bottom.
This is another one I get quite a lot in. By the way, before we talk about this, there are 400 exactly in it, and it is growing. Ian, from 400 people, we've got 76 likes. Guys, just because Spurs are shit doesn't mean that you guys have to be shit in there and not press that like button. Please do smash that like button, and please note that we are flying towards 16,000 subscribers. We haven't had one today, but we are on 15,620, so we're 380 away. If anyone would smash that like and subscribe button, that would be much appreciated. And if one of my mods would put the link to subscribe, that would be absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. Ian, I get this a lot about, do you care about the league? For me, I feel like this is always a flippant statement when we say, oh, well, just worry about the cups. I don't think Spurs are good enough to just suddenly go, right, well, we'll turn it on for the cups. I don't think we're in a good enough state. I don't think the manager's good enough. I don't think we're in a position where we can say, don't worry about the league. Because if you don't win one of the cups, Ian, and then let's say you're a player, Ian, all right? Let's say you're a player, and I come to you in the summer, and I go, right, you're going to join Ange and the team, and, first thing I'd say is, well, but you finished 15th or 16th.
That's right.
You didn't win a cup. You're not in Europe. You finished 15th, 16th. So all of these people that are banking all their eggs into that winning a cup basket, if that doesn't happen, we are, aren't we?
It's 15th place is a no trophy for 17 years is certainly no USP, is it, when you go into a player? We got big problems. We have massive problems, and the hope is that Levy can see that he's past his sell-by date, and they sell the club and move on. Take your profit. You've made a lot of money. You've used the club as a platform for 17 years to make, 24 years to make big money. Just take the profit and go, and let someone come in who's going to run it financially, efficiently, but also want footballing success. You can't run it as a fan like Peter Ridsdale tried, and you can't run it as an accountant like Levy like Enoch have tried, because neither of them are successful. There's got to be a balance, and there's no balance. There hasn't been a balance at Spurs for a very long time.
Mate, look, I completely agree with you. I think the worrying thing for me, the trend that we're seeing here, Ian, is I've seen every excuse under the sun this season. I've seen every excuse under the sun. I've seen injuries. I've seen tactics, 3 games a week. Some, like yesterday, I'll call people out. Like that Mitch Fretton. I don't know him, but Mitch Fretton did a video before the season starts that we're going to finish 3rd. This squad, we've done well. We've done well in the summer. This squad, this youth project, we're going to finish 3rd. Just you watch. All the haters, people like me, haters, apparently, right? We're in the mud. Mitch Fretton the other day turned around and goes, Iriola wouldn't do anything with this squad. And somebody messaged him back immediately and said, you do realise that Bournemouth haven't lost in 11 Premier League games. Bournemouth have had, in that time, between 7 and 10 injuries at any one time, haven't lost in 11. And that person turned around and said, yeah, but they don't have to play 3 games a week. Now, Ian, I need to knock this I need to knock this on the head, this fallacy that we play 3 games a week. When was the last time we played a European game?
Rangers.
Right, and that was what, the
12th of December. 12th.
Right.
December.
So for the last 5-6 weeks, we've not played 3 games a week. We've played the same as every other Premier League team, right? Unless you got the League Cup. Right?
We've had the League Cup. That's right. We've had the League Cup.
But how, I'm going to ask you, how has Iriola at Bournemouth with 10 first-team injuries, how are they organised? How are they going to Chelsea and getting a draw? Going to Newcastle and getting a 4-1 win? Not losing in 11. How are they doing it? But yet when it's Ange, it's, the injuries. How?
I will go back, and I know you're going to argue with me. They have a better squad than us.
They don't.
This is proof. Proof. What more proof do you want?
They've got a better manager than us.
They've got a better squad than us.
They don't have a better squad than us. They simply don't have a better squad than us.
What have these players done this season that makes you think our playing squad is better than Bournemouth?
Right. Let's be brutally honest. If their squad is better than ours, why didn't any bookie, any pundit, any fan have Bournemouth to finish above Tottenham Hotspur this season? Because
I think people underrated Bournemouth and overrated Tottenham. It's true. It's true. The bookies do.
Overrate Tottenham, yes. I hear you, but I'm sorry. Again, I'll ask everyone in the chat. Please put your hand up honestly if in the summer you as a fan said Bournemouth will finish above Tottenham Hotspur, right? Why? Because when you break it down, and I'm just finding out.
No, stop. You're talking about 2 different periods here. I thought we'd be between 5th and 8th at the beginning of the season. I was wrong. I made a mistake. I didn't take into account the 28 games after the first 10 last season. Those 28 games we finished 12th, and I failed to take that into account. And maybe my heart ruled my head, and I wasn't thinking straight. And I thought 5th to 8th, we've only strengthened with Solanke to start the season. I thought Graham Bergvall would be in by the end of the season, but to start the season, Solanke was the only established player that came in. But other teams strengthened far better than us. Their recruitment was far better than us. So why should we be any better than 12th? Working on those facts and that logic, why are we going to be any better than 12th? Same manager. Seriously, why?
Mate, I hear you.
Explain to me. And other clubs, Sav, have overtaken us. They're overtaken.
I hear you, but this Bournemouth squad,
Forest, they've all overtaken us, Sav.
Yeah, but this Bournemouth squad, that Forest squad is not better than us. I'll argue this with anybody. Right? Listen, have they done bloody well? Right, let's have a look, right? Let's have a look at this 11 of Bournemouth. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I'm going to bring this up, right? Stop screen, right? Present, share screen. Look at this. All right. I don't know if everyone can see that. Hang on. Now, if you look on that right-hand side, can I blow that up a tiny bit? All right, if we look on that right-hand side, by the way, the one player that's missing there, Ian, is Kepa in goal. I don't care what anybody says. If I had said at the beginning of the season, and bear with me, Ian, if I had said to anyone, I'm taking Kepa over Vicario, everyone's going to call me crazy. I'm taking Cook at right back over Porro. I'm being called crazy. I'm taking Zabanye and Houston over our centre backs. No one's doing it. Kirkes over Udogie. I was told Udogie's one of the best left backs in the league. Adams, Christie, right? Cook normally plays in it, but Adams and Christie, not good enough for Spurs. Brooks, Clivert, Semenyo, Ouattara. I'm sorry. No one, Ian, no one is going to look at that and tell me in any way, shape or form, right, that team, that squad is better than Tottenham Hotspur.
Now you've seen how the season's progressed. Now, what do you think?
No. The difference for me is that because the manager has
so Johnson's better than Semenyo.
Pardon?
Sorry, Johnson's better than Semenyo.
Well, no. I mean, Semenyo plays. Listen, by the way, hang on. In the summer, I said I'd take 2 or 3 of their players. I wouldn't take 11, right? Semenyo's a very good player that I think Tottenham should sign. But when I've done comparisons like this before, Ian, nearly all the fan base in the chat will tell me, you want Semenyo, but look at Brennan Johnson's output, blah, blah, blah. For me, Ian, here's the difference. They've got a manager that uses them as the sum of the parts are greater than the one, right? They've got a manager that's gone, how do we become difficult to beat? How do we become a well-oiled, well-drilled machine where everyone knows their job, right? The difference with us is we've got a vanity project with a manager just going, we're going to do this really weird, wide open style of play where the central midfielders spend all their time out wide or covering the fullbacks. The fullbacks spend all their time in attacking midfield. The centre halves are left wide exposed. The wingers never actually play as wingers. They cut in. Solanke spends his time in midfield. James Maddison as a playmaker is never actually allowed to be as a playmaker. This is the difference. If Iriola took over this Tottenham squad, you watch how difficult we'd be to beat. You watch what he would do because he'd get the best out of every player. You know it. I know it.
Now, of course, but there is a but.
Sure.
As well as this horrendous system that doesn't do any of the players any favours, you cannot ignore. Let's just take the second goal at Arsenal on Wednesday night. Just an example. Spencer's got the ball. He's played it inside to Basuma. He's moved off for the ball back for the return pass. Basuma said no. He's trying to go in between two Arsenal players. Pure stupidity. Basuma should have a picture of the pitch seconds before he gets involved. He should know where everybody is. Porro, for some reason, has gone bombing up. God knows why. You know, the ball's on the other side of the pitch. Pick your runs. Let the ball come inside, let it go back, then pick your run, as far as Porro is concerned. But that's the way Ange plays. But Basuma knows all this, and he's lost the ball in midfield. They've broken. So it's down to Basuma, and B, Dragerson took so long getting across. Just didn't put the sprint on to close down Trossard. Ball's in the back of the net. These are bad player errors, individual errors, Sab. And we have had this all season from the first game when Romero ran past Vardy instead of marking him on the back post and gave him a free header from 3 yards. And it hasn't changed since then. He went flying out and got caught for the first goal at Newcastle.
Mate, I know all this.
Came back to Harvey Barnes, and everyone had been pulled across and they were stretched. The second goal is sleeping, is straight on, facing on the halfway line, and they just hit a long ball through to Jacob Murphy. And the mistake after mistakes, they just go on and on and on. And
Mate, I'm not doubting that.
Last year, it was the system, balls in behind. We lost a lot of goals through set pieces. That hasn't happened so much this season. It's been about individual errors. So for me, as I've gone through the season, you know, we're all clever with hindsight, but we all change our opinions with hindsight. And having seen a lot more as of today, Jan 19, you know, rather than August 19 when our first game was, I've now seen a real drop off in players' individual performances. Not the system's as shit as ever,
but Ian,
the performances and the errors. So this is going back to like Lloris and Dyer every game.
I agree, but the difference is, look how these teams are set up. Our team plays at 100 miles per hour. If you play at 100 miles per hour, you are going to have sloppy passing mistakes, right? The thing that gets me here with this is revisionism, right? So I sat here in the summer, Ian, and I said, I think Tottenham will finish 7th, right? I was bombarded, Ian. I was bombarded. The same people that I can see now in my chat going, oh, but Savva, what are we better than Bournemouth based on, right? The same people were the ones saying to me, you think we'll finish 7th? You think we're going to finish behind Man U and Chelsea? You think we're going to finish behind Villa? Right, Ian? That's what I got, right? Savva, you're negative. Savva, you're toxic. Savva, you don't understand. Now that we're 15th, suddenly it's Savva, you overrate our players. Hang on. I can't be both of those things, Ian. I can't be negative. Hang on.
I've got one opinion, they've got another. So you're answering different arguments, aren't you?
No, but I'm not, Ian, because it's the same people that have now changed their mind. The same people that were doing the videos. Like I said to you before, the people like Mitch Fretton, these people like Alan from Spurs Logic, 3rd position, 81 points. And when I'm saying in the summer, Based on what? You'll see. Yeah, but based on what? Now their videos change to Levy's not back the manager. Okay, cool. But you knew that in the summer. You knew that, right? Now, my question is this. When I watch Bournemouth, I use Bournemouth as the example. I could use Fulham. Fulham are 9 points clear of Tottenham. I could use Fulham. If I had said to you, to anyone in the summer, I prefer Fulham squad, Bournemouth squad, Forest squad, Brighton squad. If I had said that to any Spurs fan, I would have been abused and berated for months, right?
Sure. Of course.
Now, all of a sudden, but they've got better players. If I'd said to you in the summer, if I'd said to Spurs fans, by the way, we're going to swap Bentancur, Basuma, Sarr, Kulu, whatever the centre midfielders, we're going to swap them for Christie, Cook, and Tyler Adams. Not one Spurs fan's taking those three over our three. Not one. But now the revisionism is
no.
Better players.
So. It's the benefit of hindsight. You are allowed to change your mind after seeing how things progress.
Sure.
Hang on a sec. Did we not? I hate veering into politics, but did everybody think, oh, great, Labour are coming in, brand new ideas, and like 6 months later, everybody's going, oh, God, this is horrendous. So a lot of people have changed their minds on Labour because of what's gone on in the last 6 months. And the same thing's happened with Spurs. A lot of people are now realising, I put my hand up, I thought we were better than we were. Than we are, to be honest. I thought based on last season, at the end of the day, we did finish fifth. And I thought to myself, Solanke's coming, that's going to help the squads. And longer term, Gray and Bergvall are coming in, and they're proving to be two very good buys. But ultimately, I should have based it on the last 28 games, because why am I thinking about 38 when it's the last 28? It's not even 10 in the middle or 10 at the end.
Isn't this right, Ian? Isn't this right?
The Spurs and the manager gets the best of his squad. Yes, he's upskilled players. Absolutely. And look what he did to Solanke last year. He did a terrific job for Solanke. Morning, Stel.
Morning, afternoon.
Yeah, I agree, Ian. Morning, Stel. Ian, I agree. But the problem is, and I'm actually glad that we've got a fellow Greek on the show. I had no reason to mention ethnicity there, but hey, I'm Greek as well, so I can say it. What I don't get about this, Ian, right, is I don't know how many times we have to watch teams like yesterday. I watched last night the full highlights, like the 60-minute version highlights of both the Bournemouth game and then the Fulham game. I watched those two teams. They are organised. Forget player for player. They are so well drilled. And yes, I hear you about individual errors, but I hate to break it to you. Every club has individual errors. The problem is, when I watch those teams play, Bournemouth are so well drilled. Their players know what they're doing. There's no massive gaps in midfield. There's no massive gaps behind the fullbacks. The centre-backs play as centre-backs. The problem we've got here is like Basuma is always used as a scapegoat. You watch Basuma play. And again, by the way, Ian, if I wake up tomorrow and Basuma's been sold, I don't care, right? So this isn't, oh my God, I think Basuma's amazing. You watch Basuma play against Arsenal, right? He spends the first 45 minutes, before he made that mistake, he spends the first 45 minutes, all he is doing is covering Porro and Spence because they're out of position at fullback. Him and Sarr spend all their game this way, covering teams in transition. Other teams, their central midfielders are actually in central midfield, actually doing central midfielders stuff. So for me, I can't understand how anyone is watching Spurs and going, yeah, we should be 15th with these players. There is not a chance, Ian, we should be this low with this bunch of players.
No, I haven't said we should be 15, but I've said that my estimate of 5th to 8th was too high. There was
sure. So who should we be above? Who? I'll tell you what. Let me bring up the Premier League table. Right. Who should we be above in your opinion? And I'll
based on what? Based on the players we've got playing to Angie's system.
No. As a football club, when you look at our squad, right? You look at our squad. Who should we be above? Now, I've just about got Spurs into the screenshot there. That's how bad we are, right? You tell me who in that top 14 should we be above?
I've got to tell you something. Based on how poor most of our players have been this season? That's a hard one to answer.
No, it's not. It's not a hard one.
I should be saying top six. But these players have massively underachieved this season. So maybe they're not as good.
Because of the tactics.
They're not as good. No, not only tactics, Sam.
It is.
Listen, you played football when you got the ball at your feet, right? It's not tactics. You give a good pass or you give a bad pass. It's not the tactics at that moment in time.
But Ian, it is, because at that moment in time, you watch the way Spurs play. Again, we did this against Newcastle, right? The difference between Spurs and Newcastle on that day is Newcastle had the ability to turn around and go, right, the game's getting a bit quick. Put your foot on it, slow it down. Let's just slow it down and let's get into shape. Every time Tottenham get the ball, it's rush, pass. People like Archie Gray, who can't pass out the back to save his life. Dragusin can't pass out the back to save his life. But they're told, you can do that face, Ian. How many times the other night did you see Archie Gray gets the ball and he passes it out for a throw-in? Same with Dragusin. Sarr, Basuma. These aren't players who are get the ball at the feet, get it out and spread play. These are runners. These aren't passers of a football. But he's got them playing a formation where we go 100 miles per hour, pass. Any team who passes at 100 miles per hour will make mistakes, because the tactics don't allow us to say, right, why don't we get everybody back into position, put our foot on the ball, and actually have a considered attack or a considered defense? It is the tactics. Every pundit, ex-pro player, our ex-managers, they're all saying these tactics are woeful, Ian.
No, absolutely. I'm not talking about the tactics with you. I'm talking about the level of individual errors by players this season. Yeah. For me, the only player who's capable of playing out from the back in our team is Romero. He's the only one with the correct skill set.
Sure. So why are we still doing it then? So why, if Romero's out, why has the manager not said, right, we're not going to look? I'm gonna bring Stell in here, right? Stell, we were talking yesterday morning, right, lunchtime during the Bournemouth Newcastle game. Bournemouth have gone to Newcastle, Stell, with 10 first squad players out injured. 10, right, and bullied them. More possession, more shots, bullied them. Right? I didn't see any gung-ho football. I didn't see gaping holes at the back. Why can Iriola do that? But when it's Ange, we seem to just completely ignore it and go, oh, it's all the players' fault. Why?
Yeah. So I think you're both right, but I think there's a bigger issue. So the tactics, I've spoken about it 1,000 times. Certain players at this club not being good enough. I agree with Ian on that as well. But for me, the biggest issue is Ange, for me, as a coach, no. A coach is supposed to develop a player. That's what coaching is. You develop a player. A manager brings a group of players together and manages them to perform in a match as a collective. So tactics, substitutions, in-game management, team talks, jigging it if it's not working. And when I look at just the coaching aspect of it, the manager should be the best coach at the club. And the reason I say this is because when you build a team, that team's going to turn to you for advice, or they're going to turn to you for some help. If you don't know what they're doing, if you don't understand what they're doing, how can you lead the team, right? So think of it as if you were building a sales team in a business, you'd want the sales officer to have the most experience and be the best salesman in the company. That's why he's got to that place. So when the sales team struggles, he knows how to help them and develop them, because Ange's job isn't just to develop the players, it's to develop the coaching team. But I don't think Ange's a good coach. And I mean that. I've seen Basuma 3 times turn on the ball into danger behind him and lose possession that's led to a goal. And every single time he doesn't check his shoulder, which is just basic. He doesn't check what's behind him before he turns into the space. That's coaching. Who's coaching him that? Why? If he's still making that same error, then he shouldn't be in the team. You can't
Why
afford
is
to play a
Basuma
player
being
like
played
that.
as a DM still? Like what? Yves Basuma is not a defensive midfielder, and only ever plays him in defensive midfield.
No, Savva, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I'm not disagreeing that Basuma's played incorrectly. I totally agree. All I'm saying is, whether you're a DM, a winger, a striker, a centre back, whatever position you play, if you're going to turn backwards, you need to see what's there before you turn there. And I've seen Basuma so many times turn and not keep possession of the ball. And it's because he doesn't check his shoulder. So all I'm saying is, I agree with both of your arguments, but why isn't Basuma being coached something that he's lacking at the moment? It's not just that. The ball goes out wide, and I see wing backs. You can receive the ball on one foot and play it on the same foot, but you've got to be quick. That means you've got to trap it flat, then pop it straight away. Or receive on one foot, pass it onto the other foot and play with the other foot. The amount of times I see players receive the ball and the pass then breaks down because of either the way they've received it doesn't set them up to then pass it, or they haven't trapped the ball, then popped it quick. That is coaching. These are fundamentals. And I watch Spurs time and time again. I could make a long list of things like this. Example, goalkeepers. Why do they dilly-dally on the ball for so long, waiting for the press to intercept them? Play it quick. And if the pass isn't on, go long and wide. That's coaching. So I agree the tactics are rotten. I agree that we've got players at this club that have been way overrated by our fan base.
I agree.
But at the same time, there's a reason that we're seeing teams like Bournemouth, Fulham, Nottingham Forest, as much as their tactics are set up in a certain way, they're being coached as individual players to be better. And I could look at those clubs and say, he's improved. My God, look what they're doing with that. I look at Spurs. Who's really improved? Who's genuinely really improved? Poro's gone backwards. Has gone backwards.
So let me ask you a question.
So this is why I think coaching is actually the biggest issue. And I look at Ange, I don't think you're a good coach. I look at the coaches he's assembled, I don't think they're good coaches.
Look, I just want to, the thing for me that makes me laugh is, did any of you see after the Arsenal game, right? I don't know if any of you saw Manu Petit talking about Tottenham.
I listened to it, funny enough, on Simon Jordan on Thursday. I listened to him then.
Yeah.
And Manu Petit, literally, bear in mind, before we all go, oh, that gooner, Manu Petit, World Cup winning central midfielder, won everything with Arsenal. Who else did he play for? Juventus, whoever else Manu Petit played for. Barcelona, top quality midfielder. Turned around and he said, Spurs tactics are like on the playground. He said, Spurs look awful. And he said, Arsenal, I bet they couldn't believe. This is what he said. He said, I bet they couldn't believe when they came out second half just how easy they had it. The fact that the manager takes off two central midfielders and decides to play three number 10s in midfield, right? You turn around and you have to go, where's the thought process? What's your brain saying to you when you're at Arsenal? And by the way, we can cuss Arsenal all we want. They're the second best team in this country, right?
Savva teams are out.
Let me have a look. Okay, so the team is, hang on, have I got it here? Yes, I have.
Ian's going to jizz himself. He's going to absolutely jizz himself when he sees where
Oh my God, he is. The team today is Kinski in goal, Porro, Dragoshin, Davis and Spence.
Good.
With Sarr, Gray and Bergvall in midfield.
Excellent.
Kulu, Son and Maddison up front. So that's Austin on the bench, Reggie, Hardy, Ajayi, Ulasesi, Yang, Moore, Richarlison and Lancashire. So, Ian, I'm going to come to you because it looks like, unless he's going to play wing backs,
give Ian some tissues. Ian, just some tissues.
I can't believe it will. It looks like we're about to see Archie Gray finally finally on January the 19th play a game in midfield. How are you feeling, Ian? And please don't put your camera any lower.
I hope he doesn't have a stinker now.
Too late for that.
No.
Too late for that.
No. You've
Delighted.
told us he's the greatest midfielder since
Delighted.
Chancellor ever.
Not quite. No, excellent. That's the team that he should have picked. He's dropped Son out of form. Johnson out of form.
Son's up front.
Sorry, Son's up front.
Johnson's not fit.
Johnson's
No.
injured
on the bench.
Right, sorry. So him and Basuma aren't on the bench either, are they?
No.
That's right. So we're literally down to Richarlison in terms of established players on the bench. We've only got one and kids.
Him and Reggie.
And Reggie. That's it. So it is bare bones, isn't it?
But that team should be good enough to beat Everton, right? The number of players that are out on that pitch should be good enough to beat Everton.
Yeah, we should be. Should be.
Can I say though, that
how many games have we said that though this season?
Mate, I hear you.
If I'm David Moyes, I'm looking at that, and my team talk is get into them and lift them up in the air in midfield, because they've got a midfield three of Sarr, Graham, Bergvall. They've got a bunch of kids in the midfield, and that's where most games are won or lost. So if I'm David Moyes, I'm sending my players out to go and ruffle that entire midfield and get control of the game. That's where Everton have got one up on us. He's thrown Gray under a bus, really. He's starting him in the 6. There's no experienced players playing in midfield with him. He's got Bergvall and Sarr.
No,
not even a Benton call. Not even even Maddison's not in midfield. Maddison's up front on the left or the right side.
How he plays, we'll see over the next few hours. But in terms of being mentally strong, he'll be up for that. He'll be up for that still. You've seen how he's coped playing as a centre half. He's never played a competitive game at centre half before.
Yeah, but he played next to Dragusin, an experienced player. He's now going into midfield with no experience. There's no experience around him. I'm defending Gray. I'm saying I think he's been thrown under a bus a bit here.
He'll be fine. Listen, sometimes players have got to be thrown in and they sink or swim. You had United last season were rubbish most of the season. Kobe Mainoo came in and took the place by Stall. Let's hope Gray does the same. We'll be all right. We'll be okay. Don't worry. Everton are not that good. I think we have enough quality. If they turn up.
I watched David Moyes' first game against Villa. Villa were very lucky to get the win, and Everton missed chances. The only good thing about Everton is they've got no one up front that can score, like nobody. And famous last words now. But Everton, they gave Villa one hell of a game, and Villa are better than us, in my opinion. I just look at that midfield of Sarr, Gray, and Bergvall, and I think that's a very young, inexperienced midfield. And if you're David Moyes, you'll be telling your players, just ruffle that midfield, give them hell, because that's the heartbeat of the team, and it's a bunch of kids. So if we come out of this with the result, hats off to those young players in midfield.
Do you guys think there's any way in which he goes to a back three with that formation and has Spence and Porro as wing backs with Gray in a back three with Davies and Dragusin?
Truth. Well, he hasn't done. What have we played? We've played 59 league games since he started, and he hasn't played that system.
I'm just reminding.
It's listen. It's still made for a good system, but who's you have in midfield then? You have Sarr and Bergvall.
But I mean, other than that, look at this team. We talk about having players out injured. Well, the midfield is what people were crying out for. Youth project. Everyone was telling me, youth project. We're crying out for a youth project. Cool. Well, there you go. You've got your 3 young midfielders in there. Right? Your front 3, Son. Everyone's still telling me he's quality. Right? James Maddison, Kulusevski. They're not mugs. Right at the back, Porro. Dragusin's a Romanian centre-half. Everyone's been saying we need to get Davis back. Well, Davis is back now. Kinski, everyone's telling me he's great. That team has got to be taking 3 points from Everton today. If they don't, guys, if we do not take 3 points today, guys, are we in a relegation battle? Are we? I'm genuinely asking. I'm not saying we will go down, but we are in the bottom 6 of the Premier League right now. If Everton beat us, they then push that gap to, I think, 3 or 4 points. Would we be in a relegation battle if we don't win today?
No. If Ipswich lose today and we draw, then we're 9 clear.
Right.
And I wouldn't think we're in a relegation battle being 9 clear at this point in time. And if you win today, you win next Sunday, then you've got that nice big cushion, and then you can relax a bit. You're looking at a lower mid-table rather than a relegation dogfight.
Who are Ipswich playing today?
Oh, who have Ipswich got?
Ipswich are playing Man City at Ipswich.
Ooh.
You never know with City. You expect City to win that, though.
You would do.
You don't, I mean, Man City are now, 5 unbeaten? Like, I know they've drawn a couple, but they're now 5 unbeaten. They're starting to just go through the gears a little bit, and they're top 4 if they win tonight, by the way, Man City.
If the club's got anything about them, and if Solanke has got a long-term injury that's going to take him through to next season, they should be phoning up Ipswich tomorrow and saying, right, what do you want for Liam Delap?
Oh, Ian, you're deluded. We're not.
No, I'm saying, if this was a proper club, that's what they should be doing.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, though, is it? Never in a million years.
People like Moani, who have got a choice, who had a choice of Juventus,
it was never going to be Spurs,
and Man United, are never going to come to Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got to get a kid that's on the way up, because the established top players are never going to come to Spurs, because there's going to be other top clubs.
I think we are in a relegation battle if we don't win today, because we've got Leicester next, which now becomes a 6-pointer. I
mean, haven't they lost 7 in a row or something?
Yeah, 7
surely.
But the thing is, we've got Hoffenheim midweek, and we're down to the bare bones. So whatever the team that's playing tonight is going to play on Thursday, then they're going to play against Leicester, then they're going to play 3 days later against Augsburg, right? So if you look at that, you think, if we don't win today, that Leicester game's a 6-pointer. Then you look at the league games after Leicester. Brentford away, Man United at home, Ipswich away, Man City, Bournemouth, Fulham, Chelsea. They're the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games. That's a nightmare. And that's without me including the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup, and Europe again.
But you got Romero and Van der Ven back at the end of Jan.
Which Romero and Van der Ven have I got back, though? Have I got Romero and Van der Ven that everyone thinks are amazing, or the Romero and Van der Ven that have played together for a year and lost loads and loads of games? We lost. You know what I mean? Like, I keep hearing we want them back as though they're top centre halves. We lost a lot of games with those two. We lost a lot of games with them two at the back.
They're still our best 2 centre backs, Sav.
Sure.
They are, but they're not. But listen, Ian, the point I'm making is we've got a very, very, very difficult run coming up.
Yeah.
And if we lose today, I see a road of how we very quickly get sucked into a relegation battle. If we had, for example, if we had Southampton and maybe Crystal Palace at home and things like that, I'd say, okay, maybe we're all right. But our next games are literally Brentford, United, Ipswich, City, Bournemouth, Fulham, Chelsea. These are all teams that are doing well at the moment. The only time we really get a so-called easier game is April when we play Southampton and Wolves. But Wolves away, do you fancy us there?
But listen, I'm concerned everywhere. Look, I'm just going to read out the Everton team, and I believe that they're going to set up like this. I think it's a 4-3-3 with Pickford in goal, a back four of Tarkowski, O'Brien, Mikolenko, and Branthwaite. Looks like they've gone for the 3 experienced workhorses in midfield to match up with Decore, Idrissa Gueye, and Mangala. So again, lots of power, pace, energy in that midfield 3.
That's clever.
And then up front, well, the front three is Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Lindstrom, and Ndai. Now, when you look at that 11 on paper, I don't care who we've got injured. That 11 should not be beating Tottenham Hotspur. I don't care about the injuries. By the way, Everton have got 7 injuries today. We've got 9. They've got 7, right? So this is not like this is Everton's first choice 11. It's not our first choice 11. For me, no excuses. We've got to go there and win. Now, I need to get some super chats in, and then I want to show you guys something. Big up to Tony and AC, just chucking in a super sticker casually there. Thank you very much, my friend. I really, really do appreciate that, Tony. Thank you. Rob Frank, who's been a member for 8 months. Thank you for your support. So, start of the season, Ian is taking 0 of their 11. This is what I mean, Rob. I'm telling you. And before Stel came on, I'm not sure if he saw this or not. As I said, this is what, if I put Fulham's team, Bournemouth's team, Forest's team alongside ours at the beginning of the season, no one is taking their players over ours. That's why I know it's coaching. Big up to you, Rob. Tony and AC's come back in again and said Bournemouth haven't lost in 11 because they don't have a better squad. It's because they have a better manager who knows how to use his players. I completely agree. I know Ian doesn't. I completely agree, Tony. I completely agree with you. Thank you very much. Levy Towers, that's a great one. Levy Towers said, fans are waiting until we get our back 4 back. Is that the same back 4 that lost to Palace, lost from 2-0 up to Brighton? It's the manager that's the issue. Again, I completely agree with you. When talking about these players that are missing, we seem to forget. We had this conversation last year. They came back last year and we were worse than when they weren't playing. We seem to forget this a lot. Big up to you, Levy Towers. Aaron J has said, would Andrew have been sacked if he was after Poch? I believe he would have been. I believe we sacked Jose Mourinho for a hell of a lot less than this. We sacked Conte for a hell of a lot less. We sacked Nuno for a hell of a lot less. Thank you, Aaron. I agree with you. Ian JD said if we lose, it will be a 1.09 points per game. 0.5 points per game for the last 10 league games. Yeah, keep him in. Just keep him in. That's what we want, right? Let's just keep him in. Let's keep this. Fans seem to like him. Big up to you, Ian. Thank you very much. And then 7 said, big up the Sanctuary of 7, said, has gifted 1 Football Heritage TV membership. Thank you very much for that. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you, 7. Guys, I want to show you this. Just a couple of screenshots I wanted. One, I think you've both seen this, but this made me laugh. And it said, Dr. Tottenham, the current waiting room is Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who has not scored a goal since September the 14th, which, if I make that right, is what, 4 months? So this guy hasn't scored a goal for 4 months.
16 league games, Sav.
16 league games. There we go. Hoffenheim, we've got next. They're 16th in the Bundesliga. They haven't won since November the 23rd. So by the time we play them, that will be 2 months or 9 to 10 weeks without a win. Mm-hmm. Leicester, 1 away Premier League win this season. Guys, Dr. Tottenham is something we all laugh and joke about. Can you see any of these 3 things happening, guys? Do you think we're going to give Calvert-Lewin his first goal, Hoffenheim their first win, or Leicester another away win?
Well, here's the issue, right? We go back 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, and we were saying, this isn't good. There's something wrong, right? And what the fake optimists said was, but we're only 5 points off of top 4. Calm yourself down. Okay. 2 weeks after, we're only 9 points off of top 4. Things can change quickly in football. Calm yourself down. Now we're 13, 14 points off Champions League football. These fake optimists aren't speaking anymore. You're not hearing a single word out of them. Not even a pipe. Then we were told we're not going to get relegated. We're clear of the crowd. A week ago, we said, guys, this isn't looking good. We could get in a relegation battle. Calm yourself down. The fake optimists said this again. And then what happened last week? The mighty Man United, the worst Man United we've seen in, 3 decades, jumps above Tottenham after changing a manager. West Ham, who have been the laughing stock of the league after so many fans said, but look at the players they're signing, look at their transfer business, they're going to be great, and everyone laughed at them. They changed their manager. They've gone above us. We were told, Thomas Frank, you lot said he's the best. Look at Crystal Palace. They've gone above us. And now we are closing in on that relegation space. Every time this fake optimism speaks, the opposite happens, right? And whatever they try and justify, whatever excuse they give, we lose that excuse, so they create another one. We lose that excuse, let's create another one. Now the excuse you're hearing is, we're not going to get in a relegation battle. Stop that. I've been hearing this misleading information for over a year now. So to answer your question, Savva, can we lose to Leicester? Can we lose to Hoffenheim? Can we lose to Elfsborg? Can we allow Calvin Lewin to score his first goal? Absolutely we can. Yes, 100% we can. Do I think that will all happen? No. I think we will beat Leicester City. I think we'll beat Elfsborg. Hoffenheim could be tricky. And Calvin Lewin scoring a goal today, why not? One set piece, one header, why not? But I don't think that will all happen. But can it? Yeah. Because all the excuses and all the things we're told, but Calvin Lewin, he hasn't scored in 6 months. But Hoffenheimer 16th. But yeah, but look at us. Look at what we're doing. Look at Tottenham. Like, you got to look at us as well in the equation. Stop looking at them. We're not doing anything. So,
and in terms of Thursday night, just to bring you up to speed, Phil, Hoffenheim won yesterday 3-1, and they're now up to 15.
Of course, they got Spurs coming. Of course.
They won away. They won away to the club that was 17th. So,
but Ian, when we look at this table, I mean, Stella's right. I mean, you look at it. It was for ages. The excuse was, well, we're 3 points off the top four. What are you moaning about? You guys are negative. Then it was 5 points. Then it was 7 points. Then it was, we're only 10 points off top four. It's only 4 wins. We're now 7 points, Ian, off the top half. Forget top four. We're 7 points off the top half of the Premier League table. And people are going, I feel sorry for Ange. Right? People are also saying, and here's where we're going to have a debate, right? I'm guessing. People are saying Levy's done nothing to give him players in this window. I don't want this manager having any more say on who comes into this football club. I don't want this manager ruining any more players who come into this club. I don't trust him to develop them. I don't trust him to put them in their right position. I don't trust him to get the best out of them tactically. I wouldn't be giving this manager any more money either. And I think Danny's got it right. Danny said for a long time, big up Dan if you're in the chat, Danny has said he doesn't think we'll do a lot in this market. Right? Anything we do get will be a young player for the future. And then as soon as the transfer window's shut, it allows him to sack the manager and then say, okay, cool. Well, we've not wasted loads of money on a brand new manager. That's what I think.
That's right. You mean brand new players?
Yeah, on brand new. No, not waste any more money on a brand new manager. So if he brings in the manager now, if he had bought the manager in after Tamworth, you'd say, well, there's still 20 days of a transfer window, right? By not giving a new manager in when the transfer window's open, when it's shut, you say, right, that's what you've got. Make the best of it. That's my opinion anyway.
Well, I've got to tell you something. It's you can't be right for being wrong on this one. I personally wouldn't give Postecoglou any money to buy players.
No, me neither.
At all. The risk is that if these injuries continue and if our form doesn't pick up, then the loss to Levy, if Spurs happen to go down, is going to be a lot more than the money he's going to spend on a couple of players. And that's the risk. He's playing Russian roulette at the moment because at the moment we're in free fall still.
I know. I don't think Spurs will get relegated. I don't, not for a second. I do think we could easily be in a relegation fight. I don't think we'll get relegated, but I think we could be in that battle where it gets way too close for comfort. And the thing is, the problem you've got now is the big excuse is, what did sacking managers ever get us? Sacking managers doesn't work. But the counter to that is backing the wrong manager doesn't work. When did backing the wrong manager ever work.
That's
You know,
right.
we can't deny what Iriola, what Silva are doing, even Nuno, but especially Iriola because of the style of football. What he's doing with that Bournemouth team compared to what we're seeing at Spurs, they've spent a fraction of what Spurs have spent under Ange. And on top of that, I mean, Ian, you're better with these kind of stats and facts on transfers than I am. I don't remember Bournemouth ever spending 40, 50 million pounds on a single player.
No. Yeah, no, they don't. Because they haven't got it.
So Iriola, on a much tighter budget, spending far less on individual players and, you know, being at a much smaller club that pays less wages, he's doing magnificently compared to Ange, any which way you look at it. And by the way, I looked the other day, he was playing something like, he's got 4 or 5 players under the age of 21 that were playing regular in his squad as well. So he works with young players. He does really well with young players.
Are we talking Bournemouth?
Yeah, talking Bournemouth.
So this goes back to what you were saying earlier, Ian. You're saying, oh, clubs have overtaken us and been better in the transfer window. Again, I'll go back to this. If I'd said to Spurs, our summer transfer window is going to be Evan Nilsson, Sinisterra, Unau, Huson, Araujo, right? Paulson, Jefferson, Kepa, right? All of you would have gone mad at me. Savva, you're negative. Savva, you're toxic. Savva, these are shit players. This is the window we're talking about them having, which has elevated them to, what are they, 13 points above Spurs now?
Yeah, I mean, the first two, Sav, I would have said, thank you very much. They're good players. The rest of them I've never heard of. Now, that comes to scouting and recruitment and having a good scout.
Kepa was the Chelsea goalie, and you remember him.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry, yes, still. I'm just talking about outfield players.
Okay.
Yeah, no, of course, Kepa. But all the others, never know who they are.
And let's factor in that we gave them £65 million for their best player, apparently.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. So what they actually spent,
and we took their best player,
and they lost Lloyd Kelly as well.
They spent 113 million euros in that window, right? Of which 60 million quid we gave them, right?
Yeah.
Now I'll go back to my original point. Look who they lost. They lost Lloyd Kelly. They lost Mepham, like people that have been there for a while, done well, right? Philip Billing, right? Jadon Anthony, right? Look at this, right? If I had said to, this is where it goes back to Ian, the whole thing of why haven't Bournemouth got a better squad than Spurs? Because again, if I had put Bournemouth squad versus Spurs in the summer, none of you, not one Spurs fan, would have said. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we wouldn't have had the fan that said, "Oh, I like him," or "I like him." There's no way people are going, "Yeah, I want that 25 over our 25." There is, in the summer, Ian, I'm hearing that when fit, we've got the best back four in the country. Porro's the best right back in the league. Adogi's the best left back. People like you were going, oh, well, Graham Bergvall, magnificent signings. So if I'd said to you, sorry, would you swap Graham Bergvall for Huson and Sinisterra, for example? Everyone would have gone, no. But now, because they're well coached and because their manager's done a brilliant job, suddenly it's, yeah, but they've got better players than Spurs. Like, hang on. What? They've got better players than Tottenham. Their goalkeeper was mocked by everybody. Yeah, one of their centre-halves is 19 years of age, right? Their midfield is Christie from, where was Ryan Christie from? Scotland? Yeah, Cook from where? They've got, I mean, you know, that's just them. Like now, if I change that, right? Let's have a look. Another team that you said have been done better than us.
Savage, you know what it is? Savage, you know what it is, right?
Fulham.
Savva, do you know what it is? Fans at Spurs are so desperate, like really desperate for it to work with Ange, that they're incapable of saying, actually, this guy's flawed. Their desperation is blinding their ability to properly assess the manager. And that's what's happening at Spurs, where we're driven by desperation, not common sense. Even Levy's like that. Levy only buys players out of reactionism. He never actually goes and does things because it's planned or thoughtful.
But the thing is still, let me ask you this, Stel. If we had this Fulham squad, right? If we had this Fulham squad that are 9 points clear of us, by the way, if we had this Fulham squad and we were where we are in the league right now, 15th, no offense, but people like Ian and all those other fans saying this stuff would still be saying, yeah, but look at our players, they're not good enough. That's what we do. But the difference is these managers like Silva, right? These managers like Silva and Iriola are coaches. They are going, right, how do I get the best out of what I've got? How do I get an actual cohesive team shape and unit? We just constantly go, oh, Basuma. Let's be brutally honest, right? I don't care what anyone says. Basuma is not worse than the central midfielders of all of those clubs. He is not. He is not. He is not. Bentancur is not worse than the midfielders of Fulham, of Forest, of... But you know what? If he went and played for them, he'd be played properly. If Basuma went and played for Iriola, he would let him do what he does as a footballer. He wouldn't have him as the DM telling him to cover the fullbacks and start off play. It's madness. And look, if we look at here, Fulham, Fulham signings in the transfer window, right? Again, I remember saying to people, I'd love Joachim Anderson. People go, no, he's not as good as Van der Ven or Romero. Okay, cool. Emil Smith-Rowe, he's crap. There's a reason why Arsenal letting him go.
I wanted Smith-Rowe.
Standberg, from relegated Burnley. Look, Jorge Cuenca from Villarreal. Ryan Sessegnon from Tottenham. That's their transfer window, Ian. And they're 9 points above us. Why?
Yeah.
Look who they lost. They lost one of their main centre-halves, Adebayo. They lost their main midfielder, João Palhinha.
Do you know,
why?
In last season, I was one of the fans that said Ange gets a free pass for 1 year, right? This was just my take. I said he's lost Harry Kane 5 days before the season starts. We haven't brought in a proper replacement. We've never had a team without Kane in about 9 years. I'm going to give him a year. He gets 1 year. Whatever happens, happens. But next season, I need to see something. I need to see some progression. And the way we fell off in the first season scared the hell out of me. The way we collapsed scared the hell out of me because we were playing 1 game a week. And we went into the summer and I was saying, guys, this team needs major surgery. He's already brought in 10 players. I'm not convinced. We need to fix that first team. I just want to see players that go into the first team. Forget the bench, forget subs. I need starting experience.
Yeah.
And then we finished the summer window and he came out and said, I'm happy with the squad. I'm like, right, this is on you now then. This has to be on you. And then what I've seen this season is a mismanagement of what players he's put in the Europa squad, which has then led to us not being able to rotate in Europa, which has affected the Premier League. He hasn't introduced the youngsters properly. He's been forced into it because of injury. Tactically inept. When we're up against it and we're struggling, he doesn't know how to change it. Forget when we're 3-0 up, 2-0 up. When it's all going wrong, what can you do? He hasn't shown anything to me. He's rushed players back that's led to further injuries. Too many hamstring injuries because of his training methods. The evidence is backed up by this happened at Celtic as well. So where he got that free pass with me, I'm now looking at him now and I'm thinking, you really can't handle this situation. This is a disaster. So I gave him the free pass. I gave him the benefit of the doubt because I knew any manager that came to Spurs that would take over without Kane in that first year, they just need a bit of time. This season, he hasn't shown me that we've improved. He's shown like these flashes of goodness, Man City away, Liverpool in the Carabao Cup. But unfortunately, you also lost to Ipswich at home with your full-strength squad. You lost to Crystal Palace away with your full-strength squad. You bottled a 2-0 lead away at Brighton and you failed to adapt. So he got the year's grace with me, but this year there's no grace. There's none.
Still, this is Brentford. This is Brentford who are 4 or 5 points clear of us. Look at them. They've lost their top goal scorer. They've lost their best goalkeeper. Right? They've lost their number one striker, their number one goalkeeper. They brought in Thiago, by the way, who hasn't played a minute of football for them. He got injured in pre-season. Sepp van den Berg, who was a player surplus to requirements at Liverpool. Fabio Carvalho, who hardly plays. Who's Gustavo Nunes? Magoma. Look at this. This is what they did in their summer window. Why are they above us? We can't just sit there and say all these other clubs strengthened and Spurs didn't. These clubs didn't. These clubs haven't brought in all of these top players to go above us. They've got managers that coach.
Still, this is a three-way split for responsibility. This is Levy, Ange, and the players. And I've been saying that for the last few weeks. Levy hasn't backed the manager. The manager's totally clueless. And the players this year have underperformed. And because of that, this is where we are.
Sure, but you do agree we shouldn't be 15th in the Premier League table? Like, whichever way we look at it, no matter how bad and how much we hate Daniel Levy, bearing in mind, Stell is one of the original Levy out campaign, let's protest people.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I've probably really underdone your job title there, Stell, but, right, we've got even Stell, who has always said, and me and him have had countless rows down the years because he will back managers because he always says, this is purely Levy. Even Stell's going, nah, this is one manager too far where he's just, we can't blame all this on Levy. I can't blame Daniel Levy for us being 15th in the Premier League table. When I see clubs a lot smaller than us with less transfer budgets, lesser players higher up in the table, and not by 2 or 3 points. Bournemouth or what? Bournemouth are on 30. They're 13 points clear of Tottenham Hotspur with 10 injuries. That's embarrassing.
Sav, when you neglect a business, you get away. We were talking about this earlier. You can be lucky for so long. Levy had got a get out of jail card with Martin Yole, Harry Redknapp, Poch, Modric, Bale, latterly Harry Kane, carried the club for several years. Doesn't have those anymore. He's brought in Scott Munn, who is not a football person, who brought in Ange, who is totally out of his depth here. And Ange hasn't strengthened the team, hasn't brought in the right players for this club since he's come in. And this is what you get, a team in freefall. You know, at the end of the day, you cannot run a club and he's moved the goalposts now with his business model even further away from football by getting involved in all other areas and cutting down the wage bill. So
let me ask you a question.
It's no surprise that the football side is diving.
Sure, but let me ask you a question. If tomorrow you woke up, if we all wake up tomorrow and we go, right, Ange Postecoglou's been sacked, right, and Spurs have implemented Pochettino, Iraola, right? By the way, I'm not even going for world-class managers here. I'm going for good coaches, right? Are you telling me if we implemented Iraola tomorrow that things wouldn't change, that we wouldn't see some tactics, we wouldn't see a difficult team to beat? Now, I'm not saying in one game. I'm not saying like one game. Are you telling me over 5-10 games we wouldn't start to see a change in how we're set up and philosophy?
Well, in 15, 16 games left, I would be hoping to get up to probably around 8th, because you're only going to catch up so many points with the right manager in 16 games, aren't you? Particularly, we've got Chelsea away, Liverpool away, we've got City at home to come, we've got Villa away. We've got some difficult games.
No, I agree with you. By the way, what's terrible, Ian? There's over 1,000 people in here and only 279 likes. That has really got to change. Guys and girls, can we get to 400, 450 right now, please? Because that is absolutely shocking. We've got 1,024 people in here and only 279 likes. Please do subscribe if you haven't already. And please pray for a Fiorentina goal. They are the first team in my ACCA. And Fiorentina are 1-1. And they will have played against Torino with 10 men for an hour. So they've gone all Spursy on me, Fiorentina. Still, is part of the problem?
I'm hearing Brennan Johnson's out for a while.
I mean, of no significance to me at all. Brennan Johnson not being in the 11, I genuinely think he's terrible.
I know, but he's a player we could at least play in Europe though, instead of having to play the first team, isn't it? So,
mate, I agree. Look, you've got to ask the question. Still, why have we got so many injuries? Why? Like, I've never known this before. Why have we got so many? This can't just be bad luck, can it? That we've got so many injuries.
I think some of it is forced. Some of it is unlucky. Like Bukario's injury is unlucky. Ben Bentancur having concussion. That's but I think these Johnson, Solanke, hamstrings. I think Ian summed it up the best when he said we're always playing in fifth gear. We never drop and play in third gear for a bit of the game. It's always 100 mile an hour, fifth gear. When you're playing on what they call it, red line, when you're playing on that red line,
the red zone,
you're gonna it's like driving a car at your foot's down on the gas. You never ever drop below 150 miles per hour. At some point, the engine's going to overheat and you're going to blow a gasket, right?
Or you're going to crash.
Yeah, or you're going to crash. So we're crashing. I don't think all the injuries, but too many. A significant number is.
Well, as we say, still the problem is that he pushes their bodies too far, and the human body is geared up. Usain Bolt doesn't train at the intensity. I'm sure that these guys are geared up to peak at a certain time. Ange has the training is built up for all of these athletes. It doesn't happen with us. They are athletes. You've got to build them up. Sometimes you've got to cut back. But he has them training at the same level on a Monday as on a Thursday. It's absolutely crazy, and you just can't do it. You've got to tailor it accordingly to give players' bodies a chance to recover. He's not doing that. So ultimately, the cumulative effect is that they go into the red zone more and more, and then sooner or later, their body breaks down. And the amount of sprinting that players do, your hamstring's going to be the first one to. It's going to be the first one to go. Hence, all the hamstring muscle injuries that we're having, and that's what you got. And the biggest crime, as I said at the beginning of the show, is that Levy stood there with his hand on his backside doing sweet FA, looking at all these players getting injured. Why isn't he going down and talking to the medical team and saying, right, guys, I'm paying a lot of money to these players to be on the pitch. They're not on the pitch. Why aren't they on the pitch? What's going on? What is the actual reason? Okay, fine. The muscle injury happened at that moment, but what's behind it? What has led up to this injury? What are we doing wrong that we can change to stop all these players getting injured? It doesn't appear that he's doing that, because if he would have done, then it would have gone back to Ange and the training, and then it would have been stopped. But from what I'm hearing, it's madness. It's just chaos. It's mad.
Ian, do you know what? See, linking to what you've said, Terry O'Shea makes a good point. Spence and Reggie aren't in the Europa Cup squad. So you look at this team now. Good point, Terry, by the way. On Europe midweek, Reggie and Spence can't play. No. So that pushes us again. Again, Spurs are going to be pushed to the brink. And this is the knock-on effect.
Well, Bentancur will come back and Gray will go to left back. Or Davis will go to left back and Gray will be his centre back. And that's how they'll get out of.
Yeah, so Gray never gets a break now. He's every game Archie Gray. He's gonna pull up eventually, isn't he?
But isn't a worry, guys? Sorry to both of you. Isn't a worry though that we talk a lot now about we can't rotate because of this, that, the other, because players are injured. But when the players were fit, he wasn't rotating anyway.
That's the point.
This has to come into play, right? Like we're all sitting here, not you two, but we're sitting here and going, oh, but if he had X, Y, and Z available, so and so gets a rest. When have we ever seen him do that in the year and a half he's been at the club? When the other day against Tamworth, you're thinking, put Jed Spence at right back. Put Jed Spence at right back. Jed Spence is on the bench. Pedro Porro's playing the game. So even when the players are available to rotate against the likes of Tamworth, he doesn't do it.
Savva, play Lancashire up front so Solanke gets a break and doesn't get injured in training. Maybe.
I agree. You had a chance to give Dominic Solanke a full 120 minutes off, obviously not knowing it was going to be 120 minutes against Tamworth. Yeah? He's bringing him on because we can't play Lancashire youth project against Tamworth, who was 16th, 15th in the National League. And that's what I think there's a lot of revisionism now about this manager, about, well, he hasn't got the options for this, for that. but he didn't do it when he did have the options. Jed Spencer's been available all year to him, guys. All year. And Udogie and Porro ran into the ground. So I just don't know how much of this is him, how much of it is stubbornness. I don't know how much of this is on Levy. But if you are Levy, like you've agreed, Ian, if you're Levy, I'm looking at this and going, I'm not giving this manager money. Like, I wouldn't give this manager another penny to spend. I wouldn't.
I don't believe.
Can I say Scott Collier? Is it Scott Colliver in the chat saying he rotated against Fulham in the League Cup last season and lost? No, he didn't rotate. He changed the entire starting 11.
He changed the entire team. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But rotating is you give 1 or 2 free players a rest, and then maybe bring them back, and then rotate another 2 or 3. Changing the whole team is not rotating.
And the reason I think for that, Scott, was the pre-season was smashed to pieces. There was a game cancelled in the Far East, and Ange wanted to see other players, and we didn't have Europe, remember. So Ange wanted to see other players in a competitive game.
He underestimated the Premier League teams, Ian. He underestimated the Premier League teams.
Well, we only lost on penalties. Still, we only lost on penalties. I know Fulham made 5 changes that day as well, but it was a decent performance, and we went out on penalties. But you think to yourself, if you've got a serious, proper manager,
Ian, we were terrible that day.
Hang on, still, hear me out. If
I remember this because I was in Cyprus that day. I was doing the show from Cyprus. I remember this game. We were awful. Davinson Sanchez had a stinker, and he missed a penalty, and then we sold him the next day.
I understood the logic still behind changing and looking at players in a competitive game because he didn't have Europe. But unfortunately went out. We could have won. If Vicario or Kinsley had been in goal at the time, would have probably won.
You need to look at all of them in one go. Do you need to look at every single player in one go?
Isn't that what training is for? Isn't that what pre-season was for?
Well, pre-season was a bit of a mess up, unfortunately.
I know, but
the club didn't arrange it properly. Like beginning of last season, it was a complete screw up.
But surely, Ian, in that Fulham game, you go, right, I'm going to drop 4 players and I'm going to give 4 players a go. So I've still got the 7 nucleus of my best 11. Ange changes the entire team, I think, other than Van der Ven, if I'm not wrong. He changes the entire 11 other than Van der Ven, maybe one other.
Yeah,
and then we're going, but he had to look at them. Like, but he's with them all day, every day in training. He's with them all day.
Sam, training and matches are different. They are different.
Sure, but listen, Ian. Listen,
I get it. When I made 9 changes,
Ian,
I've made 5 or 6.
Ian, I don't mind him using the match to check out players, but don't check out 11 in one hit.
Well,
bring 4 in 5. Right, let's have a look at them, and then the next game I'll bring another 2 or 3. Let's have a look at them. He did a whole mass change in one go. Right, I'm going to look at you all in this one-off game. You've never all played together. Off you go. Of course we went out the cup.
He wasn't going to change. Listen, the run we were on at the beginning of last season in the league, he was going to keep an unchanged team, wasn't he? 8 wins, 2 draws. You don't start breaking up a winning team and changing.
But we didn't play Fulham after 8 wins and 2 draws. We played Fulham at the beginning of. It was before the transfer window. In fact, it was before the transfer window ended because we sold Sanchez the next day.
That's right. We played 3 league games, I think, at that stage.
There was no run for him to say, "Oh, I'm not going to think. I don't want to, disrupt this." Yeah. It was just madness. Listen, he did a madness. He underestimated the Premier League teams. He got caught. He made up an excuse. Well, I had to see everyone. No, you didn't. And since then, he's never done it again. He's never done that again. He's taken all the cups a bit more seriously this year because he's realised.
Well, no, hang on. Still, he made 9 changes for Ferencváros.
Yeah, but they are. Okay, I mean, there's a difference between
European Farmers Leagues. Yeah, look, he should have done that for Tamworth as well. I still think he should have played the other 12 months against Tamworth.
No. That was embarrassing last week. That was.
So I'm going to ask the question again. So in the last week, we've had a really embarrassing performance against Tamworth.
Yeah.
We've had a really, not that we lost. It's not that I'm not angry that we lost the North London derby. I'm just angry that I've never seen a North London derby where Arsenal wanted it so much more than we did.
Yeah.
But their players were just so up for it. So we've had crap at Tamworth, crap against Arsenal. Guys, if he loses today, and it comes back to this comment, which I thought was quite an interesting question from the John Cooper show. I said, would you take Spurs getting relegated? Oh, sorry, that's not the one I wanted to read out. I'll come back to this one, John. Sorry, that's not what I want to get relegated. Somebody in the chat, by the way, said, sorry, John. Somebody in the chat said, if you lose today, but it meant Ange being sacked in the morning, would you take the defeat? Now, obviously, we don't know. I would never say yes to that because I don't trust that we would sack him. But if you ask me right now, right, we're going to lose to Everton today, but 100% we've got a new manager tomorrow, I would take it because I'm embarrassed by this manager.
Yeah, I've got to say something. We're going to end up with players like Hardy and Olusesi in the team soon because these injuries are not abating. They're getting worse.
Hang on. Van der Ven and Romero are back in like a week.
No. So the answer is yes. I'd definitely take a defeat if he went, because if he carries on, Sav, you'll get players coming back, but you get more players going out. You'll never get a settled team. It's going to be a joke if he stays.
Listen, bring in Allardyce or Sean Dyche. They can save us. They can save us from relegation, man. They're season pros. Look, I
should never have been appointed.
I've already said, I don't know. I'm second thinking this. Yes, I would. I'd change him.
It's just now. Let's remove it from. Would you take the defeat? Let's play hypotheticals. We'll do the lose and then we'll do the win. If we lose today, guys, we end the weekend in 15th place. Okay, it will be 24 points from 22 games. We'll be 4 points above Everton. 4 points above Everton. Could potentially be 5 points above Wolves and Ipswich, depending if they win their 2 games this weekend.
No, Wolves are lost. Or Wolves are playing. Are Wolves playing?
They must be. They've only played 21 games.
Fair enough.
Right?
Aren't Wolves playing Man United?
No, Man United are playing Brighton at Man United.
Tomorrow night, I think Wolves are.
So if we lose and we end this weekend 22 Premier League games in, 24 points, a 1.09 point per average per games, guys, how can anybody in the fan base in the meet, how can anyone then at all justify this man keeping his job? Because I'm at the stage, guys, I'm gonna double load this question. I'm at the stage where people will say, if he wins a cup, does he stay in? For me, I don't even care if we win the League Cup. If we finish 15th in that table, that is just papering over what is a very worrying manager. If we won that League Cup now, I'm not saying I don't want to win it. That is just going to paper over how shit this manager is. Thoughts?
I'd take the League Cup and sack him anyway.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed, Ian.
No, it's not a formula for going forwards. I mean, the way I see it at the moment is that this reminds me of the mid-70s when we were really poor. We scraped out on the last day of the season from relegation. We had a middle of the road, very average season the following year when we finished 11th, and the following year after that we went down. So, with this added business model of now not going for any top players, not paying any top wages, and I mean loyalty that is beyond logic now from Levy towards Ange. If we don't go down this season, if it doesn't change, we'll go down next season because the club's in freefall. And would I take? Can I just jump onto the post that you just had? Would I take relegation this year if it meant Enoch going? I think yes, because if Enoch stayed for another 10 or 15 years, guys, we're going down anyway, and we're just going to be we're going to end up, I don't know, like a Forest were for 16 years, stuck in the Championship. We desperately need new owners. This isn't just about Ange and his training and his bad recruitment, etc., etc., etc. This starts at the top. And as I said before, he's got out of jail, Levy, for 20 odd years because of certain managers and players. And he's been very, very lucky. Where would we have been without Kane? Think about that. And that's the problem.
By the way, sorry. It's comments like this. Sorry, my wife just made me some toast because I haven't eaten anything all day. It's comments like this where you've just got to look and go, naysayers. We're 15th in the table, gentlemen. Even if we win today, do you know where we go if we win today?
12th.
Right, we'll go 12th on goal difference if we win today. Right? And we got people saying naysayers. How? But for me, by the way, for Ange to prove me wrong, that isn't winning today at Everton. That should be a given. For Ange to prove me wrong, in the last 17 games of the season, you've got to win 9 or 10 of them and only lose 1 or 2 for him to prove me wrong. But you know what will happen if we beat Everton today, guys? Still, you know what will happen if we beat Everton today, don't you? You know it.
Yeah. They'll praise it as some kind of cup final victory, and that we're not naysayers, we're correct sayers. We correctly predicted this. We said it 6 months ago. We said it 3 months ago. We said it all during December. And like I said, excuses, but we're only 5 points off Champions League. We're only 8 points off Champions League, but we're in this cup. Oh, but we're not going to get relegated. Oh, we're not near the relegation zone now. We are. Oh, but look at Man United. They changed their manager. How's that work for them? They've gone above us. Oh, but West Ham are a joke. Don't compare us to West Ham. They're above us. Thomas Frank, you said he's great. They're above us. I mean, at the end of the day, we're correct sayers. We said this was going to happen. And I'll say it now. We're not going to the Carabao Cup final. We're going to rock up to Anfield with a 2-bob team that hasn't been strengthened in this window, and Liverpool are going to dunk on us. Did you see the spirit in that camp yesterday at Liverpool? Did you see the mentality of that club? They smell blood. They threw the kitchen sink at it and got it over the line. Listen.
It's a proper club with owners who embrace the history and the traditions.
It's a different animal. We're going to go to Anfield and get a result? I don't think so.
Football ground. They all sing. You're on a different. It's worlds apart from where Tottenham are. And the South Stand don't sing anymore. It's dreadful. It's the away fans have stopped singing
because listen, fans have given up, and like Maz said, they've waved the white flag. They've literally done this. They've done this. Surrender, like doing Real Madrid. They've surrendered. Right. They've surrendered. The problem is, we don't want to protest. We don't want to boycott. Fine. Well, you don't want to sing Ange out. You don't want to turn against the manager. Instead, we sing his name at 5-1 down against Chelsea. Against Liverpool. I don't know what our fans actually want. If you want Levy out, you're doing nothing about it. If you want Ange out, you're doing nothing about it. So I actually believe fans want the ownership and they want Ange because they've not done anything about it. So you can't moan when we're 15th, or you can't be upset. You've got to say, well, this is what you wanted. Savva, I'm going to coin, I've already coined it, but Savva's phrase, you've got the club you deserve. This is what you deserve. If you're going to back Ange, then you have to accept this. Don't moan about it. If you're going to not protest, not boycott, not say Enoch out, Levy out, then you need to accept that we're a 15th and maybe in a relegation battle in 2-3 weeks' time. So I don't understand when people say you naysayers. But we said this was going to happen if you keep the manager. We said it's going to happen if you keep this ownership. We said this is going to happen if you sign average players that you've overhyped. We said to all the people that predicted at the start of the season, I can see Spurs getting top 4. I really can see. In fact, I see a way we can maybe sneak third. We said to those people, you're deluded. You're absolutely out of your minds. Now, they're the ones on Twitter saying things like, I'm still Ange in, and if Iraola came to Spurs, do you really think it would change? Yeah, I do. I really do think it would change. Not to the extent we want, because Levy and Enoch are here, but we wouldn't be 15. But we're naysayers. We don't know what we're saying. I don't know. Okay.
Sam, can I read out this tweet that I sent to both of you on the groups this morning?
Go for it, man.
This sums it up. This couldn't be actually better phrased. Cancer parasite of an owner not doing his duty. Horrific man management by a totally inept, moronic, unqualified manager. Spineless fans who never called out the owners. This is on you. Gutless players, you have the club you deserve. There isn't any more, to be honest, is there?
I would change the word cancer for toxic or poison, because that's probably. But I get what he's getting at. Listen, I agree with everything he said, but one choice of word I would change.
Yeah,
he's killing the soul of the club. Cancer kills. He's killing the soul of the club.
Yeah. But look, let's leave the cancer word away, please, from shows. I don't want to be associated with that. Right. But I get these sentiments, right?
They will target us for saying that.
The thing for me is, as I've said, as a YouTuber, what annoys me, first and foremost, by the way, I'm a football fan. I hate it when people say, "Oh, the online fans." Well, I'm a football fan. It doesn't matter whether I'm online or not. I'm a fan. What I love is it's the revisionism. I keep using that word, guys. People knew this was our squad going into the season.
Exactly.
Right? People knew Daniel Levy was our chairman going into this season. People knew that we'd signed youth players going into this season and Dominic Solanke. But yet they all still sat there and went, third, title challenge, and is brilliant in his second season. When it hasn't materialised, now all of a sudden it's, but what can Ange do with his hands tied? Well, hang on, you knew this. You knew, not you, Ian, but fans knew this. You all knew this at the beginning of the season and all came out with these ridiculous comments. Solanke's going to get 25 league goals this season. Spurs are scary. Spurs transfer policy is scary. Spurs blah, 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 blah. But now it's changed to, you know what? Well, we didn't really sign a player we wanted. Well, hang on. In the window, when we signed Odegaard, people were doing cartwheels. Now, but we signed him a crap winger from Burnley. Well, hang on. Whoa. In the summer, that wasn't the narrative. In the summer, Solanke was perfect for Ange Ball. Now it's, but we don't play to Solanke's strengths. Well, hang on, which one is it? Like, I get that we move and adjust our opinions based on evidence, but this is what makes me laugh. The same very people that were calling, and Stella and I get it worse than most, I think. The same very people that were having a go at Stella and I, everything we said's come true. Everything, but we're naysayers. We're negative fans. We're toxic. Maybe these people are toxic. Maybe the people that don't understand football. Maybe the people that just say, we're in a title race. We're going to do top three. You don't know, Ange. Ian, you don't know, Ange. What Ange does in his second season. Where are all these people now that they've been wrong about?
You don't know, Ange. You don't know.
Absolutely everything they've been wrong about. All these, no offense, because there's some brilliant Australians that watch my show. All these Australians going, well, what you guys don't get is what Ange has done at every other club in his second season. In his second season, he's trying to take us into a relegation battle.
They don't know Spurs. They don't know the Premier League. They don't know how it works. They don't understand how transfers work in the club and what managers need to demand.
Sorry, just quickly. Sorry, I've got to. It's just at Savva. It's a fact of matter that you contribute nothing to Spurs. You got nothing on a match-going fan. Can't lecture them or think you know better than them as you're sitting always in the comfort of your home. Zuno, I'm 42 years of age. I was going to Spurs since about the age of 2 or 3 for about 35 years. I've made a decision to stop going to Spurs because I hate Daniel Levy and I don't want to give him money, right? I'm not lecturing match-going fans, but any match-going fan that has been telling me how great we are and Ange is this, it's not about lecturing them. They've been wrong. They've been very, very wrong. Yeah. So when you're saying I'm sitting in the comfort of my home, why on earth do I want to go and pay 90 odd quid to go and watch Ange Postecoglou manage my football team and give 90 odd quid to Daniel Levy? Why would I do that right now? Why? Yeah. Why would I do that? So Zuno, when you're saying I've got nothing compared to those fans, why not? Why? Because I've made a stand against it. Because I've made this stand against giving this terrible owner my money. Listen, it is what it is. Break the bank for Gyökeres. Kenneth, I hate to break it to you. Gyökeres is not going to come to Tottenham. We're not going to pay his wages. We're not going to offer the 70, 80 million to get him. And let's be brutally honest. If Victor Gyökeres is available in the market, Stella and Ian, I don't know what you think. If his agent touts him out in Europe, there's going to be a few better clubs than Tottenham Hotspur that want to buy Gyökeres, right?
Be about 30 better clubs that would probably would go for him before us. Seriously, guys, listen. I want these players at Spurs. I'm used to watching Hoddle's, Klinsmann's, you know, even more recently, like people like Modric.
Dembele.
Yeah, that's right. But we're never going to get these players. You just don't realise what standing these owners have given our club. We used to be a major force. We were one of the big five, and these owners have come in, and they've neutered the club down to nothing. There's no museum. There's no statues. They're not interested in the history and traditions of our club. And this is where we are now. We've had one world-class player in the last 25 years, and that's maybe two. Bale was 5 million. Sorry, 3. Modric was 15 million. Kane came through the academy. We didn't buy these top players like a Gyökeres, because we just don't do that. That's not what Spurs do. That's not what Levy does. That's not the elite business model. Let's stop dreaming about all these top players coming to Spurs. You know, let's just make sure we stop this free fall towards relegation. That's more important than anything else. And what player is going to look at a team heading the way we're going in the transfer window and say, you know, great, I'll go and join them. Maybe I'll be playing QPR Millwall next year. You know, come on, let's start thinking sensibly. So
I'm not laughing at you. I'm not laughing. I'm just laughing because we say the same thing every week. Like every week we say the same thing and it gets worse. I'm just looking at the team lineup again, and we've lost Solanke.
Yeah,
like we've lost our main striker. Johnson, who is shit, but he gets the odd goal. He's
our leading goal scorer for all that.
Basuma's out. Bentancur, probably our best technical midfielder, he's out. No Romero, no Van der Ven, no Odepa, no Werner. He's shit, but he's a body. No Dogi, no mate. Every week there's another. Do you know what? I was saying this last show on Monday. When was it? No. When did we play our last game, Ian? Arsenal.
Yeah.
In the Arsenal post-match show, I was saying how I don't care if players come back because we're going to lose more. 2 come in, 2 go out. One comes in, 1 goes out. We're never going to fix this because the amount of games that we're playing, where's the respite to prevent any more injury? We're gonna induce more. We're going to further succumb to more injuries because of the games that we're playing are thick and fast. So It's great. You bring this one back. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Davies pulls up today because we've rushed him back. I would not be surprised if Ben Davies goes off injured.
I hope not.
Then he'll have to put Archie Gray back into centre back, and then who goes in midfield? Maddison. Then he's going to have to bring on Richie left. I don't know. It's going to be. You can just see it. We need to get a couple of early goals. If we can get a couple of early goals, we can win it. If we can get a couple of early goals, we can win this game. I think the longer it goes 0-0, it becomes a game Everton will fancy.
Well, they had a very good run. Was it last month where they drew with Chelsea, Arsenal, Man City? So the recent form isn't terrible. Those 3 results are good results for Everton.
They were good against Villa the other night, Ian. I'm telling you, they were good. They just couldn't finish their dinner. I think if we get a couple of goals early, this game's done. But the longer it goes 0-0, honestly, Everton will fancy it. They really will, and the fans will get behind them for it, and we will get nervous. And plus, the other problem we've got is we're running on empty. We're running on fumes. So the last kind of 30, 25 minutes of the game, you're going to start seeing Kulu absolutely shattered. Porro making mistakes because he's shattered. You're going to see a lot of players just knackered. Son, he'll fall apart. And then you're looking at the bench, and it's literally Richarlison, and that's it. Then now it's over to the under-18s.
You got Mikey Moore on the bench, haven't we?
Mikey Moore, yeah. He's coming back off a 2-month injury. You don't want to just throw him into, you know.
Can I say something? Sorry about that, guys. My something I had to do. I've been in Liverpool for the last couple of days, and I went around Goodison Park, went around Anfield. Actually did the Anfield tour because I went with a Liverpool fan of a Liverpool mate of mine who wanted to do the tour. And like you were saying earlier, Ian, the nostalgia and the feeling when you're at Anfield and you're doing that tour is everything is winning. Everything is football, football, football. It is. I've done the Spurs tour, and the Spurs tour, whilst you go, wow, this is beautiful and it's amazing, it's not got that cauldron of football about it, right? No. It's got that, hey, this is 2025. Look how shiny we are. That's even when we went down the road to Goodison Park. Now, I've been to Goodison Park a few times as an away fan. You, Ian, you've done it. I'm sure you've done it. I'm sure you've all done Everton. Pokey little stadium, right? All the little houses down the little back roads. Yeah. You know, all around the outside, they've got all their history with ex-players and signings and managers. And you just felt like it was just football, pure football. Anyway, spoke to a lot of Everton fans, a lot of Liverpool fans. And I asked them, what do you think of, what do you think of Spurs? What do you think of Ange? And the Everton fans were all like, meh. And I was like, right, so even though we're above you and you've been in trouble the last few years, and they said, yeah, but the first guy said to me, if Ange tried to play your football at Everton, we'd be relegated by now. Like, that's the first thing this guy said to me. We'd be relegated. If he tried to play that football at a club that hasn't got the resources, he's going to get relegated. The Liverpool fans were laughing, like saying, listen, like they were saying, I'll tell you what, lad. They kept calling me lad. Tell you what, lad. If we were 15th, if we had this run of form, our fans would have hounded out this manager a long time ago. Right, so they were all saying it's about standards. And isn't that worrying that I've gone to two sets of fans that don't have a rivalry with Spurs? It's not like I'm speaking to Arsenal and West Ham fans and Chelsea fans, and they're all sitting there going, "Well, you've gone backwards, haven't you?" Yeah, say, listen, you're good to watch because we don't support you, but we'd be fuming if it was our own club. That's really damning, isn't it, guys? That's really damning that these fans are saying that. And this is Everton. This is a team that have been struggling the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, we're just not a proper football club. I mean, I've been to 4 grounds in the last 9 months that I could say you just wish it was our ground. I went to Anfield, went to Newcastle, and in December last month went to Rangers and Forest. And the atmosphere that those fans create is just on a different level to our fans. Our fans at Forest and Arsenal didn't even hardly sing.
I think fans have given up, Ian. I think our fans have given up
completely
because under Poch, the atmosphere was brilliant. The old White Hart Lane was rocking. The old White Hart Lane would be an absolute joy to attend on a match day. It was fucking great. Even when the new stadium opened and we had that Champions League run, it was good. Even that little buzz of when Conte got us back into top 4, that's the best North London derby atmosphere I've ever been to when we beat Arsenal 3-0. That was fantastic. Electric. But now, mate, I don't go to games. I don't give a shit. People say to me, but still, don't you miss it? I'm like, the only thing I miss is meeting up with fellow Spurs friends or just have a drink and catch up. But the actual day itself, nah. It's terrible. It's terrible. The fans have accepted it. That's the bit that bothers me. It's the fact that fans have accepted it, and I can't be around that because I just find it very.
Yeah.
I'm disconnected from that. But
I wish I could be.
I've got to go to mix. The game's about to start, guys.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you to quickly before I do. Everybody, start putting your final score predictions in the chat, please. Don't just say 1-0 or 2-1. Let me know to who. Stel, Ian, I'm going to boot you. Say thank you, whatever it is. Give me a score prediction before you go, gents. Tottenham away at Everton, 15th versus 16th.
Gray in midfield. I'll change it 2-1 Tottenham. Go on.
Wouldn't have it any other way. So Ian's going 2-1 Spurs. Stel?
Gray midfield, 3-0 Everton. No.
I tell you
1-1. 1-1.
People will be coming for you tonight, Ian, if Gray has a mare. Guys, thank you very much. You've got the link for half-time when we're 3-0 down. Guys, see you later. Thank you very much for coming on. Really appreciate you both. Great football chat as always. Guys and girls, you have got to let me know your score prediction. By the way, the Everton team, O'Brien, Tarkowski, Branthwaite, Mikalenko is the back 4 with Mangala Adrissa Gay and Decore as a midfield three. It'd probably help if I did this, wouldn't it? And then presented. And then they've got Lindstrom, Undai, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Hopefully I've done this correctly. There we go. Perfect. We're good to go. And their benches, Virginia, Begovic, Patterson, Keane, Harrison, Beto, Young, Armstrong, and Sheriff. Oh, hang on. I'm having a nightmare here. Tottenham are Antonin Kinski in goal, making his third start for the club. Pedro Porro, fourth start. Pedro Porro, Dragoshin, Davis, and Spence. Papa Sarr, Archie Gray, and Bergval, which we think will be a midfield three, but we'll see in a minute. And Kulusevski probably on the right. Son through the middle and Madison from the left. You would think they would start like that. The bench is Austin, Reggie, Richarlison, Yang, Lancashire, Moore, Ajayi, Ulasesi, and Hardy. You would think that that's how we're going to line up, but ignore the 1 second on the clock. Ignore the one. I was just checking it worked. Maybe we've got Gray in a back three. Maybe we've gone to a three in the midfield. We'll see in a second what Spurs have done. But at the moment, they're just showing Jake O'Brien on the screen. Big up to every single one of you. For anyone that's never watched me before, I do go quite deep into my commentating. So I will position my chair slightly different. If it looks like I'm side on to you, I do apologize. It's because I am. And this is a massive game. Make no two ways about it. Please do subscribe. Please like. We've got 15,637 subscribers. We're trying to get to 16K. So let's smash that subscribe button. Please like the show if you haven't. We've got 430 likes. To be fair, we should have about 500 minimum by now. Absolutely, Miss Bunny, when Savva goes silent and nothing's happening. And let's play a game with whatever your poison is. Every time I say Spurs are giving the ball away again, you do a shot. Let's see how many of you are sober by the end of the game. We're about to kick off here. We're about to kick off. So let's have a look. The timer is working. I'll leave it 1 second. It looks like this is going to be Undai. I think this is Undai for them. I might have made that up. There might be a Mangala. Here we go. Tottenham need 3 points by hook or crook. And we are underway here at Goodison Park. David Moyes looking for his first win in his second game in charge, in his second stint, and Tottenham looking for their first Premier League win in 6. You heard me right. We've not won for 5 Premier League games. This will be our first win in 6. You would, Chloe, you would end up in hospital. It's a good job we don't drink anymore, right? You would end up in hospital. Big up to you. Roxanne is wonderful. Big up to you. Listen, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. So, nothing's happened so far. Nothing to report. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, no goals in 16 Premier League games in 4 months. You just know, don't you? You just know. Anyway, here's Archie Gray. It looks like Archie Gray. Let's have a look. Where is he lining up? It looks to me that he's in. Let's have a look. I don't know whether we're playing. I'm waiting for them to zoom out a little bit here. Maybe we're playing 3 at the back. Let's have a look. It's interesting at the moment. I mean, there's no real set positions there at the moment. Here's Jed Spence out on the left-hand side. Gives it to Papa Sarr, who's closed down by Gay. Gay gets the ball back Tottenham get the ball back to Kinski. Now Radu Dragusin with Archie Gray, who's kind of playing in midfield, but just tucked in the right channel. Then Tottenham lose the ball in midfield. There's the first one. Tottenham lose the ball in midfield and then give away a free kick. We're very, very predictable, aren't we? So I'm just trying to work out this formation at the moment, guys. It almost looks like we're playing kind of 3 at the back with Gray, maybe drifting into midfield. We'll see as the game goes on. We'll see as the game goes on. Anyway, a free kick nice and early here for Everton. And Everton have got some big bodies up there. The likes of Decore, the likes of Calvert-Lewin, the likes the likes of O'Brien. It's gone to the back post. It's floated across and Spurs clear that nice and easily. And now Everton can get the ball again. Here's Mikalenko on the left-hand side. Mikalenko's gone back. Not a good ball. And then Everton lose the ball and it's a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. So nothing's really happened here per se so far. It's really interesting. Gray's almost spending a lot of time. Gray gives away a free kick. He's almost on this right-hand side, almost like a right back. Can anyone else make any idea of what we're doing? I'm a bit. We'll have a look. Anyway, Jed Spence has nicked in, won the ball, plays it into Son. Son didn't get there in time, and Mangala came back, cleared it for a Tottenham corner. Jed Spence done really well. The ball was played out by Tarkowski. Spence nipped in with the press, won the ball, played it into Son, but it wasn't the greatest pass, and Son wasn't really on his toes, so Spurs can get a corner. Mangala tracking back with the clearance for Everton. So just under 3.5 minutes gone. Sonny's going to take the corner, left-hand side, right-footed. He whips it in to the near post. It's gone over everyone and cleared, and now Everton can clear with Ndai. Ndai's given the ball away. Spurs can come again. Here's Son, but then Ndai wins it back, and Ndai is still going. Bergvall wins it back for Spurs. Then his ball wasn't very good, but it's going to go out for a corner, is it? No. Lindstrom got back, clattered into the cameraman, but Lindstrom got back there and saved the corner. So it's a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. Yes, kind of does look like that, doesn't it? We'll see. But at the moment, it is Tottenham Hotspur away at Everton 0-0. Here's Jed Spence driving through, and he drove through so much that he took the ball straight out, and it's a goal kick that Jordan Pickford will take for Everton. So currently 4.5 minutes gone, Everton 0, Tottenham 0, no chances for either side. No real pattern to the game yet either. It's been a frantic start, but no real movement from either club. Here's Branthwaite driving forward. Oh, is that O'Brien? The ball goes out to Mikalenko. He whips it in first time, headed clear in our own penalty area by Dragoshin, and then the ball goes out wide for a throw-in to Mikalenko. He gives it to Idrissa Gueye. Idrissa Gueye goes inside to Mangala. Mangala does brilliant little turn, gets away from both players. Mikalenko now goes down the line to Decore. He's got Bergvall for company, but he's a big, strong lad, Decore. Goes back to Mikalenko. By the way, this isn't true, John. Gray isn't in the number 6 at all. Gray looks like he's part of a back three. See to the Wolf. I mean, when I'm so happy he's gone to a back three. I mean, I want to see a back three when we've got players fit, not when he's forced into it. But we'll see. We'll see how they get on. We'll see. At the moment, haven't really done anything. Everton haven't really done anything. So we are 5 minutes, just under 6 minutes gone. Nothing to really write home about for either team. Looks like we're playing wing backs with Spence and Porro. But we'll see as this game pans out. Here's James Maddison back to Spence. Spence loses the ball, does he? Yes, he does. Now Everton have got bodies over for the build-up. And they've cut in. They've had a shot from 20 yards and Kinski pushes it round the corner. And again, Tottenham of their own making, giving the ball away. And Lindstrom had a shot. It was going in. The keeper should save it. He did save it, but it was going in. And the first shot of the game goes to Everton from about 20 yards. And David Moyes, very, very happy. So look, it was a save the keeper should make. He did make it. If that goes in, you're worried, right? But Everton, 53% of their goals are from set pieces. The average of the Premier League is 19%. Let that sink in. By the way, it is Man United 0, Brighton 1. Now, this is either good news or bad news, because what this does mean is that Brighton are now, as it stands, Brighton are 9 points clear of Spurs, and Brighton are the team in 10th. right? So we'll have a look at the league table at half time. A lot will change, but some people are thinking that Archie Gray's playing right back and Porro's playing right wing. Some people are saying it's a back three. We haven't really got into any shape with the ball to actually see how he's settled here. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. Nothing's happened since that save. The corner's not been taken yet. I don't know what's happening here. I haven't got the sound on, so I can't tell you. They're focused in on the fourth official, are they? Oh, the ref. I don't know what's happening here. Somebody else might know. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know if they changed Lino or if he went down to... Oh, the assistant run to the box. Good. Thank you. Thank you for that, free to right side. That's what I love about football fans. Straight to the point. He ran to the bog. Lindstrom is going to take the corner. Left-hand side, right-footed. Again, I always say nothing silly, Spurs. Nothing silly. They've got some big bodies in the box. O'Brien is a big lad. Wow, they've got some really big bodies in there, haven't they? Decore, O'Brien, Bramthwaite, Decore. They've got some big lads in that box. O'Brien is massive. He is a unit of a man, isn't he? Anyway, they've got, look, all three are right on top of the goalkeeper, the three big lads. The corner's going to be whipped in by Lindstrom into the 6-yard box. It's flicked on. It's cleared away by Spurs, is it? No, Kulu couldn't get it gone in the end. Then the ball over the top now to Tarkowski. And it's going to be a throw in to Everton on the right-hand side. And Tottenham just kind of didn't clear it. The ball was hanging in the air, and you're like, somebody get rid of it. We didn't. And then Kulu waited for ages for it to bounce, and they lost possession. And at the moment, I think O'Brien is down, injured for Everton. Now he's back up. His mates helped him back up. He's an absolute unit of a man. He is massive, and we're going to have to watch out for that. And just confirmation that Jakob Minte, has given Brighton the lead at Old Trafford with a 5th-minute goal. So Brighton winning. Man United losing at home again. However, they were losing midweek and came back to win 3-1 in the last 10 minutes. And now it's a goal kick to Tottenham Hotspur. So a pretty uneventful first 10 minutes. I mean, there's only been one shot, which was the 20-yard effort from Lindstrom. Yeah, Archie Gray looks like he's playing right back, if we're going to be brutally honest here. I don't think I really can't tell if we're playing 3 at the back or 4 at the back. But Archie Gray isn't in midfield. I can confirm that. He's not playing him. He's playing right back. Now he's floating into... I don't know what we're doing. I don't know. I don't know. Right, Everton now win the header in midfield. Spurs, though, can bring the ball down. Here's Bergvall, gives the ball away. There you go, have a shot. And now Everton are driving forward. The ball goes into, oh my God, it's fallen into the path of Ndiaye. And Ndiaye has a shot blocked by Dragoshin. And again, Spurs give the ball away and Everton counter. But now Spurs can go down the other end. Here's Kulusevski, lays it off to Son, who is on the left-hand side here. It looks like Son and Maddison are both kind of interchanging out there on the left. But to be fair, we haven't really had a lot of the ball to actually say what we're doing going forward. Here's Dragoshin. And yeah, Archie Gray is playing right back, isn't he? With Porro on the right-hand side going forward. So it looks to me that we are playing a back 4 that kind of changes into a 3 when Spence goes forward. Yeah. Anyway, the ball's now gone all the way back to Kinski. Spurs don't really look like they have an out ball here at the moment. And now Ben Davies goes back to Kinski again. He goes to Dragoshin. Dragoshin now is going to bring the ball out of the penalty area on the right-hand side in Tottenham's half. He goes all the way back to Kinski again. Really very slow from Spurs. And at the moment, Everton have had the lion's share of possession of attacking areas, 53% of the ball has been in Tottenham's half, but it doesn't really mean anything unless teams score. And then I hope this ball forward by Spurs is given away. And now Everton can clear the ball high down the left-hand side. Dragoshin is under pressure but wins the ball. Now Sarr can nod it back to Gray. And then Gray plays it into Sarr, who gives it away. Spurs are giving the ball away. Have a shot. Here's Mangala. Leaves it to Gay. Oh, my God. They're in here. Here's Calvert-Lewin. Twisting, turning. 1-0 Everton. Dominic Calvert-Lewin. No goals for 16 games. No goals for 16 games. Dr. Tottenham. Here we are. Everton 1. Everton 1. Tottenham 0. Utter shambolic. We give the ball away cheaply. Everton played a ball into Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who, to be fair to him, had a lot to do. He had a lot to do. He twisted, he turned, he got the ball out of his feet. No one put the tackle in. And Dominic Calvert-Lewin gets his first goal in 4 months. Dr. Tottenham will see you now. Sarr, who is an awful footballer. I've said it for ages. Sloppy pass. Mangala with a good dummy. And Dye played it into Calvert-Lewin. He twisted, he turned, he twisted back. Fired it into the bottom corner. And the only thing I can see is, again, he absolutely bamboozled Archie Gray. He absolutely bamboozled Archie Gray there, didn't he? Have a look at this. One way. See you later, Archie. Not knocking Gray, but he got absolutely turned inside out, did the boy. Him and Davis. 1-0 to Everton. Oh. Are we first goal in 17 games? For Dominic Calvert-Lewin. First goal in 17 games. And it is Everton 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0. And we're off and underway. Here's Porro, goes into Bergvall. Sarr, Papa Sarr is terrible with his feet. And that is a real problem for me when you're a midfielder in the Premier League. Again, people going, oh, Sarr, I like him. Gary, I try my best, mate. I try my best. Big up to you, my man. Rosie, I agree. Why not just keep with Porro at right back, put Gray in midfield? I don't get him. I don't get him. Really, really poor. Hang on 1 second. Really poor start for Spurs. We haven't had an attack that I can remember here. We haven't had a shot. We haven't looked like getting a shot away, but we do have the ball on the right-hand side. And again, Dr. Tottenham, we said, didn't we? Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Hoffenheim, and Leicester. Well, there you go. We've cured one of them. We've cured one of them. Dominic Calvert-Lewin to get his first goal in 17. And let's be fair, he took Archie Gray to the cleaners there. He absolutely bamboozled him. And then Archie Gray falls over again. Again, I don't mind Archie Gray, but I think a lot of people have gone way overboard about this young lad. For me, he looks very lackadaisical in possession. Anyway, here's Everton playing it out the back with Tarkowski. He dinks it forward into midfield, brought down by Lindstrom, and then the ball goes out for a throw-in to Everton. So 15 minutes gone. Everton 1, Tottenham 0. Don't worry, though. We do play exciting, entertaining football, and this is what people wanted, that's what I'm always told. If you haven't, by the way, Nottingham Forest 1, Southampton 0. Nottingham Forest flying. Anderson with the goal against Nottingham Forest in 11 minutes. Nottingham Forest there. Let me put an alert on that game and the Man United game. Let me do that. Nottingham Forest. Here's Pedro Porro with a shot across, and it was poor and cleared easily by Everton, and now cleared again. And what you do know is Everton will have a very good back line. We know that for sure. We know that they'll have a good back line. But Everton 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Did anyone expect anything different? We've got another mountain to climb here. Everton are missing a lot of players as well. They are. Lots of clubs are missing a lot of players. Kipspur, I can only dream that this guy will resign after the game. As I said, the worst manager I've ever seen. Dominic Calvert-Lewin is through on goal again. He's through on goal. He's taken a touch. He's laid it off into the path. Everton are in again here. Gray clears it. And Spurs have survived, and the flag goes up in the end. Oh, my gosh. Utter carnage. There was the ball over the top. And I tell you what, yeah, he was just off. He was just off on the halfway line. But again, Spurs stepped right up to the halfway line with a high line. And Everton nearly made us pay. Bear in mind, this is an Everton team. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look live. This is an Everton team that have for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, haven't won a Premier League game. They've won one Premier League game in 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They've won one Premier League game in 12. There's no excuses. You can't lose this game. You can't. You can't. Got to get something out of this. Ben Davies now knocks the ball forward into the path of Son. It's a good ball. What's Sonny got? Through on goal. Great tackle. Sonny gone. He's finished. How long did he want? How long? Listen, great tackle. Tell me if I'm being harsh. But why on earth did he not just get that out his feet and finish that? He didn't. And what a tackle back there in the end from James Tarkowski. Really, really good tackle from James Tarkowski. If you haven't subscribed, please do. We're closing in on 16K. Please, if you haven't, please do subscribe. And please do like the watch along as well. We're up to 472 likes. We should have 550 easily. By the way, Tottenham have had 60% of the ball. No shots, not created anything here. And Everton will be very happy. There's a ball down the line. Everton, can they get in here? No, they can't. Ben Davies gets across and clears the ball. But Lindstrom's got a lot of space down on this right-hand flank. Yeah, really poor defending for that goal. Again, Archie Gray, just awful for me there. Somebody's got to make the tackle. He had time. He had time to really get it at his feet, go left, go right, and then finish low into the bottom corner. Everton have got the ball again, a high ball up the pitch. It's Everton have won the first ball and the second ball. Here is the cross from Lindstrom into the corner, cleared by Dragoshin, and Everton are going to come again. And if I was Everton, that is all I would do. This is all I would do. I would keep getting balls in that box because Spurs are a mess at the back. Here's Tarkowski. He now plays the ball forward into the path of Ndai. He heads it on, but Porro's going to let that go for a goal kick, as he know. He plays it out to Kulu. Kulu now goes back into Gray. Gray goes back to Kinski, who clears it into the midfield, given away. Tottenham give it away, have a shot. We win it back, but we give it away immediately, do we? No. Maddison wins it. Here's Kulu. Kulu now lays it off to Porro on the right-hand side. And here's Papa Sarr into Bergvall, back to Papa Sarr. Tottenham at the moment, 20 minutes gone. Haven't done anything to lay a glove here on Everton, but it only takes a second. Here's Archie Gray at the back. He's definitely playing at right back at the moment. Archie Gray goes into Dragoshin. Dragoshin now rolls it across to Ben Davies, who looks, can he go one more? No, he doesn't go one more across to Spence. He goes into Dragoshin, and Dragoshin puts his foot on the ball, looks up, sees that Everton are in a very good shape. And now Everton are pressing well. They're going to win it in a minute. You know they are. But we've done really well, actually. James Maddison fires a ball into Son. Son lost possession. And then, luckily, Sonny looks dreadful, by the way. Again, Son looks awful. He's slow, his touch, his control. The ball ricocheted into the path of Spence, though. And then Spurs do win a corner kick, which Sonny is out there to take. Wow. No way. That can't be true, is it? Wow. Wow. Yeah, Sonny, for me, just... Listen, he'll grab the odd goal, but he's lost all that. He's lost all that wow factor he had as Everton clear the corner. Can Dragoshin keep it in? He's won the throw. He's won the throw off of Idrissa Gueye. It goes back to Porro. Porro now fires the ball back to Ben Davies at centre-half. Ben Davies to Jed Spence, who's going to try and take on Calvert-Lewin. He does, into Kulu. Good ball into Spence. Have a shot. Have a dig. He's had a shot. It's hit the defender. And then Spurs give the ball away in midfield, but win it back. And now Kulu's got the ball out wide right to Porro. Porro, can he whip a cross in? He does, and it's cleared by Mikalenko for a corner kick to Tottenham. That's better. That's our best passage of play. Didn't lead to a shot, but it's a best passage of play from us so far. There's the short corner taken. Kulu to Maddison, to Porro. Porro now back to Madders. Madders out on the left-hand side. Beats his man. Now lays it back to Porro. Porro is looking for bodies. He goes back to Maddison. Maddison opens up the play to Spence. Spence with a dink over the top, cleared nice and easily by Everton. And now Everton thought they were on the break, but Decore couldn't keep it in, and it's a throw-in on the halfway line. So Tottenham 0. Sorry, Everton 1, Tottenham 0. Tottenham just starting to have a little bit more of the ball now. The ball over the top, any ball over the top, Everton, Branthwaite, O'Brien, and Tarkowski, just everything. Bang, have that. 3 big bodies at the back there. By the way, I'm going to say it. I think Spence is better than Udogie. Just saying it. I know lots of people won't agree with me. I think he's better than Udogie. We'll have that chat at half time. There's Kulu. He's gone into the channel. He's got space. Lays it back to Son. And that's an awful finish from Son. That's an awful finish. Kulu found him in loads of space. That is absolutely dreadful. Kulu done really well. Beat the offside trap. Laid it back to Son. And that is an awful finish from Son. Just terrible. He had time. Take a touch. What are you doing, Son? That is dreadful from Sonny. Now Tottenham win the ball back again. We're starting to dominate the play. But now Jed Spence loses the ball and it's a throw-in to Everton. I'm hearing that there's a penalty at Man United. I don't know how true that is. Well, I'm hearing there's a goal at Man United. Bruno Fernandes with a penalty. So Manchester United have pulled one back. Manchester United have pulled one back. So it's what? Sorry, pulled one back. Gone level, 1-1. Man U 1, Brighton 1. And let's see what all of this has done for the Premier League table as we speak. Hang on, let me just change that. Oh, maybe later. Man United, as it stands, are 3 points clear of Tottenham Hotspur. Tottenham are 2 points behind. Oh, my God. They're in through on goal. Oh, thank God. Calvert-Lewin has got terrible touch. Thank God Dominic Calvert-Lewin has got a terrible touch. The ball went over and he was clean through on goal and messed it up. And Spurs, again, with a highlight. Kulu gives the ball away. How many times have I said that? Now Everton are going down the wing again. He keeps it on. Papasardo nicks the ball off Decore, then gives it to Bergvall. And Bergvall with a nice turn to get away. And now Tottenham, what can they do? Porro back into Gray. Gray's going to go into Kinski. They're going to press him, but Kinski should clear that. He does. And Everton will win that header, I'm sure of it. They didn't win the header, but they did win the second ball. And here's Mangala, fouled by Maddison. So what that has done in the league table, it has meant that Tottenham are now only 4 points above Everton, who have a game in hand, and Wolves have a game in hand as well. We are now, by the way, 8 points off the top half. Guys and girls, you didn't mishear me. We are currently 8 points off the top half. Everton again with a great chance to go 2-0 up. What a save against the post from Kinski. The ball's fallen to Everton, back in, and the header at the goalkeeper. Everton should be 2 up. We should have scored, by the way, but they've just missed 2 glorious chances. And oh my gosh, we look a mess, don't we? And it was a shot by Mangala. Good save by Kinski. Pushed it against the post. Then the cross came back in. And Dominic Calvert-Lewin with a header straight against the keeper. Here's Everton again, though. Every ball in our box looks like it's going to cause us damage. Here they are again on the right-hand side. The ball's played down the line to O'Brien. He's kept it on, but Bergvall does well. Now, can Spence get this clear? He's gone to Maddison. Got space here. There's a great ball played through. Sonny has got Branthwaite for company. Sonny cuts in on Branthwaite, delivers a shot straight at Pickford. Wasn't the greatest shot. And now Branthwaite, Spurs are asking for a penalty. Branthwaite, the referee said no. Branthwaite now plays a ball out wide to Calvert-Lewin. Calvert-Lewin brings the ball down. He's running down Archie Gray's side, crosses the ball, cleared by Papasar. That's what Papasar does do well. He got back and helped out. And defensively, our shape, we look god-awful. But going forward on the counter-attack, we do look like we could do something. But we also look like we might concede every time they go forward. So, as I said, we are 8 points as it stands off of the top half of the table. Not top 4. Not top 4. Everybody, welcome to the first clown of the chat. This is my stuff of dreams. What are you talking about? I want the manager gone so we actually go up the table. What a clown. Sorry, this guy's just an absolute dick. He's appeared for the first time in ages. Another clueless idiot who doesn't know football. Anyway, here's Papa Sarr into Bergvall. Bergvall to Sarr. I love that. My stuff of dreams. What? Because I want my team to do better. Absolute dick. Anyway, now Spurs give the ball away. Looked like we had a promising build up there. Given away. Oh, wow. It's just all a bit. It's all a bit mad, isn't it? Here's Jed Spence. Cuts back inside. It looks like, I think he said the ball was off. I didn't think it was. Sonny's down to Branthwaite. It was a penalty. Let's have a look at this. Sonny again, though, so not sharp. Branthwaite. No, that's not a penalty, is it? It's not a penalty. Come on, you've got to be stronger than that. No, that's not a pen, son. It's not a pen. Branthwaite again. Just look how powerful Branthwaite, Tarkowski, O'Brien are. Look how big and strong they are at the back there. I think we've looked really poor. The front three going forward, Son, Maddison, Kulu. I think it's been really underwhelming. For me, the best player's probably been Jed Spence. Here's Branthwaite again, goes back into Pickford. Pickford now launches the ball long. It's a good ball out to O'Brien on the halfway line. O'Brien now picks his head up, lays it off to Lindstrom. He goes back into O'Brien. O'Brien now goes back to Tarkowski, back to O'Brien. He cuts in and goes back to Tarkowski. Tarkowski with a really good play from Tarkowski there. Took the forward on, then laid it in the path. And Everton are playing some great stuff. They're away again here. Here's Ndai, one-on-one with Dragusin. Takes him on. He's going to shoot. It's 2-0. Spurs are an utter mess. Sack this manager now. Sack him. This is absolutely horrific. Spurs are an absolute shower of shit. Please get this manager out of my football club. Please, 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 please get this manager out of my football club. This is utterly embarrassing. This is a team that have won 1 in 12. They're 2-0 up in half an hour. Please leave this football club. Please, 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 please. Oh my gosh. How easy was that? How easy was that? They run through us. There's no one there. Chloe, you would think so, wouldn't you, love? You would think so. Got to go. Got to, right? Got to go. Nottingham Forest are 2-0 up, by the way. Look at this. One ball did our entire midfield. Archie Gray out of position. Then he one-on-one with Dragusin. He was bamboozled and Ndai took him on. Bang. This is an awful football team. This is the worst manager I've ever seen at Tottenham Hotspur. I think his tactics are shit. I think his press conferences are shit. The players are not playing for him. And that was a great finish, wasn't it? 2-0. 2-0. How on earth is anyone backing this football manager now? This is absolutely horrific. Here's Papa Sarr, 2-0 Everton. This is absolute pure garbage right now, isn't it? Absolutely shocking. And fans want him in. Fans want this. Fans want him in. Fans want him in. Fans want him in. This 11 we've got out there is better than their 11. I don't care what anyone says. Oh. When I show you the league table, you're going to be absolutely... By the way, Spurs' goal difference is coming down. And Dano, Bergvall's giving the ball away. Have a shot. Here's Everton again. And the ball ricochets into the arms of Kinski. Have a shot, guys. Spurs get the ball away again. And standing there, hands in pocket. Jimmy, I can't reassure you. The only thing I can reassure you is that the bottom three are crap. That's the only thing I can reassure you. Honestly, where are they all now? You don't know, Ange. You wait and see. Where's that Ben? Where's that Ben guy? But we need to hit the bottom of the V and go back up. This is absolutely atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. Here is James Maddison in the number 10. He's dribbled. He's taken on 2 players, played a good ball out wide to Porro. Porro into Kulu, and Kulu couldn't take the ball with him, and Everton clear it only as far as Gray. Gray into Bergval. Bergval with a good ball, swept wide to Porro. Spurs need a goal before half-time. We need a goal before half-time. Here's Kulusevski. The worry is that we look like conceding. Kulu lays it onto Bergval, and the shot miles over the bar. Yes, who remembers this? Who remembers the guy that told me this will bear fruit? I didn't call this months ago. I called this a year ago. I know you're sticking up for me. I called this a year ago. Awful manager. Dreadful manager. Score update. Man United 1, Brighton 1, Forest 2, Southampton 0. So at the moment, Nottingham Forest. Let's have a look. Nottingham Forest are level on points. Oh my God, they're away again here, Everton. Here's Ndiaye. He's running at them. He's played in Calvert-Lewin, and Gray just gets his foot to it. By the way, I think Gray's had an absolute shocker here today so far. Shocking game from Archie Gray. Let's see what our mate Ian says. I'm sure we'll be seeing Stella at halftime. Absolutely unbelievable. Do you know what? I've been in Liverpool this week, and one of the when I spoke to one of the Everton fans, he said, I think we'll have too much physicality for you. He said, I think we'll come out. He said, we're going to be well up for this. And he actually said that they were good against Villa, but couldn't score. Well, they've scored 2 here against Spurs. And here's Ndiaye. He's run us ragged, isn't he? Ndiaye again. He's on the left-hand side. And Porro gets a foot in that time. Now Sarr can clear it. Ndiaye is pressing like a demon. Now it's gone to Archie Gray. He goes to Kinski. Kinski sweeps it into midfield, won by Branthwaite easily. So Spurs are having an absolute mare. Anyone. I'd have Woody from Toy Story. I'd have Buzz Lightyear in charge. This is Savva, you're negative. Savva, you're toxic. Savva this. Savva, you're the worst fan. This is the most negative channel. Hashtag just saying. Didn't take a genius to see this coming. We are awful. I don't mean today's result. I mean how bad Spurs are. Keir Starmer. I'd have Keir Starmer in charge. Anyway, Spurs need a goal. We need a goal before half time. We've got 10 minutes to do it. And there's the ball over the top by Everton. It's gone to the feet of Kinski. And here's Bergval. Looks up. We look like a team in disarray. Yeah, was he talking about Spurs or crypto? Utterly embarrassing, if we're going to be brutally honest. I will get some super chats in a minute, by the way, guys. I'll get to half time. I wouldn't give this manager any money. These tactics are truly horrendous. Truly horrendous. I mean, that goal there, you've got Archie goes a right back, caught out in midfield, right? Caught out in midfield. They run through us, score a goal easily. It's the tactics. Other teams don't have their right back in midfield. There's Pedro Porro with a ball down the line. Idrissa Gueye gets there in front of Archie Gray. And again, the strength shown by Idrissa Gueye in front of Archie Gray. And there's the foul by Kulu on Idrissa Gueye. Alex, I don't get it. I do not understand what else has to happen for this manager to go. I don't care if he's in a cup semi-final. I don't care. I do not care. Giri, for me, it's not about the vindication. I just want people to wake up. I just want all these people that come on and abuse every week, saying that I'm negative for negative's sake. And people who go, oh, Savva, I'm just half glass full. You're half glass empty. Look, I'm not making it up. It's been crap. We're 2-0 down at Everton. We're 2-0 down to a team that have won 1 in 12. "37.5 minutes gone. Do you know what? I'm at the stage where I never wanted to bring Poch back. I'm at the stage where I would go to the US and say, Poch, what's it going to take? 20 million a year, 25 million a year? Sorry, we're so sorry. By the way, Redknapp, give it Redknapp. Give it to Redknapp till the end of the season and give yourself some time to figure out what you're going to do. Give it to Redknapp. Give it to him. Reezy still can't admit that he's been massively wrong about Ange. Still can't do it. I wouldn't give this manager any money at all. I wouldn't let him have anyone. Proximo, things will change though. The next manager won't have us in 15th after 22 league games. So no, it will change. This notion that it won't change. How did Redknapp do so well? Why did Yol do so well? Why did Poch do so well? Mate, I know. I'd sack him at half time. I'd send him out the ground at half time. No, I'm not ignoring the league. This is embarrassing. I don't care if we're in a cup final, semi-final. Sorry, I don't care. I do. Imagine what Liverpool are going to do to this at Anfield. Imagine what Liverpool are going to do to this team at Anfield. Mate, what do you do? By the way, while there's a stop in play, AJ said, now reality has kicked in with a little rat and we have no Champions League or Euro money. Would he settle for 30 million parachute payment instead? Mate, great point. Great point. He might want to get relegated to get that parachute payment. Anna Dawes, big up to you, and said, can we all agree 08-09 season was bad? We are right now 3 points ahead of and 1 place above at the same point of the season right now. We were, but that season, by now, what we'd done is we'd already got Redknapp in and he was taking us that way. Do you remember, Anna? We've given away a free kick on the right-hand side. But do you remember, Anna? We started badly, 6 defeats in our first 8. He sacked the manager. Redknapp came in and we started doing that. But our fans want this guy in charge. A truly embarrassing fan base that want this manager in charge. It is shocking. Big up to you, Anna. Kyle or Sile has said, I am Ange out, but he needs to win the Europa League. I hate to break it to you. This manager is not winning the Europa League. Big up to you, my friend. He said, and you've said it twice. Let me know if you want me to. You said, oh, sorry, slightly different. My eggs are in this competition. I hope we finish 8th. We're not going to finish 8th, Sile, just to break it to you. And Sanctuary 7 said, I may as well stop watching and go back to Vikings. Vikings is at least entertaining. Big up to you, Sanctuary 7. Back here at the game, there is a free kick on the left-hand side to Everton. They're going to whip it in. All the big bodies are in the box. It's whipped in. It's cleared by Porro. Sonny then clears it, but only as far as Gay. Idrissa Gay now goes into Mikalenko. Back to Idrissa Gay. I'd take Idrissa Gay in our midfield. I'll be honest, I would. I'd take Idrissa Gay in our midfield. Here's Everton again with a chance to whip the ball in. Here's O'Brien out on the right-hand side. O'Brien again now plays a ball over the top and they're offside, Everton. Everton have worked out how to beat Spurs. Everyone works out how to beat Spurs. This is an Everton player. No, Kenneth, just admit it. You've got it wrong. Get the manager out. First and foremost, get the manager out. Again, another person, ladies and gentlemen, who's been so wrong. Every show is wrong, but can't admit it. Can't admit it. Can't admit it. Can't admit it. Bang on, Daz. We need someone in to steady the ship right now. He did, Gus. He did. He picked us up when we were rock bottom of the table and got us to 8. Freddie. Look at how high the high line we're playing. Look where Archie Gray was on the halfway line when Ndai run through and scored. Another ball, one in the air by Everton. And this time the free kick given away by Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Honestly. Chloe, I can't agree more. I can't agree more. Even Stewie's here. Look, even Stewie's come to see if Daddy's okay. Look. Even Stewie's here, look. Oh, look. Oh, look. Even Stewie's here. You pissed off? You pissed off? You pissed off? Spurs losing? Yeah. Yeah. Spurs losing? It's funny, isn't it? Dogs don't care. He's not sitting here tonight going, oh, my football team is shit. He's not sitting here tonight worrying about Daniel Levy, not worrying about anything. Just coming to see if his daddy's all right because his football team is awful. As I said, all the fans that want Ange in, you got what you want. This is what you wanted. This is what you asked for. You wanted this football. You wanted this high line. By the way, Radu Dragashin is down at the moment. Looks like he may have taken an ill. It looks like he's got a nasty bump to his head. So it looks like he's going to be down for a few minutes with some problems. The Spurs fans just look a bit nonplussed. Warren has said, I'm a Man City fan, but I think Ange needs to be sacked. His style of play is awful. Not half. Not half, Warren. By the way, if you haven't liked the show, please do. There's 1,000 of you in here right now. Hang on, there's been a goal somewhere. Nottingham Forest are 3-0 up. Chris Wood, 3-0. Nottingham Forest, 3-0. Let that sink in. And again, right? Hang on. 3-0 Nottingham Forest. Wow. 3-0 to Nottingham Forest. They are flying. Wolfie's going to be loving it later. Wolfie's going to be loving it. Hang on, let me go. I'm getting people messaging me. I won't tell you the names of the people. Here's the messages I've received while I've been streaming. This is effing embarrassing. Everton could be 4 up. Son is absolutely useless. He turned Gray and Davis inside out. Someone said, bullshit bingo. Someone sent a bullshit bingo card. Yeah. Mate, I honestly, people say to me, why do you laugh? Why are you finding this funny? I find it funny because we want the manager in, right? I as a fan want better. So I as a fan have been asking for a better manager for us to do better. Half our fan base want this guy in. They want this guy at our football club. Jeremy, this one pass undoes Spurs. One pass undoes Spurs, but it's not the tactics, remember? It's not the tactics. Wow. Anyway, by the way, guys, the player's still down, injured at the moment. You have not missed anything. Madness. No, I'm definitely not entertained. Andy, mate, I agree. I wouldn't want to play for this clown. I'd be handing in a transfer request. Mate, the away fans should be booing. The away fan, I can't hear. They might be. By the way, guys and girls, look. Come on, look. Right, 15,647. We should get that to 15,700. There's over 1,000 of you in here. By the way, Chris Wood having the season that many thought Dominic Solanke would have. Carlos, it's not brain surgery, is it? Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. They were good against Villa. They're good again here today. Mad what happens when you change manager, isn't it? Look at West Ham. Yeah, I know they lost yesterday, but West Ham's performances have improved. Yeah? Man United, further up the table. Bader, I know, mate. I know you did. You messaged me. You did. Phil, this is one we agree on, buddy. Hey, I hope you're doing well. Says, yeah, bring in Redknapp till the end of the season. Make us hard to beat and play on the counter. Then McKenna on a long term. Someone like that, yes. Yes, something, Phil. Something. We've got to do something. Radu Dragashin is on his feet, which is good to see. By the way, 7 with a, we need a Stewie. Oh, I love my Stewie. He's come to sit with me. I think that's because his mummy's gone out to get her hair done, but he's come to sit with me throughout this game. So big up to him. Thank you. Thank you very much, DMB Forever, sticking in the super sticker. Thank you, DMB Forever. Thank you. I wonder how many people will apologize to me, not him, by the way, for all of the toxic negative names I've been called over the last year and a half with this manager. Big up to Warren, who's become a new member. Big up to you, Warren. I hope you're well, buddy. Hope you are well. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, Jack, he should be sacked now, let alone in the morning. Should be absolutely. Sav, is this the bottom of the V? Dude, I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. Anyway, the game's back underway. There's going to be 7, maybe 8 now minutes of injury time at the end of this half. Everton clear it. Flicked on again. They've won everything in the air. They've won everything. Here's Bergvall, though. He's going down the left-hand side, driving with the ball, cut inside. I'm going to say I don't think anyone's had a good game here today. Here's the ball out wide to Porro. Porro goes all the way back to Papa Sarr. Yeah, me too. I love my dog as well. Yeah. All too little, too late. By the way, he hasn't adapted to anything. He's gone to it's still a back 4. Tottenham give the ball away again in midfield. Is that Bergvall giving the ball away? Have a shot. Spurs give the ball away. Here's Ndai. Ndai, though, they're in no rush, Everton. But when they do flood forward, they look like they've got bodies. And they're given away by Ndai. Now Tottenham, with Kulusevski in midfield, slows it down, gives it to Bergvall. And now we're coming up to the 49-minute mark. Don't bother. Don't bother the amount you'll have to pay for everything when you're there, mate. Dude, go. Obviously, you got them for your birthday. Go, but, mate. Yes, let's start the manager merry-go-round again. Yes, Reezy. Look how bad this manager is. Fans like you deserve this. You deserve this. I'll call you out. You deserve it. And then Spurs give the ball away again, have a shot. And now Everton trying to play out the back. And they played out the back very well. And now, they could have used the man over and didn't. And now they have. They've finally gone out wide. Everton look an organised team all of a sudden. Moyes has made them look very organised. Look at them. Look at them compared to us. Piercy, I don't know. Half our fan base. Look how many Spurs YouTubers say when he's in a cup semi. So, this is. What are we doing? What are we doing here? It's a free kick to Everton. Jed Spence gives away the foul, and Everton have got another chance to whip the ball in. I'm pretty sure Stell will be joining. I'm pretty sure. Big up. If you haven't subscribed, please do. We're trying to chase down 16,000, but also do like the show. We've got 590 likes. We should be on 700, so please keep smashing that like button. Thank you so much for everyone that has tuned in so far. One of these days, I'll be able to sit here and we'll have a positive experience, won't we? Dyer was right, wasn't he? Dyer was right. I didn't rate Eric Dyer, but he was right. I agree. Levy out, Ange out, all of them out. All of them out. Oh, it should have been free. It should have been free. The cross came in. Tarkowski with the header in the 6-yard box, low down, and Kinski has saved us again. Lindstrom with a wonderful ball, whipped in. No one went with him. No one went with him, and Tarkowski will be gutted that he's put that straight at the keeper. Everton should be 3-0 up. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Josh Gracie, completely agree with you. Yes, throw the transfer kitty at Ariola and then say to him, we're not giving you any players until the summer. Just please stop the rot. Please stop the rot. Corner comes in from Everton and now cleared by Tottenham only as far as Mikalenko. Mikalenko goes back to the corner taker who's going to cut in. He's cutting again, and now he gets the crossover, and it's another corner to Everton. Everton have Spurs on the rope. Kind of, yeah, kind of. All the news started going around at half time. Wow, this is as bad as I've ever seen it as a Spurs fan. This is as bad. And it's not just players missing. It's the formation, the tactics. There's the cross comes in. Porro clears this one. Now Everton go exactly the same again. Here's Lindstrom. Ball to the back post. Tarkowski's got a header free. It's free will. It's 3-0. Spurs are utter shite. Spurs are utter shite. Please get this clown out of football club. They are 3-0 up. What on earth is going on? We've dealt with nothing. Archie Gray, by the way, has been absolutely shit. Not just him, but he has been absolutely rubbish. Tottenham are an absolute mess. I have never seen this in my 40 years of supporting Tottenham. I've never seen this. I'm just checking to see whether there's any VAR that can possibly save us. There's the ball out wide. Porro played everyone on side. Then Dragusin did. And it's come off Dragusin for an own goal. Oh, my gosh. This is utterly, utterly shambolic. Utterly shambolic. How is anyone still anging? This has got to go down as one of the worst performances I've ever seen from a Tottenham team. By the way, Everton have 6 or 7 injuries as well, by the way. Wow. Absolute shit show. Worst manager in the Premier League by a country mile. Worst manager. And our fans are starting to turn into some of the worst fans for backing him. Wow. Wow. Mate, chuck the money at him. Of course he will. Chuck the money at him. People saying it's time to go. Billy said, get him gone at half time. I would sack him at half time. Kinski having a good game. What must he be thinking? Only been here 2 weeks. Daniel Levy being shown next to Donna Cullen in the stands, the real Donna Cullen. And Everton are having a field day. Everton are having a field day. Wow. I joked. I don't know if any of you remember, I joked and said, Ian and Stell, I'm sure you'll both be back on when we're 3-0 down at half time. I was joking, and here we are, 3-0 down. He's got to go. Look at this. Absolute loser alert. Let's be real, guys. We're caught in the middle of a new manager bounce. Didn't stop Villa going there and winning. Didn't stop Aston Villa going there and getting the win, did it? Oh, my gosh. Spurs have a chance, do we? No. Really poor ball. And Tarkowski, who's been absolutely brilliant, clears it to safety. Look, as I said, people like Reezy, people like Aditya, they are the problem. They don't get it. These people don't get football. They don't understand how bad. Half the YouTubers out there, I'll call them all out. Half the YouTubers that chat nonsense. Where's all the people that predicted third at the beginning of the summer? Third. Absolute nonsense. It is halftime. Spurs are 3-0 down. I don't even know whether to laugh, to cry. Am I angry? Am I upset? Is this funny? I genuinely don't know anymore. Let me just quickly change the... Sorry, no, I didn't want that one. Let me just quickly change this. 1 second, guys and girls. So, Tottenham Hotspur away at Everton, who have won 1 game in 12, have sacked their manager, right? Have sacked their manager, are now battering Tottenham 3-0 at half-time. Yeah? We need a big second half. I mean, look, can't admit it. Just admit it, Kenneth. You've got it wrong. Just admit it. Who can come on here now and say, yeah, you know what? I've been utterly wrong about this manager. Who can say it? You're playing a high line and they're getting in behind time and time again. Where have we seen that? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Do you know what? I blame Stell from Tottenham away. This is his fault. This is his fault. And here he is. Stell, I said to you the very last thing before you came off. I don't know if you heard me. I said, I'm sure you'll both jump back on when we're 3-0 down at half time.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. It was a joke as well.
It was a joke. It was a joke. First of all, before I get Stell's opinions, there's 1,550 of you in here at half time, which I think is a record for half time for me. Please, if you haven't liked, please do like the show. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. There's 1,500 of you. We're 300 away from 16K. Please, let's make it happen. Stell, take 60 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever you want. Tottenham Hotspur, 3-0 down at a team that have won 1 in 12 and hadn't scored an open goal since November. I've now got 3. Talk to me.
There was this guy in the chat called Corbynite who accused me of fear-mongering and saying that I'm creating fear in the fan base by suggesting we could easily be in a relegation battle. Can he please come on right now and talk to me? I'd like these fans who have defended what's been happening for the last 6 months, the Corbynites, the Spurs cult members of Ange, the cult Ange members, to come and defend this, because there's injuries and then there's just blatant coaching problems, right? Heung-min Son could have put us 2-0 up. We've been saying he's on the decline. We've been saying for a long time he's not at it. Start Lancashire. Start Mikey Moore. Change it.
Something.
Right?
Something.
Then fans have been saying Pape Sarr, he's really developed under Ange. And I've said, no, he hasn't. Pape Sarr hasn't developed. He's nothing special. Pape Sarr is nothing special. He gives away the ball for the first goal. And Calvin Lewis, who hasn't scored in 6 months, not only does he spin Dragusin inside out, he sends Davis the wrong way and he twists up Archie Gray. He spun 3 players. Three players. I'm going to lose it.
We made Dominic Calvert-Lewin look like Erling Haaland. He bullied us.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And then
still, the second goal. Oh,
listen. Who signed Dragusin? Who sanctioned the £30 million payment? Who brought him in? This is Ange's signing, right? This is the guy that was meant to come in case we got injuries. This is the guy that was meant to come in so it doesn't feel like we've lost Van der Ven and Romero. He's getting rinsed. He got rinsed by Gabriel midweek against Arsenal, man. Listen, Dragusin's not all that. And not only that, let's talk about the things that we didn't pay the price for. We're 1-0 down, and he puts the whole fucking team on the halfway line. 1 ball over the top. Thank God Calvert-Lewin's touch was so abysmal that it gave Kinski a chance to smother the ball. That 1 ball, how many times have we seen that? How many times has that? That could have easily been the 2-0, that moment. And before the game, we said, finally, Archie Gray, number 6 in midfield. No. He's a centre-back still a centre-back. And he ends up scoring an own goal as well. I don't blame him. But look, I actually, and I mean this, people watching the show, I genuinely mean this because I know you're not going to believe me, but I mean this. Just before half-time, the camera zoomed in on Ange. I felt so sorry for him, man. I genuinely felt sorry for the bloke because he looked broken. And listen, Savva, I don't want him as manager. I want him out. Sack him now at half-time. Let Mason do the second half. I think we'll have a better chance if Ryan Mason does the second half. I mean that as well. But I genuinely feel sorry for this man because it's just delusion, Savva. He's deluded. Our fan base is deluded. The delusion in this club is what's led us to where we are. People really believing this football works. These players are good enough. These tactics make sense. Look, man, get Ange out now. Save the season whilst we're still in the... If we take this to Anfield, we are going to... They could hit double digits, man. They could hit double digits. Mate. And I've got to say this as well. The fans must turn against Levy. We must turn against this wretched ownership as well because they brought in Ange. They brought in Lange. They've done this to us for 25 years. So I never fought 3-0 to Everton, Salvador. I never fought 3-0 to Everton. Never. In a million years.
Let me just say, first and foremost, just a big thank you to everyone. This is a record viewing figures for me today, Stel. I don't know if that's a positive I'm going to take. I've got over 2,050 people watching right now, which is absolutely... Do you know the sad indictment, the fact that I've got over 2,000 still? Tells me one thing. It tells you how bad Tottenham are right now and how right we've actually been also, this whole time.
Exactly. It's because we've said it for so long. And unfortunately, too many people have a voice and they're allowed an opinion. and they've misled fans to think things that aren't true. We've never once said anything that was misleading. Never. We've always said it as it is. We've said the squad's not good enough. These players are overhyped. These tactics are questionable. Does this manager know what he's doing? Does he realise this is the Premier League? And for people that say, changing managers, what does that do for us? But backing the wrong manager, what does that do for us? Man United changed their manager. They're getting a tune out of them. Everton have changed the manager. Look what's happening.
Everton.
The players haven't changed. The squad hasn't changed. It's still David. It's just a different manager. So are you telling me a different manager doesn't come in and give it a fresh lick of paint? It doesn't give it a fresh way of playing. Just let's reset and go for the second half of the season. I'm so worried about the Leicester game now, Savva. I'm actually worried about the Leicester game.
I've said all along, and I do need to get some super chats. I've said all along, for me, I'm going to Harry Redknapp and saying, dude, can you please just take us over until May? Please come in, steady this ship, play players in their normal position. Please, please, please. There's no pressure on you to do anything. Just steady the ship. Just steady the ship. I'll bring Ian in 1 second. Before I do, Ian, big up really quickly. Freddie has said, people who want Ange in don't understand what they are watching on the pitch. They think that if you just give him time, it will magically become good. Freddie, you're bang on the money, mate. It's not changing. It's bloody dreadful. VCats has said, you called this in since early summer. No, you're wrong, VCats. I called this since last November. I've called this for over a year. I called this, but yes, thank you very much. I know you're sticking up for me. Thank you, VCats. Rob Frank has said, sack him in the tunnel now. You would like to think so, Rob. We know it's not going to happen. We know that the Ange in fans will have more reasons to keep him after this game. They'll find a reason to love him. Marin Prodescu, big up to you, Marin, has said, sack him at half-time. Absolutely sack him at half-time. Completely agree with you. Thank you very much, Marin. George has said, only here for the channel or I'd be gone ages ago. George, love you, dude. You're always showing support. What I will say is, George, there's 2,050 people in the chat. Let's smash that subscribe button and the likes to the show. We should have well over 1,200 likes. We're on 850. And shamelessly, guys, look, I don't know if you can see that. 15,668. We should be getting that to 16,000. That only 20% of you to smash that subscribe button. Please subscribe to Tottenham Away as well. And Michael has said, if he is not sacked today, do we protest? Michael, we've seen from Spurs fans, we know that they are happy with this. And so I can't see it happening. Ian, your boy Archie's having an absolute mare, isn't he?
Where's he playing, by the way? Is he playing right back? Right midfield? I don't know where he's playing, to be honest.
I don't know either. He's
right. I think it's right
back. The whole setup. He has, listen, it's not his best game, but none of them.
I'm joking about Gray, but the whole setup's a mess, right?
It's the whole thing is pathetic. This is probably worse than anything I've seen all season. This is just dreadful. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand what he's doing. There's nothing. There's no system. There are no tactics. This is like under 10s football. And if it wasn't for the keeper, it'd be 6-0. He's had a storm with the keeper, thank goodness. Couldn't get any of the goals. Couldn't blame him for any of the goals. I mean, the first goal, Sarr just hits a blind pass into midfield. What on earth makes a professional footballer do that? Just kicked it. Just nothing. No thoughts. Doesn't know what's on. Doesn't know what's around him. Hold on to the ball. Give yourself a second or two. Keep it. Shield the ball and have a look around and see what's going on. The second goal, I mean, Dawson, I've just been listening to Michael Dawson slaughtering Tottenham. Absolutely slaughtering them. Gray's too far off. Was it Calvert-Lewin who flicked the ball round the corner? Dragusin is miles away. Dawson said Draguson's got to go in, close him down much quicker. He's run off him. He said once the striker gets into the box, he's then in charge. And he's just dropped his shoulder and the ball's in the back of the net. Just awful. The third goal was unfortunate, but look at the marking. There's nobody on the back post for the second ball, for the second phase.
Ian, Everton. Ian, your message keeps pinging. It's loud. You're on your computer.
Yeah.
Everton have had 4 clear-cut chances. clear-cut fall. We've had one, which was the Sonny attempt. Listen, I don't know about you guys, but for me, I know we're not going to sack Ange at half-time, but I would. But for me, Son has to come off, bring on Mikey Moore. The game's over anyway.
Yeah,
bring on Mikey Moore. And at the back, bring on Mikey Moore. I'll bring on Lancashire as well. Let him play. We've got nothing up top, man. There's nothing. Let Lancashire and Mikey Moore play. And that's probably as much as you could possibly do. There's no midfielders to bring on. There's no midfielders. That's it, really.
Still, just quickly, right? If I look at the Premier League,
I'd go to a 4-5-1 as well, Savva. I'd just squeeze that midfield, man, because we're getting done left, right, centre.
This will be 5 or 6. This will be 5 or 6.
We can't lose 5 or 6 to Everton, man. We can't.
Just quickly, guys. So I'm looking at the Premier League table, right? As it stands, Everton are 4 points behind us with a game in hand, right? As it stands, Brighton have currently got 32 points in 10th. We are 8 points off the top half of the Premier League.
We're not finishing top half, Savva.
I'm not saying we are. I'm using it as a reference to show just how bad we are. We are currently 14 points off fourth and 10 and 8 points off the top 10. Right? This is utterly shambolic. Crystal Palace, who didn't win a game until something like the end of November or something, or end of October, whatever it was, against us. Guys, I'm going to Harry Redknapp or someone like that and saying, please, 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 take us over for 4 months. Steady the ship. Put your arm around some of these youngsters. This can't go on. This can't go on, guys. It's embarrassing.
I beg you, save. I said it a couple of weeks ago. I will be going on We Are Tottenham TV, by the way, after this game. I'm going to have some conversations with Simeon. And Ariane. I hope Ariane's around. Big up to him. But I'll say it again. Change the manager now and try and get something from this season, because I still believe another manager can maybe do something in Europe with this squad. We are going to get some players back at some point, right? I don't trust this manager even with a full strength squad. I don't. I want a manager with who's savvy and who can coach players. And if we're not going to bring in a proper manager, then do what Savva says. Bring in Redknapp, interim. He can manage. If there's one thing we know, he knows how to manage, and he can try and get a tune out of these players. And let's see, just maybe we can get something out of this season. But like this, man, we are,
Richie is
that
on.
That Corbynite who says, "Oh, fear-mongering." We're in a relegation battle, man.
Still, Richie is on for Radu Dragashin.
What?
He's lost the fucking plot. Dragusin must have an injury. He must be injured, yeah. But why not bring on Reggie and move Spence into the centre back role?
Yeah.
So Gray's gone to centre back. Porro's at right back, Spence at left back, Bergval and Sarr in midfield, and then you've got Son, Maddison, Kulu, and Richie.
3 at the back?
No, 4.
4.
4 at the back.
Who's the 2 centre backs? Gray and
Spence.
Oh, he's
Gray
and Davis.
Oh, sorry, I forgot we had Ben Davies on the pitch. Sorry, guys, I forgot he was back. So Graham,
it has kicked off. You're more than welcome to stay, but
I'm going to watch it.
No, I'm going to watch it
because I
don't know why, but
don't worry. You leave me here on my own, guys, to cope. Thanks, guys. Cheers. See you later, lads.
Enjoy.
Has it started yet?
It started.
All right. I'll see you after the game.
All right, mate. Bye-bye. So, Tottenham, can we do the unthinkable and claw this back? It beggars belief, doesn't it? There's still people in my chat saying, yeah, but injuries. Injuries aren't the reason for playing a high line. The high line is why we conceded that second goal. I'm sorry. It's absolutely madness. Yeah, believe it. Yeah, absolutely, Max. Big up to each and every one of you. Ian JD has said the look on Levy and Cullen's face says it all. Well, let's see what they do. Hello? Sounded like someone was in my house. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm being robbed. Big up to you, Ian JD. Ray has said, but we've got the best training facility, a shiny stadium, a bar where you get a pint poured from the bottom. So it's all good. Yeah, listen, half our fan base, we said, look at when all those fans were interviewed inside the stadium. They don't care about the football. They don't care about it. AJ has said, anyone that thinks Levy wouldn't grab 30 million parachute payment is deluded. Look, it's bad, mate. It's truly, truly bad. Listen, we've got a big half here. All I know is that we've got to get a goal back early on if we're going to have any chance. By the way, Brighton are 2-1 up away. Brighton are 2-1 up away at Manchester United. So as it stands, Brighton, let me just see if this changes it. Brighton will be on to 34 points. Tottenham are 10 points behind Brighton. Swanex, welcome. Welcome to the team. It's all right. Your next message should say, yes, Savva, you were right. Just kidding. Just kidding, Swanex. Big up to you, my man. Yes. Oh, yes, we can. Yes, we can sack a manager when they're this bad. Yes, we can. Stop with this. We can't sack another manager nonsense. Stop it. Anyway, back to the game. Ben Davis sweeps the ball forward. Cleared in the air. Anything in the air, they're going to win, aren't they? Anything in the air, they're going to win. And it's a throw into Everton. Big up to each and every one of you. If you haven't subscribed, please do. I desperately want to get to the 16K mark. You can see there 15,681. There's 1,400 of you in here. Let's see if we can get some more subscribers. And please smash that like button. We're nearly at 1,000 likes. Andrew, I think he lost it months ago. Cam Tinley, who's been wrong about Ange for as long as I can remember, says trust the process. Ange is an elite manager. Now we all know that you're a troll. What an idiot. Sorry. Now we know you're a troll. That stupid comment. So let's get back to the game. The ball over the top. One in the air by Calvert-Lewin and a free kick given against Calvert-Lewin. Wayne, I've tried to tell everyone how bad Spurs are and no one listens to me. Everyone says, oh, no, but you're exciting and blah, 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 blah. Absolute madness. Absolute madness. The Spurs review is going to be interesting tonight, isn't it? We've got Iggy on the Spurs review tonight. We've got Lubo. We've got Mr. Box Office. We've got Danny, possibly one other. Let me try and catch up to the now, shall we? So many comments. Look how upset Spurs fans are. Football pundits and ITK saying he's got the board support. Well, we deserve this then, don't we? If they support this, we deserve this, right? Let's be brutally honest. There's the ball played forward by, is that O'Brien into the channel. Calvert-Lewin holds the ball up. Does he know it goes out for a throw into Tottenham? And there are 49 and a half minutes gone. Corbynite, maybe not play a ridiculous high line every game. Maybe give us a back four that actually wants to defend. Here's Maddison. He's got in behind here. Pulls it back. Does he know? Twisting and turning. He's twisted again. He's trying to find someone to pass to. Held on to the ball for too long, Maddison. Then gives away the free kick. And Maddison, another one. He's had a poor game. Son's had a poor game. Kulu's had a poor game. They've all had a poor game up the top there, haven't they? No, absolutely. This guy, it's a vanity project. We said for over a year now, it's a vanity project. And by the way, Brighton's goal disallowed. Brighton's goal is disallowed. So we're only 8 points behind Brighton in 10th place. Shocking. Yeah, listen, he's an idiot. Just leave him, Daryl. I'm at the stage where I'll take anybody, Graham. I'll take anybody over this guy. He is a shambles. 3-0 at the moment. Everton, I suppose, don't really need to come out and do too much, do they? Here's Ben Davis into Jed Spence. Capone, they're still there, mate. They'll still hate us. They'll say we wanted this. That's what they'll do. They'll say that we wanted this because we've been very, very right. Ben Davis with a foul on Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and Everton have got a free kick. That's what they'll do, Capone. they'll say that we wanted this because we predicted Spurs to be dreadful. Now, I never predicted them to be this dreadful, but hey, it is what it is. Izzy, I mean, would you want the ball? If you were Tottenham, would you want the ball? Come on, guys and girls, 980 likes. We're 20 likes away from the magical 1,000 mark. And we're 13 subscribers away from 15,700. Please smash that button, people. Baffled. I just don't understand how this is the guy they've chosen to sit behind. He is shocking. I agree. More in Lancashire. Yeah, well, I don't understand. But I thought it was a youth project. It's just baffling. Absolutely baffling. Anyway, here's going to be a free kick on the right-hand side. I think this is, I want to say Lindstrom. Headed down and just wide. Well, it was actually quite a bit wide, but the free kick whipped in again. Calvert-Lewin, no one marking him, and his header went wide of the post. Lindstrom's got a good cross on him. At the moment, we just need a manager that can do. We need a manager to stem the flow. At the moment, let's be brutally honest. All this positive manager versus negative manager. This isn't an attacking manager. This is a dreadful manager. Now, Ndiaye is running at Spurs again on the left-hand side. He's going at Archie Gray. He whips the ball in, and it's cleared in the 6-yard box by Ben Davies. Now, can Richarlison hold the ball up? No, it's gone out for a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. The teams are out for Man City, Ipswich, which is the 4:30 game. I can't even begin to make head nor tail of that. By the way, it looks like Southampton have pulled one back. Nottingham Forest 3, Southampton 1, I think, unless there's any VAR. And a free kick given away by Everton, who are 35 minutes away from battering Tottenham Hotspur. I don't know. So what are we going to do? We're going to what? We've got Leicester City next week, a team who can't win a game for love nor money. Nottingham Forest, yeah, it is. Nottingham Forest 3, Southampton 1. Nottingham Forest 3, Southampton 1. I don't think it'll be a comeback, but one more will make it interesting. Spurs give the ball away again. Pedro Porro. And now Everton can break, but they don't because the touch was poor from Ndiaye and the ball's gone out for a throw-in. And David Moyes is going to come in here. He's going to keep these up. I'll show you everybody. I'm blocking Cam Tinley. Just a complete troll now. I've blocked him. At first, I was like, is he just deluded? But now I know he's a troll, the things he's saying. Scott can't watch the team anymore. Just can't watch the team anymore. I get it. One like away from 1,000. Come on, people. One like away. Now, Brighton are 2-1 up. Matoma. Matoma with a goal at Old Trafford for Brighton. So Brighton are 2-1 up. Now, Everton have got the chance to break on Tottenham again. Here's Decore to Ndiaye. Ndiaye is going to take on Porro. He sold him easily. And the ball, bad pass into Son. Sonny into Sarr. Sarr tackled, then gets it back, and then fouled by Ndiaye. It's all happening. Thank you. We've now gone over 1,000 likes. Big up to each and every one of you. Guys, I've tried to tell many of you for months and years, I'm not negative. I just don't play to the crowd. I'm not one of these fake YouTube channels that will say, oh, but you're just negative. Not negative. Those channels, the ones that will never come on and talk to me, because they know they've been utterly wrong and they've lied to you about their opinion so that they can get likes and views. Not having it. Not me. Not having it. Can Tottenham get one back and make a fight of this? Here's the ball out wide to Son on the left. Sonny into Maddison. Maddison floats the ball to the back post. Everton clear it, and now it's going to be cleared by Decore. And now Everton have got a chance to break. Spurs have got so many bodies forward again. But Everton keep going. And now we've won the ball back with Porro. Porro dinks the ball forward into Sarr. Sarr goes into the box, plays it across. and it's hit Tarkowski, who's had a great game. Got a great game. For me, oh no, that's a different game completely. No way did Dermatron say that. I'm not believing that. Not believing that. Just imagine, though. You know what? At the beginning of the season, I did a video for my boy David, Dave, Irish Hotspur. Big up to Dave. Lot of love and time for Dave. Really good person. Hang on, Tottenham. Are we in here? He's out to Maddison. Can he cut into the box? He does. He beats his man. Thinks it across, and he's gone off the defender for a corner. Good play by Maddison. Good defending by Everton. I went on to Dave's and I did a video where, you know, they were asking for predictions for the season. And I said, I think Spurs are going to finish 7th. And the number of people in his comments, nothing to do with Dave. Dave's a great lad. In his comments after going, Savva's here. God, that negative bloke. God, he's always wrong. There was, you know, what happened. By the way, Nottingham Forest 4, Southampton 1, Nottingham Forest 4, Anderson, Hudson-Odoi, Wood, and one other. I'm not sure who's got the 4th. Milenkovic. Nottingham Forest are flying. Nottingham Forest are absolutely flying. There's a corner in, cleared by Everton. And now Ndai is going to try and break. And it's a free kick given away by Maddison. And Spurs are nearly an hour gone, 3-0 down to a team that were in a relegation battle, sacked their manager. And now going to look like they're going to get 3 valuable points unless Spurs can find 3 goals without conceding. So many comments. I'm so sorry I can't get to everyone's comments. There are just so many. I don't know what to say anymore. I just don't know what to say anymore. The whole team looks gone, doesn't it? At the moment, I'm not even in that position of saying he's looked bad, I just feel like the whole team is an absolute shit show. There's a ball forward. Oh, my God. He's gone down the channel into Decore. He's laid it off, and then Bergvall can clear it. But Bergvall's giving it straight back to Mangala. Bergvall again. Now the ball down the line. Everton are in here. They're into our penalty area. They pull the ball across, and Bergvall clears it. Now Sonny, can he complete the clearance? Sonny put in a hospital pass, and luckily the ball's gone out for a goal kick. Oh, yeah, I know, Dan. Big up to Dan. Please subscribe to the Hotspur Hood if you haven't already. Another one who gets dog's abuse for calling it as it is. Dan, we've said this for a very long time, mate. We've said this for a very, very long time. Ange and Levy in. Sure. Let's do that. Ange and Levy in. Let's start a campaign. Sod it. Ange and Levy in. I don't even trust Ange to win the championship with this group of players. Anyway, here's Son, lays it back to Spence. I'll always preach the truth. I'll always preach it. Always. Here's Spence driving in, gives it to Kulu, and Kulu has the ball taken off him. I'll tell you what, I've never seen a footballer lose the ball as much as Kulusevski. And I'm always told he's improved under Ange. Oh, my God. Everton are in here again. And Dyer has slipped into the channel. He cuts in, pulls it back. There's the shot, and Mikalenko skies it over the bar. We are truly, utterly atrocious. Truly. Wow. The Nottingham Forest 4th goal was disallowed by VAR. By the way, I've got so many people messaging me on WhatsApp, and I can't get to them because obviously I'm on here. We're 10 subscribers away from 15,700. Oh, my God. We're giving the ball away. It's going to be 4. He's missed an open goal. Oh, my gosh. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has missed an open goal. He turned. He spun. Kinski had a mare. Kinski plays it straight out. He's caught the Spurs bug. Straight into Lindstrom. He turned. Gave it to Calvert-Lewin, who swiveled, and Calvert-Lewin should have made that 4-0. Tottenham are atrocious. Wow, this is atrocious. Yeah, Belieber's a very good little young player, isn't he? Good player. Really good player. Thank you for the 3 people who subscribed. You're only 7 away now. Oh, great football by Everton, and then they couldn't keep the ball on. Everton suddenly looked like a top half Premier League team, and Spurs looked like the team in the bottom 3. Second half, Everton have had 26%, but 3 shots to our 0. Sums it up, doesn't it? Sums it up. Hatskin-off, hello, buddy. How you doing, man? Oh, we know what this guy's going to say. We've got injuries, mate, and, you know, we're going to keep going, and it's who we are, and shut up, Ange. Just leave. I'd respect him so much as a man if he quit after this game. Awful manager. I think he's our best player. We keep talking about, oh, well, we're missing a Dogie. I don't think we are missing a Dogie. I think this guy's better. Just a question. Was I anti-Potter? I've never been anti-Potter. I think Potter's a good football coach that went to Chelsea at a very bad time. I've never been anti-Potter. I'd take Potter over this guy all day long. I'll take you. I agree, Miss Bunny. They don't. But even some that do. But we're saying, look, again, Maddison's the scapegoat. I mean, couldn't we say that for all of them? Haven't they all been shit? Might as well at this stage. Might as well get the 4 kids on. Might as well, mate. It makes no difference, does it? This is just the worst, isn't it? This is just so bad. Anyway, free kick to Everton on the left-hand side, about 35 yards out, whipped into the box. It's gone over everyone and flashed wide. It wasn't the greatest cross from Everton. But again, Everton having chance after chance. Foxy, it's worse than it seems. Everton should be 4 or 5 up, mate. Everton are winning everything. By the way, Ipswich line up Walton in goal. Johnson, O'Shea, Burgess, Godfrey and Davis. Hutchinson, Morsey, Cahoust and Clark with Delap up front. And City at Edison in goal. Nunes, Akanji, Diaz and Vardiol. Gundogan and Kovacic. Foden, De Bruyne, Doku and Erling Haaland. They're the teams for the 4:30 game. Anyway, back here, Everton, what a good tackle again. Spurs are so slow on the ball. Oh my gosh, the keeper's having a mare now. The keeper's had a mare, and now we've just cleared it. Even Kinski has caught the bug. Kinski has caught the bug. Now, can Tottenham break? No. Tarkowski's been absolutely sensational at the back for them. Now Everton coming forward again with Mangala into Ndai drops his shoulder, but Bergvall takes the ball off him. And now can Spurs break? I've kind of lost the will to live here a little bit. There's a ball spread wide to Son. The old Son would have cut in, done something magical here. This Son has cut in, laid it off 5 yards to Sarr, gives it to Maddison. He plays it down the line to Kulu. Kulu lays it back to Bergvall. Yeah, this isn't good at all, is it? Here's Kulusevski into Bergvall. Bergvall to Davis. I know, mate. My bad. Spence can dink the ball in, and it's gone off of Lindstrom for a corner. They've been brilliant defensively. Look how Everton line up defensively compared to us. There's the ball laid off to... Here's Maddison, 20 yards out. Gives it to Spence. Here's Spence running at his player, and he's dragged down. He's played on. The ref played on. Here's Spence, and he goes down it too easily, and the ref says, no, play on. And now Everton can play their way out of trouble. And they're coming down the left-hand side with Mikalenko. He's looking over the top to no one's on Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Well done to Sarr for getting back. And then Sarr gives it away. Tottenham. Oh, God, we're lucky there, man. Gala couldn't find the pass. Wow. Spurs are... Sarr is an awful footballer. Everton are just popping the ball around as though they're Man City right now. So have Bournemouth got 10 first-team injuries. They've not lost in 11. What's your next excuse, Mr. Sanders? I don't think he will, Billy. Billy, I really hope you're right, my man. I don't think he will. I just genuinely don't think he will. And now Spurs get a free kick just by the centre circle. It just makes you laugh, doesn't it? It just makes you laugh. Still fans saying this isn't him. If you've got injuries, yeah, cater to those injuries. Don't. Oh, this Mr. Sanders is now being a troll. Go away. Go away. It is. It is men v boys. 1.09 points per game ratio. Just wow. Just wow. I don't know what to say. Just wow. You would think not, because Leicester are poor. Ipswich are poor as Southampton. We need everyone, by the way. Everyone, by the way. You've got to be cheering on Man City today. Don't think, oh, it'll be funny if Ipswich beat City. It will put Ipswich closer to us. Absolute shambles of a manager. Ashley Young is coming on at the age of, 39 or whatever he is. I hope so, mate. I hope so. You know I'll be live the moment this fraud is sacked. And I am giving a right big, I told you so to people. Trust me. Trust me. Here's Tottenham with the ball on the right, on the left-hand side. Maddison sweeps it out wide to Spence. Spence cuts inside. 68.5 minutes gone. Gives it to Bergval. Down the line to Maddison. And a good tackle again. I think Lindstrom's played really well there, right winger. I think he's played really well. Justin, you don't watch it back. It's as bad as the scoreline suggests. It's as bad as the scoreline suggests. Please do keep subbing. We're only 3 subscribers away from 15.7k, which would be amazing. That's what I mean. Look at Bournemouth. Bournemouth have 10 first-team players missing, more than we do. And we're turning around and talking about, oh, but what does he do with injuries? Proximo, you've been wrong. You've been wrong. You've abused me for months and months, and you're wrong because your hero has been absolutely shambolic. Everton coming again down the left-hand side. They've gone back to the keeper now. They're in no rush, Everton. They don't need to do a lot. They're 3-0 up. They don't need to do a lot. Everton now passing it out from the back. Passing it out from the back. Now they're down the right wing with Ashley Young. Ashley Young's going to lay it off into O'Brien. O'Brien cuts in. Spence did really well there. Spence done very well. Spence, for me, is the only player the last 3 or 4 games where I think you've done well. And in true fashion, he's given the ball away the moment I praised him. Here's Son. Son loses the ball. Ball whipped in. It's gone all the way across. It's fallen about 20 yards out. Mikalenko cuts in. Lays it off to Mangala. He lays it off to Gay. Gay goes out wide to O'Brien. O'Brien, low cross in. Shot blocked by Archie Gray. We are a mess. We are a mess. Son, by the way, is dreadful. Wow. He's got to get the sack, hasn't he? Yeah, we're at 1K likes, Thomas. Thank you, man. Score update. Brighton are 3-1 up at Man United. Brighton are 3-1 up at Man United. Look, I've just received this post. Hang on, Spurs going forwards. Oh, Richarlison couldn't control it. Someone else said here, Moyes in one training session has given Everton more direction than Ange has given Spurs in a season and a half. Bang on, isn't he? He's absolutely bang on. Absolutely bang on. In a season and a half, Everton have had Moyes for 1 week. Yeah, Everton have got 6 or 7 injuries as well. Yes, I know. Here's Ndai. He's had a good game, hasn't he? Lays the ball off into Calvert-Lewin. He's flicked it down the line to Ndai, who keeps it on. Spurs are all over the place at the back here. Here's Decore, and it's cleared by James Maddison, who came back and worked hard to win that. And now Kulu came back as well. He's got the ball. He's going to play it into Maddison, who sweeps the ball across. It's cleared, but only half cleared into the space of Son. Spurs have got 18 minutes to find 3 goals. Michael, that's where we're at. We need Man City to beat Ipswich. Here's Spence. Plays the ball back. Cleared. Maddison over the bar. Spurs. Spence did well, but then the ball ricocheted into the bar for Maddison, who got his shot all wrong. Set up nicely, and that kind of sums up Tottenham today, doesn't it? Mikey Moore is on for Papa Sarr. God knows what formation we're playing now. Look at Jeffrey. Jeffrey, ladies and gentlemen. Jeffrey's got what he deserves. 5 years. You want this manager for 5 more years. Wow. Look at this. There are people that want Ange in. It is baffling. It is baffling. Mikey Moore wins ahead of there, but only as far as Tarkowski. He plays it down the line. Oh, Dominic Calvert-Lewin with a great flick on. Here's Decore. He's got bodies over. The cross comes in, and Kinski saves it. Wasn't a good cross, but Kinski had to get there. And Brighton, as I said, Brighton are 3-1 up at Man United. Spurs are now 10 points behind Brighton. Here's Kulu, cuts in, has a shot. He's gone all the way across the face of goal and out for a goal kick. Daryl, remember, mate, I'm not a victim. I'm just saying how dumb your football opinions were, Proximo. No victim card, mate. You've just been very, very wrong. Just say it. All you got to do is say, yeah, I've been wrong. That's all you got to do, but you can't. None of you can. You backed the wrong man. You've backed a man who's statistically our worst manager ever. Exactly. And look how many injuries they've got, Kuva. Big up, Kuva. Look how many injuries, by the way, Everton have got. But it's always injuries for us. Agreed, Chloe. No excuses for this shit show. No excuses at all. What phase is Moyes in? Mate, it's embarrassing, isn't it? I don't know what to say. Big up to Mario. How you doing, bro? So Savva, if Spurs were to play Spurs, they would lose. Oh my! I don't even. Oh, yeah. I think Ange would lose to himself, wouldn't he? Big up to you, Mario. Thank you so much for the super chat. I can very much judge after a year and a half. Yes, it's not like he's been here 3 months. He's been here a long time. Madness, innit? Madness. We look a mess. We've made Everton look like Real Madrid here today. All day, give me Sherwood and Redknapp till the end of the season. All day. Doesn't have to be. By the way, Premier League record since we lost to Chelsea: 49 games, 19 wins, 23 defeats, 84 conceded. Get out my club, you absolute fraud. He's a dreadful manager. Here's Kulu. Plays the ball into the path of Son. Plays the ball into Madison. Madison's gone wide. He's trying to take the keeper on. The keeper's missed it. He's gone to Mikey Moore. Back to Kulu. Over. And Spurs have got one back. Spurs have got one back. It's on. And in. The ball came to the edge of the box. Kulu dinks it over all the bodies. And now get the ball and get back to the halfway line. Tottenham have got one back. Utterly embarrassing performance. But we have got to go back with 13 and a half minutes to go. Madison did very well. He'll get no credit. He held the ball up, put the ball back in. Mikey Moore's shot was blocked. And Kulu dinks it over 3 players. Good finish from Kulusevski. Tottenham have got one back to make it look somewhat respectable. Can we get a second and make a game of this? Kuva, I completely agree. There'll be fans now going, well, there you go. Second half, we've got to go back. Embarrassing. Jeffrey's been blocked, by the way. Too much trolling. Tottenham have got one back. There's 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes to go. We've got one back away at Everton. Here's the long ball down the field into the path of Calvert-Lewin. Heads it down to Ashley Young. Ashley Young is holding up Mikey Moore. Ball's gone back in now to Tarkowski. Goes all the way home to Pickford. And Pickford goes back across to Branthwaite. Being pressured by Son. And he's just cleared it. And the ball is now with Jed Spence in our own half. Yeah, this, Scott. This. Here's Kulu out on the right. Ball over the top. This time headed clear by Tarkowski easily. Now Son lays it off to Bergvall, to Madison. Madison with a ball into Son. And Son gives the ball away. I mean, Jesus, Son and I don't know what to say about my football club anymore. There's the ball over the top, cleared by O'Brien, only as far as Son. Can Spurs get a second here? Mikey Moore dinks it across and headed away by Branthwaite, then headed by Tarkowski, and then cleared by Ashley Young. And Spurs then get the ball back on the halfway line. You get the feeling it's going to be all us. Yeah, but you kept telling me how wrong I was, mate, when all the evidence told me you were wrong. Look, again, I don't believe you got support. Go away. You've been wrong. Just admit it. I wanted to back the manager. You could see the manager wasn't working, but you decided over and over again to tell me you don't understand, Ange. Back Ange. Ange will do this. And I kept saying, give me proof. Kept saying it. You gave me nothing, Proximo. Nothing. 10 and a half minutes to go. Mickey is in Mikey Moore. He's running at Ashley Young right now, and Ashley Young clears it for a corner. I mean, he hasn't really had the ball too much, but at least he gets on it and tries to beat people. Everton now are going to bring on, is that Patterson? Looks like they're going to bring on Patterson. And Undai has gone down with cramp. I don't know. I just don't know what to say anymore. It's bad when the goal doesn't even give me any hope. The goal doesn't even make me go, yeah, well deserved. Here's Undai. Sorry, the replay of Undai's goal. Really good finish. So it looks like Undai is going off and Patterson has come on. So it looks like Everton are going to be happy to just defend this now. Here's Son with a corner. Can Spurs get a second back? The ball's whipped in, headed over. It's gone over everybody. And now Everton can clear it, but only out for a throw. This has got 4-4. Oh. See, again, where's Lancashire in a game like this? Where's Lancashire? You've got a striker on the bench. You need 2 goals. Here's Moore. runs at them, falls over way too easily for my liking, and it's a goal kick to Everton. But where is Lancashire with 10 minutes to go when you need 2 goals? Where is he? Just don't see it. This manager's just... By the way, we're 2 subscribers away from 15.7k. 2 subscribers away. Let's get those subscribers, people. Oh, dearie me. Dearie me. So Pickford with a goal kick down the field. And Calvert-Lewin's been brilliant at that, hasn't he? All game, he's bullied our 2 centre-halves. He's won nearly everything in the air. The ball's now with Pedro Porro on the right-hand side. He plays a long diagonal ball, and it's cleared in the air, and it's a foul against Kulusevski. 2 subs, exactly 2 subs. Come on, let's do this. Yeah, and yes, we are well over 1k likes, so thank you very much, everybody that supported. Spurs have 7.5 minutes plus injury time. Shouldn't think there's going to be too much injury time. I don't think too much has happened this half, has it? Big up to each and every one of you. The Spurs review is going to be fun tonight, isn't it? Anyway, ball up in the air again. Calvert-Lewin again gets the better of his defender, but the ball bounces into Kinski. Now Porro. Porro's going to try and drive through 2 defenders. And then the free kick given away by the foul by Ashley Young. And now let's be... I agree. By the way, I don't think it is a close game, but I agree with what you're saying. I don't know. TikTok's a funny old space for me. Again, TikTok's full of, if I say another poor defeat from Spurs, you just get loads of people whose username is something like user1739824, says things like, you don't know anything about football. Anyway, Kulu, ball forward into Maddison. Defender takes it off him like a candy from Baby, and the ball is swiped clear. And now Jed Spence can come again. 6.5 minutes to go. Here's Mikey Moore on the left. Can he take his man on? Mikey Moore pulls the ball back. It's gone all the way to Richarlison. Volley wide in. Oh, the volley. His volley was bad. Came back to him and a kind of dribbled effort at the keeper. Like there was no conviction in it. Have a look here. He missed his volley. And then the second one was just a real. Oh, mate. Son has been dreadful, hasn't he? Son has been dreadful. Oh, mate. Anyway, it is what it is. We're coming up to 85 minutes, 84 minutes and 10 seconds gone. There's the ball again. Another ball, another pass that Dominic Calvert-Lewin's won. Laid it now off to Decore. Decore just slowing the pace of the game down. Gives it to Patterson. Everton are in no rush. They know they don't need to be in a rush. Here's Mangala. Had a good game in midfield. He gives it to... why do I always forget his name? I always forget his name. Tarkowski. Now the ball is launched forward by the keeper. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And Kinski comes out and saves Archie Gray's blushes. Archie Gray, very lackadaisical. And the ball ricocheted into the path of Calvert-Lewin. And, hang on, is he going to keep that in? No, I think Archie Gray will see that out. He's kept it in. And I'll tell you what. Archie Gray again, so lackadaisical. Twice there, caught napping. Look, so lackadaisical, I'll be honest. For me, I want to see him play in midfield because I just don't think he's good at the back. But hey, that's me. By the way, Southampton have pulled a second back in the 92nd minute. They couldn't, could they? They couldn't. We're 1 subscriber away from 15.7k. And a free kick now. A free kick for Spurs that have taken too quickly. Yeah, so the second goal was Unuachu for Southampton. So it's Nottingham Forest 3, Southampton 2. Looks like Forest might hold on to that. That's the 91st minute. I don't know how long to go there because I'm watching this game. Now the ball into Archie Gray. into Kulu. 4 minutes to go. No way. No way. Why? Why is there 12 minutes at Forest? Wow. It's amazing. Why is it? Thank you very much, everyone. We have got over 12.7k, just 300 shy of 16k. Porro now floats the ball in, and Everton have won everything in the air, haven't they? They've given it away, though, to Richarlison. He then, oh my, I mean, if ever, remember the people saying when Richarlison comes back, he is dreadful. He is dreadful. What are we doing? And Everton are making another sub, and they're now going to bring on another centre-half to see this out. I'm guessing they're going to take a defender off. They are. O'Brien, who I thought's had a really good game at right back, he's going to come off, and they're bringing on, I can never remember his name. Oh, someone in the chat. Michael Keane. Still no Will Lancashire when you need a goal. You need a goal. You got 15, 20 minutes, whatever it is. You need a goal. No striker to be seen coming on off the bench. Just unbelievable. So Everton have got 2.5 minutes plus injury time to hold on. Spurs need a goal very quickly to have any chance. To be honest, I don't think we deserve this at all. To be fair, I think it's very lucky that this game is 3-1 and not 5 or 6. But hey, it is what it is. Spurs going forward now. Here's Mikey Moore. Plays a good ball into the path for Spence. Spence has gone past his man. He's laid it back. But great covering from Idrissa Gueye again. And now Everton can clear the ball. Oh, brilliant play. Brilliant play. And Mikey Moore fouls his man. Great defending from Everton again. And Tottenham just look completely void of ideas. Completely void of ideas here. Calvert-Lewin, man of the match, 1 goal, 6 shots, 44 touches, 11 touches in the opposition box. First rank for all of those. He's ranked number 1 for all of those in his season rank. Tottenham Hotspur, an utter shambolic mess. Coming up to 89 minutes gone. I agree. I agree completely. I agree. Mate, I just don't get it. In all these games, you're thinking, throw the young lad on. Nope, doesn't ever. And there's going to be a goal kick to Tottenham. Decore is upset. Moyes is even more upset than Decore. And now Tottenham coming forward in the last minute of the 90. Here's Bergvall into Maddison. Maddison into Porro. I mean, I knew we were bad. I didn't know we were 15th relegation battle bad. We need Man City. Everyone needs to be a Man City fan today. Everyone needs Man City to beat Ipswich. Don't be laughing at Man City if Ipswich win that. We need them to. Here's Mikey Moore into Spence. Spence with a really poor ball down the line. And we're at the 90-minute mark. We've had 90 minutes. I don't know how long the ref's going to play. I would guess 4. We'll find out in a second. Maybe 4 minutes. There's going to be 4 minutes. There are 4 minutes. It's all up there. 4 minutes of injury time. 12 losses for the season. Tottenham have lost 12 games of football. Utterly embarrassing. We've lost more games than Ipswich Town. We've lost more games than Ipswich Town. We've lost 3 games more than Everton. Let that sink in. Here's Decore. Going to hold the ball up. He squares it to Bergvall. Bergvall sends the ball out wide to Kulu. We will have the best stadium and training ground in the Championship. That is true. We've got the best stadium and training ground in the Premier League. But yes, we would. I don't even trust this bloke would get us out of the Championship. I don't. I think he is that bad a manager. I don't think I've ever seen a worse manager in Premier League history. I think he is that bad. Here's Sonny. Can he get a second? He lays it off to Moore. Moore cuts in, is he? No, he goes one left and it's into the side netting and out for a corner kick. Tottenham have got 2 minutes and 40 seconds to find a goal to make this interesting. Mikey Moore drove the ball across. Tottenham have got one back. It's 3-2. Richarlison's gone down injured. Tottenham have got a goal back. Get the ball. Get to the halfway line. Get up. Get the ball, Richie. Spurs have pulled one back. And Tottenham have made this look a lot better than it is with a 3-2. Richarlison, the ball came in. Free kick corner. Son played it to Moore. Moore dinked it to the back post. And Richarlison snuck in. No one was marking him. Let's just check. I don't think he was offside. I think it was a good... Yeah, nothing wrong with that goal. Spurs 3-2. Tottenham, can we do it? Can we claw a point back? Can we claw a point from nowhere? He was then clattered into. There's less than 2 minutes to go. Richarlison at the back post. And at the moment, Spurs have made what is an utterly shambolic performance look somewhat not as bad, but 3-2 at Everton. Terrible. Now the ball's won by Keane. Keane loses the ball to Spence. Tottenham, can we? Spence cuts in. Still got the ball. Now lays it off to Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro out wide to Kulusevski. Into Bergvall. Got to be getting that ball in the box. Then given away, but it's gone only as far as Archie Gray at the back. Archie Gray to Maddison, who's dropped to the halfway line. Now to Ben Davies, who's out on the left. Mikey Moore now. Mikey Moore plays the ball down the line to Ben Davies. He pulls it back and it's cleared only as far as Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore, can he whip this ball over? He's gone back to Spence. Spence whips it to the back post. Cleared by Ashley Young. Only as far as Pedro Porro. Spurs have got less than a minute to find what would be an impossible comeback here. Sonny, Kulu, into Maddison. Maddison dinks it. Cleared. The keeper comes out, takes the ball, and I thought he was going to dive on it. They're all telling, the fans are telling him to go down. So Everton have got 30 seconds left. Tottenham are 30 seconds away from defeat number 12 of the season. Defeat number 12 of the season. 30 seconds away from it. 12 defeats in 22 games. The ball's gone long. Dominic Calvert-Lewin's won it. Only into the arms of Kinski. This is it now for Spurs. The ball's rolled out to Davies. This is it. Jed Spence. Down the line to Moore. Moore's going to cut in. Patterson wins the ball. And then Moore fouls. Yeah, it was a good tackle by Patterson. He won the ball. Moore wanted too long. And there's 94 minutes, 17 gone. This is surely going to be it. Tottenham, too little, too late. Look at this. Look at this. The players still believe in Ange. Shut up. What are we talking about here? Oh, my gosh. 94 and a half minutes gone. Everton with a free kick on the halfway line that Tarkowski is going to sweep it long. And the game is won. Tottenham Hotspur, 12 defeats of the season. 12 defeats for the season. We have not won a Premier League game in 6. Please, 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 Daniel Levy, I do not like you. I want you to leave. But please sack this manager. Please sack this manager. And as the fans keep telling me, but we've only lost by 1 goal. If you watch that and aren't utterly embarrassed, absolutely brilliant. We won in life. We won in life. We did win in life. Indeed. Indeed, we won in life. Guys, girls, 5-word answers. Anyone who watches my channel knows what to say. 5-word answers. What did you make of that? What do you make of Tottenham Hotspur? I'm going to get rid of the background there. I'm going to get rid of that background. And I'm going to get the Premier League table up in a minute. Nottingham Forest held on 3-2. They were also 3-0 up and held on for a 3-2. Brighton have beaten Man United 3-1. And the game at 4:30 is going to be Ipswich versus Manchester City. We need Man City to win that. It's mad. Yeah, I agree. I don't understand what more has to happen for this guy to go. It's absolutely Absolutely. Another pathetic display of shit. Tony, don't mix your words, man. Don't mix your words. People saying absolutely dreadful. Ange, out. No. Pete Worthy has said hopeless. Adam Phillip has said bye-bye, Ange. We can only hope he goes. Tottenham Hotspur are now 15th in the Premier League table, having played the same number of games. We are... I'll show you. I'm going to show you. Right, here we go. Let's have a look at this. Let's change this. There we go. Tottenham Hotspur. Let's have a look at this, right? So first of all, present... let me stop that screen. Present, share screen, the Premier League table. There we go. If we look there, if we look at the table, oh, hang on, I'm going to bring the boys in. Bear with me 1 second, lads. I'm just bringing in the Premier League table here. As you can see there, we're not even in that chart. So I want you to focus your energy on Newcastle. They are 14 points clear of Tottenham. Top 4 is gone. You're not making up 5 wins. Top 5 has gone. We're not catching Chelsea or Bournemouth who are 13 points above us. Aston Villa, who Ian told me were terrible. Aston Villa are only 2 points off top 4 where they were last year, and they are now only 1 defeat in 6. They are 36 points, 12 points above Spurs. The team to look at Brighton and Fulham. So Fulham are 9 points above Tottenham, who are in, and they are in 10th. So we are 9 points off the top 10. Let me scroll down and show you. This is what we are. We're a bottom half team. Tottenham Hotspur. Ian, Stell, 12 defeats for the season. 12 defeats for the season. Another utter shambolic shit show from Tottenham Hotspur. He has to be sacked, doesn't he, right now?
Do you know what sums it up for me? And nobody, I think, really would have paid attention to it. It's the little things that I pay attention to. Somehow, we're 1 goal in it. Somehow, a miracle is on the horizon, and Spurs can actually come out of this game with a draw. Right? An unbelievable turnaround. We're on the brink of getting a 3-3. 4 minutes of extra time. 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Our keeper's got the ball in his hand. Every single team in world football sends it long.
Yeah.
We roll it out to the wing back. And
Yep.
It ends up with a free kick on the halfway line to Everton. Even when God says, go on then, we're like, nah, it's who we are, mate. That sums everything up for me. Against all the odds, you could have just got something completely undeserved, and you want to play Ange ball in the 94th minute. Savva, he's got to go. This manager has got to go. He can't. We can't do this. And Levy, I'm seeing a lot of big accounts on YouTube, and I'm getting messages from people on X, because I'm not on X, of people saying, I've tried to back him, but no more. And, you know, Lee McQueen has tweeted ENIC out. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear anything about Levy and ENIC unless you're prepared to protest and take action. Because these accounts, they're doing it purely to be admired. They're doing it purely so that you can say, yeah, you're one of us. No, you're not. You're not. Take action, or leave the Levy and ENIC stuff to one side and just focus on the next manager, because it winds me up when people do this, Savva, because they only say it when it suits them. Right. And then a month later, no, it's all right. It's okay. You know, look, we've got a good manager now. It's all right. So anyway, that was awful. Today was awful. Absolute crap.
Savva, why make user friend? I never understand what this guy's saying to me. Ian, 3-2 for me really, really does kind of paper over just how diabolical that performance was at a very bad, struggling Everton team that we made look like Real Madrid for large portions of that game.
Well, as I said at half time, it could have been 6, couldn't it, but for the keeper?
Yep.
Second half, I suppose Everton realised The game was done. They didn't attack with the same amount of intensity as they did first half. I don't know. It's how can they keep him? I don't get it. How can they keep this manager? It's words fail me. It's like, you know, it's like a Levy and Ange is like a fireman standing there watching a house burn down, do nothing. And that's what Levy's doing at the moment, standing there watching the house burn down. I've got to say, it's funny actually. Talk about ridiculous people on social media, Sav. I had someone here saying, "You're deluded. Levy loves fans like you. Levy out when it suits you." And I just went, "You muppet! I've been Levy out for 18 years. Do your homework before you post rubbish." This is the nonsense. This is the nonsense that I'm reading, that I'm getting answers back on Twitter from these total arseholes. And this is the problem. This is the worst season for God knows how long. And
1998. 1998, I'm hearing.
People still think this is acceptable. What standards do people have for this club?
None. I told you, they waved the white flag. What they'll do is they'll say, this is what all these accounts are going to do. I've watched this happen for years. This is what they'll do. I've tried to back him. I've tried to get behind him, but we just have to change manager because it's impossible to get these owners out. It's impossible to change anything at the top. So we must focus on the manager. No, that's you saying that you don't do anything about the owners. You don't take action against the owners. And to cover up your failings, to cover up your lack of taking action, you're now going to try and brainwash everyone into saying, yeah, we can't get rid of them. Yeah, it's all on the manager. This is on Ange. This is on Ange, but it's also on Levy. But you've got to do something about the owner. Don't just tweet about it because you want people to say, well said. Ange has to go regardless. And Ange and Levy can both be the problem at the same time. And they are both the problem. They both need to go, both of them. And I hope if Ange is replaced, this fan base absolutely goes after the owner next, full on. Because otherwise, the next manager, Savva, he'll get us into the top 6, maybe even challenge for top 4 and play a more sensible way of football, not just gung-ho. But eventually he'll fail as well. It'll be another Poch scenario.
That's right. So, I must say still, I've just seen a tweet from Sussex Tottenham. Serial winner Conte, 6 points clear at the top of Napoli. 6 points clear at the top with Napoli too. Apparently he was the problem and not Levy. It's madness, isn't it?
Yeah, but the Conte one for me, though, the Conte one for me, as I've always said, he signed an 18-month contract for both parties. Signed an 18-month contract for a reason. I'm not so bothered about the Conte one. I'm more bothered about Jose being sacked. Yeah, I'm more bothered about. Look, at the moment, we can all say what will change. Like Danny Kiriakou, big up Danny, long time no speak, said, well, nothing will change if Ange is sacked. Hang on. This is the worst I've seen us for 30 years, and we've had Daniel Levy for 24 of that. So, yes, things will change. Danny, let me bring you in here, mate.
You're right.
Yeah, mate, big up to you. I mean, 12 defeats for the season, Dan. We've not won a game in 6. We've won 6 of our last 20 games. Mate, what do you make of it? How's he still got a job?
How he wasn't sacked at half time, I don't know. But I still think it's going to be what I said a little while back, and that's they're going to hang on to him till at least February. Yep. And then get rid of him in February, and then Levy's going to make the excuse of, well, I didn't buy no one in January because it was looking like I had to get rid of Ange, but I did what most of the fans were wanting me to do, and that's give Ange that bit more time. But we're now in 15th or 16th by the time it comes to them. I've had to let him go, but that's why I didn't spend in January. It's got Levy written all over it for me. And that 3-2, that was... I think that made us look a lot better than what we were. That could have easily been 5-0 in the first half.
Yeah.
One win in 10 games down in the league.
And that's Southampton.
I mean,
that was the worst team in the league.
When Jamie Carragher goes on there and blatantly states why the game is going on, starts laughing with the other one on there and says, "This is like just watching a bunch of school kids play, basically," and their manager say to him, "Don't worry about the tactics, and losing doesn't matter, winning doesn't matter, results don't matter."
Listen, that second half, Everton took their foot off the gas a bit, and rightly so. They're 3-0 up. They're going to take it a bit more easier. They're not going to be gung ho like Spurs, and also we had nothing to lose, so we threw the kitchen sink at it. We at one point it looked like we were playing 4 at the back, 2 in the middle, 4 across the front. So he's overloaded it because we had nothing to lose. So of course we got a goal or two, but if Everton played with the same intensity, it wouldn't have been 3-2. But anyway. 3-0, 3-2, 0 points. We lost the game. We failed. Guys, we lost to Everton. We all predicted a win or a draw. We were way off the mark.
I thought we'd get 2-0.
Dan, I've been saying our next win, I really think, would be against Leicester at home. I'm taking that off the table now. I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
I'm worried.
I don't know what's going to happen on Thursday night in Hoffenheim.
No.
I've got no idea anymore.
You're worried about every game we play now, aren't you? Because we are looking that bad. And another thing as well, I'll bet money on it. Obviously, no one can say 100% anything, but I'll bet money on it. He's lost that dressing room. Surely. There's no way those players could be sitting there thinking we can go somewhere like this.
But can I say, Dan, for me, the key thing about this is we could talk about injuries. We could talk about this, that, the other. For me, I go back to what I started off saying with Stella and Ian. It's the basics. It's the basics. Look at Everton today. Everton do not have a great team. I don't care what anyone says. Look how well organised they were. Look how solid they were as a flat back 4, right? Look how solid they were with that midfield 3 that fought and won for every ball. I thought Mangala, Doucouré and Idrissa Gueye, I thought they were excellent. They fought and battled for every single ball. Undai and Lindstrom were excellent when they got the ball out wide. Sonny is absolutely gone. He is gone. Gone. Right? Kulu, I'm sorry. I've never seen an overhyped player like this before. I keep seeing he's been our best player this year. What? Like what today? He gives the ball away every time the ball is at his feet. And then he scores a dink like that and we go, oh, Kulu's good. But in the game, him, Maddison, Son, Richie, these people can't control a football. They can't hold up a football. I don't know, guys. Look, big up to there's 2,100 people in here, which is insane. Please smash the like button if you haven't already. We're 275 away from 16K with 2,100 of you in here. We should do that easily. Please subscribe to Dan at the Hotspur Hood. Please subscribe to Tottenham Away as well. Guys, I've done a poll, right? So far, we've had just over 700 votes. 86% have said he should be sacked. 14% still want this manager in. 14%.
Look, I can see why people wanted to give him that much more of a chance than others. Do we really need to go through this crap where we have to start with a new manager and everything else and all that? No, nobody wants to go through it. And I think that's why people have stuck by him a bit longer, because none of us really want to do it. But when your manager's that poor, sometimes, again, it just takes more of a man to walk away and you just got to accept your losses. Not another bad decision and we start again. But then it doesn't mean if we're on this process even, which I don't think we are, this project, whatever, it doesn't mean the whole project's got to restart. It doesn't mean the whole process got to restart. It's just you need a manager in that can actually do it.
Yeah.
And this manager can't do it. For me, he is not... Scottish Premier League is his standards at the best. And if he wouldn't have been at Celtic, he probably wouldn't have even never been noticed in the league. I think he's a terrible manager. His man management, his game management, everything I just see about him, he's 58 and this is his first big job and it shows why.
Mate, this manager never makes us solid. We never look solid on the pitch. I don't care if we win 4-0. We never look solid. We never look like it's hard to break down.
No.
Under Poch, we were rock solid, man. Even Mourinho and Conte, we were hard to break down. The football was boring, but freaking hell, we were solid in quite a lot of games with very average
you're
players.
Waiting for that mistake, aren't you? You're just waiting for that mistake
Mate,
to happen.
it's every game, individual error. defensive errors, midfielders losing the balls. We're never solid as a team because he doesn't know how to make teams solid because it's all about possession and attack, And I'm sorry, any manager who thinks Timo Werner, Ben Davies should be at this club, I don't care. Remember when everyone said to me, Ben Davies, you see, he's our best performing player. He was shit today. Got spun left, right, and centre. These players cannot be at our club. And he allowed them to stay, Dan. He allowed them to stay. Dragusin, 30 million. Are you kidding me?
The way Dragusin and Gray got done for that goal.
Overhyped.
Bad.
Overhyped.
Was really, really bad. I mean, Gray, I suppose you can half let it go. He's still young and he's definitely not a centre-back. He had an awful game today. Absolutely shocking game. Had a shocking game. Dragusin, Gray. Dragusin.
Oh, I thought it was terrible,
Another poor game for him. The only thing I will say with him, again, play him as an actual centre-back. Well, I suppose we did in that game, really, and tried it. It didn't work with him. It's just he did look better in Italy, but he had a terrible game. I thought Spence give it as good as he could. Yeah. And the rest of that team, apart from that nice little dinking by Kulusevski, which really don't count for nothing, that was just absolutely shocking.
Dan, Spence, Mikey Moore when he came on for 10 minutes. How the fuck he didn't come on at half time is beyond me. Absolutely beyond me, right? And Kinski, they were the only three players I looked at and said, do you know what? You look like you really wanted it and you look like you really wanted to give this a go. The rest of them, no.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think he's lost the dressing room. That's usually what happens when the dressing room's gone. When the players just look like they don't care anymore. I mean, we're used to seeing this at Tottenham. We've done it to about 3 managers with the players as well. That's usually when it looks like enough.
Really quickly, sorry, Dan. Gaurav, if you put this in my chat one more time, and I've just seen you write this 20 times, please stop. I will block you. Thank you. Sorry, Dan. Sorry, mate.
I think it's just, the players, they've blatantly had enough. I mean, surely anyone who plays in any style of football, let alone a defender, likes playing like this. It is all over the place. It is a complete mess. No one seems to look like they know what they're doing. Not even the goalkeeper looks like he knows what he's doing. Do I pass the ball out? Do I do this? Do I do that? The only thing he knows how to do is basically stop a shot. Apart from that, he's confused at what he does when the ball comes to him. Everybody just looks confused. Son, captain. Do we have to talk about it anymore? Said it from day. He is no captain. Everybody. That was just a complete and utter shit show.
Dan, 94th minute, we're 3-2 down. We might pull a miracle draw out of our backsides. And any other team in world football sends it long. Try and call Ajax, we need a goal. 95th minute.
Go and stick your goalkeeper up there.
We sent it long and we got the equaliser, the famous Lucas Moore equaliser. It starts from a long ball forward. You've got no time left. Send it. What do we do in the 94th minute? We roll it out to the back and try and play handball. It's things like that why he has to go. He doesn't ever change it, ever, when we are desperate. We're desperate. We need an equaliser.
Liverpool,
still, you've got...
Point. They got the
Poch never played long ball. Pochettino never played long ball football, but he knew 95th minute, we're going to get knocked out to Ajax. Send it long, and we've got an equaliser. We got to the Champions League final.
Stick your goalkeeper up there if you have to as well. Like I said, like Liverpool did that time
against West Ham, I think it was.
And just boot it up there.
Back. We did the same against Crystal Palace. We're 1-0 down to Palace. We've got 2 strikers up front. 93rd minute, roll it out the back. We're passing across the back. I'm like, do we want to score? Do we actually want a goal in this game? That's the manager. That's not me. That's the manager. That's not Levy.
The funny thing for me, guys, is for all the people that wanted to tell me that this is a project, a process, a plan, and this is a youth project, we've won 1 league game in 10. And how many of those league games can anyone tell me that Will Lancashire as a striker has come on to help us try and rescue a goal?
Spot on.
Will Lancashire in that 10-game period. Now, I remember him coming on against Southampton when we were 5-0 up. I'm going to discount that because we're 5-0 up. The other 9, now Fulham might be the other one in that 10, right? But Fulham, he came on in like the 90th minute because the substitute got injured, if I remember rightly, or Gray got injured in the 90th minute. So you've got Will Lancashire sitting on the bench as a young striker. You're thinking, we're losing all these games. Throw him on. It might hit his arse and go in the back of the goal and suddenly a star is born. No, we don't do that. We don't do that. Mikey Moore comes on. He runs at players. No, we don't start him. I know he's just come back from an injury, but like, what is this manager doing that's correct? The midfield, Kulu, Maddison, he doesn't know how to get the best out of both of them, right? Sonny can't get the best out of him. Solanke, he doesn't know how to get the best out of him. Our midfield, I thought Bergvall and Sarr today were atrocious. The passing from Bergvall and Sarr today was utterly atrocious. And again, said this to you guys last week, Bergvall is a fantastic passer of the ball when he's got no one on him. When he's got time, he's brilliant. They put Mangala, Idrissa Gueye, and Decore breathing down their necks. Our boys can't pass a football. So why are we playing a style of football, which means we're going to have all this possession and pass? I just don't know one thing this manager does right. Not one. I don't like a single thing about him. Not personally, management-wise. Not as a human, as a manager. I don't like anything.
There's one side of me as well that I'm almost interested in what he's going to say after, but there's the other side that I just don't want to know. It's a bit of both. Like, what is his excuse for this one going to be?
Can I just say, in all of December and all of January, Everton haven't won a single game of football, except, right, not a single game of football. They've played about 10 games, except against the mighty Peterborough United. Yep. The mighty Peterborough United in the Cup. That's their only win, and that was only by 2 goals. They've literally, they lost to Villa, they lost to Bournemouth, they lost to Forest, they drew with City, drew with Chelsea, drew with Arsenal. Man United battered them 4-0. Man United 4-0, drew with Brentford, drew with West Ham. They lost 1-0 to Southampton. My God, look, guys, they've been on an abysmal run. The Everton are one of the worst teams in the league this season. We rocked up and said, there you go, 3-0. And they were well-deserved goals. Pressure on us. Their defenders beat us in one-on-one. When's the last time you... Go look at the first 2 goals. Calvin Lewitt, who's been in awful form. And go and look at the second goal. I forgot the guy's name who scored it, right?
And Guy.
Go look at those 2 goals. What did they both do? They beat the man. When do our wide players ever beat the man? When does our striker ever beat the man? Why is it Everton have got players that can take on a man and finish? I don't see Brennan Johnson take on players. All I see Werner do is out-sprint players. I don't see Solanke take on players. Where's the players first taking on one-on-one players and then putting it in the bottom corner? Son used to do that. Kane used to do that. Dele Alli used to do that.
Son's past that.
Son, the old son, not the current one. So even their goals were deserved because 1v1 domination, they beat us. Our players, we had a chance to go and beat and take them on today, one-on-one and score. We didn't do it.
The only ones who actually tried to take a man on was either Spence or Porro. I'm not saying they got it right, but they're the only ones who even tried.
Yeah, and they're the wing-backs, Dan. They're the defenders.
By the way, guys, we are in a position, I don't know if you guys know, we're in a position right now where we're going to sit here and go, come on, Man City. Right, let that sink in. If you know what I mean, they're playing Ipswich. We're in a position where we're going, Ipswich can't win this game. If Ipswich win this game, they close the gap and drag us in. We're sitting here going, come on, Manchester City, when we should be sitting here going, wouldn't it be great to see Ipswich beat Man City? That's where we're at, guys. Right? At the bottom of that table, Ipswich Town have 16 points. If they win today, they go to 19 points, only 5 behind Tottenham.
We are in a relegation fight. Now, like I said before, I don't think we're going to get relegated, whatever. I mean, the way we're playing at the moment, who knows? But I don't think we are. But for me, a relegation fight is when you're literally looking over your shoulder every 5 minutes to do exactly what you just said. We are now in a relegation battle, as far as I'm concerned. Because every result that goes on behind us, we're now looking over our shoulder at it. Whereas usually, whatever happens down that end of the table, you couldn't care less. The fact that we're actually bothered about it now and almost scared of it, we're in a relegation fight. That's how I see it anyway.
Ian, are we? I mean, you look there, you would say, "Oh, we're 8 points clear," but the 3 teams below us have all got a game in hand. Are we in a relegation battle, Ian?
Although we could. I don't think we are, as the points total stands today. But I think another loss or two, and I think definitely Ipswich have been getting better. You can see they've won 2 and drawn 1 of the last 5. So their form is on the up. Wolves exactly the same, 1, 2 and drawn 1 of the last 5. Sorry, 6. So Wolves and Ipswich are improving. So Ipswich have got Man City, Wolves have got Chelsea. I hope and I can't see either of them getting points this weekend. But if we don't pull our finger out fast, then we are going to get dragged down very close to that. And the problem I feel we've got is that we've got a manager who won't know how to get us out. And we don't have any leaders. We've got nobody in the dressing room who is going to dig us out of this. So,
but what did he say, Ian? But what did he say about leaders?
What did
he say when asked about leaders? He didn't want them.
He didn't need them. He didn't need them.
He said he doesn't want them, right? People said to me earlier on in the show, guys, we need at least 3 new defenders. They're not backing him. Ange is coming out and saying, I don't want more defenders. Ange said, I've got Romero coming back, Van der Ven coming back, Davis coming. I don't want defenders, but then fans are using that as an excuse.
No. Ange, guys, can I correct you here? You're right, but what he said was, I don't want to block the pathway for Vuskovic and the other young defenders in the future. That's what he said.
Well, yeah. I genuinely don't know. I'm just going to check the poll, guys. So we've had 1,100 odd votes here. 84% want Ange sacked. 16% don't. 16% don't. Which I can.
How many is that, Sal? How many people?
Yeah, but they're Arsenal fans and Chelsea fans.
1,128 right now have voted. 1,128.
That's like when
16%. Yeah, that's nearly 200 people.
That's like when AFTV do a poll. I go on there and say, no, Arteta in. I want him
Yeah.
Right? So you're going to get a couple of them that are just going to be, keep him, great, get relegated. But do you know what? Even the ones that say Ange in, they're actually Ange out because they're only saying it because they want us to get relegated. They're not actual Spurs fans.
Well, they've done a poll on Tottenham TV, and even that one came up. The high majority wanted him out now.
You can't defend it. You cannot defend a club in a relegation battle. Dan,
they will still try.
There were clubs sinking into a relegation battle. They've all changed their managers. Man United, West Ham, Everton, because they don't want to go down. What we're doing is we're saying, he's our man. Trust the process. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Like this. Like, you need to trust the process a bit. Injuries will return. Yeah, but the high line won't go anywhere.
And you know what? I said it at half time when I came on your show, Savva. We're masking over a lot of things that should have been a lot worse today. Kinski saved us. At 1-0 down, one ball over the top wiped out the whole 11 players on the pitch, except for Kinski. And if it wasn't for Calvin Lewitt's really bad touch on his thigh, which allowed Kinski to come and get the ball, that would have been 2-0 before it became 2-0. Why is that one ball wiping out the whole team? How is that still happening?
Well,
so when people say trust the process, no, I don't trust the process because the same problems still exist. Just because we never got punished from it doesn't mean the problem doesn't exist. Because if that was a better team with better forwards, it would have been 5 or 6 in the first half.
But still, that second goal, if you notice, so Archie Gray, and again, I'm not blaming him, I'm blaming the tactics. Archie Gray's in the centre circle as our right back, right? The player nicks the ball away from Archie Gray, right? And then they're away. Literally, if you get the ball off one midfielder, you've got all of our half to run into. And Undai ran, and you knew Dragusin, that's not his game. That is not where there's certain defenders you want in that scenario. He is not that guy. And Undai, step over, tap round his man, goal. First goal. I've never seen Dominic Calvert-Lewin do that before. Get the ball into his feet. I mean, he sat both Ben Davies and Archie Gray down for fun, didn't he? He went left, then went right, goal.
It was a class goal. So
Huh?
if one of our players had scored a goal like that, we'd have all been saying, well, that's a bit of a goal.
I'm not doubting that. But the thing is, you've got to look and say, we had 3 or 4 bodies around Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and nobody's put in a block. Nobody's gone to ground. No one's thrown their body in front of him to say, yeah,
they've gone the wrong way. They've gone the wrong way. He's cut in one way, so they've both gone that way, and he's just cut back, and he's got a free shot. So one should have gone, one should have stayed to block both outcomes, but they haven't. They both swung across, and he's just cut back from left to right, and just rolled it into the corner.
Yeah, they basically.
But that's where good defenders hold their ground, right? They hold their ground, they read the ball, and they put their foot in once the ball is shifted closer to them, right? And what our defenders did, they just ran across, then ran this way. It's almost like they're not being coached 1v1 defending, like one-on-one. Do you know how to defend? Do you know when to deny? Do you know when to dictate? Do you know when to delay? The fundamentals of any defensive play. Are they being coached that? Because I don't think they are. It can't be every defender every time at this club doesn't know how to defend. They're not all shit. They've got something about them because we finished 5th last year. You can't have finished 5th last year without being able to defend to some level. This year, we look abysmal. They're not being coached, Ian. These coaches and this manager do not develop our defenders. I see it time and time again.
But still, I honestly think if Romero's there instead of Dragerson, that's the sort of situation Romero comes away with the ball more often than not.
Or it's a penalty and a red card.
Well,
this year, Romero's been awful, Ian. And I defend Romero. I agree with you. I think he's a good defender. But this year he regressed. And that's down to the coaching. He was terrible this year, Romero, before he got injured. He wasn't having a good season.
But you see, we make players better when they don't play. This is what we're doing now. We're forgetting our crap and how many goals were Romero's fault. And now all of a sudden, well, if Romero had been there, I mean, come on, look. Listen, I agree with you still. Yes, there are mistakes. But when it's every single game, you have to sit there and go, how are they not coached to clear the ball? How are they not coached to be in the right position? And again, that second goal for me summed up Ange's reign as Tottenham manager. One ball caught out in midfield, and they've got the freedom of Goodison Park to run into and score. Alex, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. We're in massive trouble.
Really?
Yeah, we're no. It's not that I've just realised, Steelos. Don't even go there with me. Because
I'm playing. I'm playing.
You know, but yeah, just I've got nothing to say because I was always right, so I can't say anymore. You know what I mean? It's like no, it's not even a laughing situation anymore. It's not even a laughing situation anymore. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I think, and I'm not copying you, Savva, but you're absolutely spot on because I was thinking that as well. If Ipswich win today, it's looking squeaky bum time. You know what I mean? I don't think Ange actually realises that we're in a relegation battle at the moment. That's what worries me at the moment. It doesn't look like a manager to me that thinks, we're in a relegation battle at the moment. The thing that's interesting, though, he's under pressure because he changed up a little bit. He's under pressure. You can look at his face, and you can look at the way that we were trying to defend with the 3 at the back, which was a bit of a joke.
I don't think we played 3 at the back.
Well, it's how we started. I mean,
it's how we started, but it just looked. I mean, Davis wasn't fit, wasn't he? Let's be honest here.
No.
You know what I mean? Because Calvert-Lewin was just looking like Ronaldinho the way he ran, twisted past the defenders and got that shot away. This is why I think we need experience because putting youngsters in that situation isn't a good idea as far as I'm concerned. And it was. I have to give some credit to Mikey Moore. He did do a lot. Yep. He did try and get back into the game, but for me, we didn't deserve it. We didn't deserve it at all. And Everton deserved well-deserved win for me. And there's only so much I can bash this manager anymore because I was always right. Like I said, I just think we need a coach. You know what I mean? And 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 I don't really care what anybody says to me. I know Kulusevski scored a really good goal, but what else did he do? Same as Son. What else did he do? What else did he do?
What you said about experience, Alex, yeah? This is now where, for me, it's going to show that instead of getting Archie Gray, we should have bought someone who is ready to play now, who has got experience in situations.
Because when you're doing...
I'll
let you speak, sorry, mate.
He's played for us as a defender. He's done as good as he can do. Today, for me, he was the second worst person on the pitch. I thought he was abysmal today. But this is where he's going to be pretty much useless to us in this sort of battle, I think. This is where we could have really done with someone with some heavy experience in football, full stop.
You need to grind out results now. You need to grind out results now.
Yes.
This pretty football, because the thing is that we look better when it was end to end, and that's worrying. That's worrying. You know what I mean?
Alex, when we're good,
right. You're right,
Alex, you're right. We come back into games. Have you noticed when people go, oh, second half, they're playing for him. We come back into games when the game, all the tactics go out the window and it's an end-to-end basketball game. When it's actually set up from the beginning, our tactics are so bad that we're not in a game. Let's be fair. At half time, Alex, if you're David Moyes, you're saying to your team, guys, 3-0 up. Don't do anything silly. Don't need to do anything crazy. You don't need to attack so much. Right? And they did. They sat in. All right, we grabbed a couple of goals back. But this is the problem. People think, oh, we come back. The players are fighting for him. Well, Everton are there for the take. Everton, by the way, they had O'Brien. They've got 7 players missing from their squad as well. Right? This is an Everton team that have won one of their last 12 games of football. Right?
Who's that goal? That guy that scored the goal, the second goal. He was impressive. That guy. Ndai, yeah, he just absolutely terrorised us. Absolutely terrorised us. And do you notice the way that Everton passed the ball at the back? Yeah, and I saw it for other teams as well. They've got that out ball. We just passing it between each other all the time. And it's the same old thing. It's so predictable. It is so predictable to the point where I'm sitting there thinking, are we going to do anything different? Is there going to be an out ball? You know what I mean? It's like there's no out ball. To get it wide or get it to the other side of the pitch. And Everton were doing it. They were passing it better than us. That's how funny it was.
And
we're supposed to be
attacking football.
They're
meant to be attacking. Like when he did first start with us, yes, we was passing the ball forward as much as we could. But now it's gone back to that point where we're passing it sideways backwards. What a lot of people were complaining was Conte and Mourinho style. Yet they're still saying that Ange plays attacking football. Yet he's now got the team passing side to side and backwards as much as the other two did, is the way I've been seeing it.
So can I answer a comment from half an hour ago from Matt Cox? I swear Ian was defending Ange before the match. No, Matt, if you were listening to what I had to say, I said that Ange's tactics were appalling and I want him out. But I also put the blame at the players' door. And if you look at today, look at that ball from Sarr that ended up with Everton scoring the first goal. He just hit a blind ball across the midfield. These are the sort of mistakes that our players have been making all season. So no, I don't think these players have covered themselves in glory from the first day when Romero decided to run past Vardy in his own 6-yard box and leave him alone. The manager's clueless. Absolutely hopeless, but these players have let themselves down as well.
The manager is the majority, though, because a lot of them are doing stuff that the manager tells them. Sorry.
No. So, no, Dan, nothing to apologise for. For me, though, don't you think that that's come about because of the way we play? Like, I truly believe now that players aren't switched on and don't want to play for him. Like, I think sloppy mistakes are getting more and more and more because people don't buy into this shit. If you get a manager that comes in now, puts his arm, like... We're gonna talk about Harry Redknapp in a second. I need to do some super chats, but we're gonna talk about Harry Redknapp. And again, before people in the chat go mad, I'm not talking about Harry Redknapp for 4 years, 5-year contract. If I'm Levy, I'm going to Harry and going, Harry, I need you for 4 months. I need you to take over Tottenham until the end of the season, and I need you to come in and I need you to be a man manager. Put your arm around these players, the Bergvals, the Sars, the Greys, the Madisons, the Kulus. Put your arm around them and get them believing in Tottenham Hotspur again, right? So I'm going to ask you all about that in a minute. Before we do, by the way, By the way, we're only going to go for another 10 minutes, guys, because we have got the Spurs review later. So what I don't want to do is do everything now. Daniel, leave me.
Sorry, I've got to go, mate. I've got to go. Let me wish you all the best.
Okay.
And if you want to come on later on tonight, you're welcome, Savva. And Ian, obviously, Dan, as always.
See you later.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. So we're going to go. I'm going to go until 10-2. But Daniel Leave Me has said, we only lost by an own goal. Thin line, guys. Yeah, that will be the narrative from all of these people. It will be. Big up to you, Daniel Leave Me. Thank you. Time to dare to do. I said we need to start an online position to send to Levy. I've asked Tottenham TV, think joint forces and let's take action. Problem we've got with that is I think Ben would be all right for that, but Sim really likes this manager, so I don't think we'd ever be on the same page. But big up to you and big up to We Are Tottenham TV. Jordan has said, it's like watching a kids' academy team. That's what Jamie Carragher said, and he was absolutely bang on. It's the worst manager I've ever seen in Premier League football. I'm not mixing my words. I can't stand this manager. Big up to you, Jordan. Thank you very much. Jason H. I said, guys, do you think Ange will keep his job because of those 2 late goals today? Just really, really quickly. I don't think he's going anywhere, but it shouldn't be for the 2 goals. Ian, Dan, should he keep his job because of 2 goals?
No. We lost at the end of the day, but I still think it's going to be what I said. February is when you're seeing go.
I agree.
After we've lost to Liverpool and Villa in the 2 cup competitions.
By then, we could be in the bottom 3. Big up to you, Jason. Fred McGuinness has said, who would you get if he's sacked? Mate, I'd bring in you, Fred. I don't know who you are. I'd bring in Lubo. I'd bring in Dan. My pug is asleep next to me. He could set Spurs up better. On a serious note, I'd be looking at, if you want to do a project, get a Kieran McKenna. Yeah? Get a Terzic. You know what I mean? Get an Iriola. Get somebody, get a Frank, somebody that can set up a team tactically. Big up to you, Fred. Spur fixed 81. I said Everton have failed to score in their past 9 out of 11 games. Yet Ange can't stop them scoring. 3 in 1 half. Absolutely. That tells you everything you need to know.
I've got to shoot for dinner, mate. I'll catch up with you a bit later on.
All right, mate. No worries.
See you later.
Thanks, mate.
Sav, cheers, Dan. Sav, can I just answer Alfred Apaya? Do you remember Terry Neal? He is worse than him. Yes, I saw virtually every game while Terry Neal was manager. This manager is worse. He is worse. Terry Neal didn't kill his players in training, and Terry Neal tried to set the players up. He wasn't very good, but at least he set the players up in some half-decent manner. This is a joke. It's an absolute farce. This is the worst tactical manager I've seen. I go and watch it or occasionally. I've got to tell you something. Richie Wellings is better than this lot.
I agree.
Different class.
I agree.
Absolutely hopeless.
Ian, when I've been saying for a year now, she's the worst manager I've ever seen at Spurs, and people are going, oh, give over. Our dealies, give over growth. This is the worst manager I've ever seen at Tottenham. That's where I'm standing. Time to dare to do. I said, respect to you guys for saying how it is. Come on, you Spurs. Thank you very much. This channel will always say how it is. John Stokes has said Moore did more in 10 minutes than Son did all game. I think Moore did more in 10 minutes than I've seen Sonny do all season, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I think he's been dreadful for a long time. Big up to you, John Stokes. AJ has said Terzic Dortmund would improve us and make instant changes to this tactical circus and improve us 100%. Problem is, AJ, you've got so much of this fan base that don't want the manager gone. They think that the injuries coming back will make the tactics change. The tactics have always remained the same. Big up to you, AJ. Ian JD has said, hearing Ange may go tonight. Ian, who are you hearing it from? I need that in my life. What we want is, Ian, we want him sacked during the Spurs review. Haaland through on goal. Oh, he's missed. He missed. Haaland through one-on-one and missed. Big up, Ian. Who are you hearing that from, mate? Rodney Robertson said, questionable, if Ange goes today, who would you have? As I just said, Rodney, I'd like an Iriola. I'd like a Terzic. I'd like a Frank. I'd like a McKenna. I'm at that stage where I'm going, I'd have the Leeds manager. I'd have anyone, Rodney, than this guy. I think he's awful. Morton Barley has said, Gary, big up to you, has said, naming rights, Lemmings Clifftop, suicide football. The Lemmings Clifftop Stadium's got a ring to it. Gary, look, me and you talk all the time on WhatsApp. I know you can't stand this manager. I think a lot of fans who have supported Spurs a long time don't want this manager. Kenneth said, what can any manager do with 10 first-team players out? Kenneth, I'm going to show you right now what any manager can do with 10 first-team players out. You ready? You see that team in 6th place, Bournemouth, 10 first-team players out, haven't lost a Premier League game for 11. So there you go. That blows your argument wide open, doesn't it? Completely blows your argument wide open. And then the last super chat from Jamie Allen said, I watched the majority of the first half and couldn't even tell what formation we were playing. He underestimated how good the Prem is, and now he's paying for it. Just play the kids now. Season is over. Problem you've got now, Jamie, is we've put ourselves into a position where we're so far down with the teams at the bottom that the season isn't over and we can't get relegated. Because Ian, we're not going to go into this now. We're going to go into this tonight. And big up, Jamie. Thank you for this. The ramifications for Levy, we won't talk about it now in depth, Ian, but the ramifications for Levy getting relegated, guys, is colossal with the stadium debt, with the revenue. We're going to talk about that tonight. But Ian, I do want to go and eat before our show later.
We'll carry on later.
We will carry this on. Big up to each and every one of you. Thank you to everyone that's subscribed. Please, if you haven't already, please do smash that button on the way out. We've made over 1,200 likes today. So thank you very much. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in. Got over 30,000 views, which is madness. Guys, girls, thank you to Ian. Thank you to Stell. Thank you to Mr. Boss Office. Thank you to Dan E from the Hotspur Hood. We're going to see you tonight, 7:30, the Spurs Review, where it's me, Ian, Danny, Box Office. I think we've got Iggy joining us as well. Who else? I don't know, might be joining us. Take care. See you tonight at 7:30. HB Kicks. Big up, Haz. I just realised who that was. Haz, how you doing, bro? Much love, brother. Said, what would the excuse be for Manjin like this time? Mate, they've got excuses for days. Love you, dude. I hope you're well. I'll come and see you this week at the CAF. Big up to everyone. Take care. See you tonight at 7:30. Ian, love you too. See you later. And as always, come on, you Spurs. And Ange out. Ange out. Levy out. Come on, you Spurs.